Yeah?
Yeah, that's fine. I can have this one today, yeah. Perfect. Good. All right, guys, my ear. Oh, can I get this? Sorry. The infamous earpiece that will not say it. Pushing it in, pushing it in. I love it. Just like so free. My shoes. I bought my easy ones to just kick off today.
I'll blow the girls out of my video. Not for free.
Exactly. Charge for these, okay?
100 a toe. 100 a toe. Welcome to Upscale Conference. Oh, what's in my shoe?
Good.
I'll tell you, it looked like something more. They had like a strip on it.
This is my Britney Spears moment. Yeah. Dang.
I definitely gotta eat after this one though.
Thank you so much.
Yes, please.
Yeah, can I have sparkling water in mine?
Trini, I'll take a blank glass. Blank glass.
Put a little wine in there today.
I got a.
Could you imagine?
Tequila soda, please. At the end of the day.
They're like, they got really funny real fast.
Can I do that right now? Oh man.
You're in my ear today again, right? With that beautiful voice of yours. All right.
What's up, Nick? How are you, brother?
Yes.
Ready to ride,
Is
baby?
it connected?
I was at
All right,
95% 5 minutes ago. I'm charging up.
All right, so
Who's to talk?
welcome back to Upscale Conference Day 2, June 4th. Here, where you're
Yeah, we're just gonna wing it.
But are we doing? This is like 2 minutes, right?
No, it's gonna be.
Welcome to Upscale Conference San Francisco 2026, Day 2, June 4th. I am your host, Aaliyah Taylor, and we are live. And I am here, of course, with my partner in crime, Chris First.
What's going on? You ready for day 2?
Oh, I'm ready for Day 2. How are we feeling?
I'm feeling good. I was at about 140% yesterday. I think about it like 95% today. But as this live stream is now beginning, my energy is rising, and I'm very, very excited for today.
Yes, we're so excited to have you guys. You missed Chris at the after party yesterday, but you're going to catch him today.
See, if you came, you would see me at dance moves, and that's almost worth the ticket itself.
It's a whole Michael Jackson movie. You guys.
Yeah,
it's great.
I
It's
did
great.
bust out a moonwalk. There was one moonwalk, but I'm very excited for some speakers we have today. Kurt Camerucci, who goes by Flostradamus.
Yes.
Amazing artist who I actually grew up listening to, and now attending this conference, I finally got to meet him in real life. He's going to talk about AI music and remixing. That's like one of my, other than the robotics yesterday, I'm very excited for his talk today.
Yeah, same. And we're going to have him in the studio, you guys, today for a one-on-one interview. So don't worry if you don't catch the talk. He will not be streaming live, but we will have some questions for him. And then who else are you excited to see today?
I'm excited to also see Kavan the Kid. So Kavan the Kid will be speaking with Christina Lee Storm, Joanna Popper, and one other, Kevin Bailey. And they're working on just talking about how to get your AI films mixed with hybrid, and how to work that into actual workflows and also market that. And he actually has a Magnific original out that just released episode 2, which is streaming on YouTube. But don't leave this stream just yet. It is streaming on YouTube. You can watch it later. It's amazing. It's one of the few pieces of AI filmmaking where you go, okay, this is a real piece of art form.
Yeah.
It's not an AI film, it is a real film.
Okay. And then I feel like we have Jessica in store today, right? And Thomas Squire
Yes,
as well?
of Area 17, which helped do the Magnific rebrand. So it's so funny about that story. About 9 months ago, we had a little meeting in New York with my friend Joaquin, and we discussed the rebrand. And I found out a little early. I didn't say, I kept my mouth shut. But it is one of my favorite rebrands to date because it's, they went from Freepik, which is a picture, stock picture company, and they've completely evolutionized the company from what was a stock image company to now an AI forward company leading the space. And the Magnific rebrand is incredible. And I do love the magenta. Magenta is my favorite color. You saw it on my hat yesterday.
Well, Chris, what is the question that you asked the CEO?
Well, we were discussing the brand. The team is not very happy about this, but we were sitting in the office talking, and I asked, Freepik is a company that's been around for years. It's his baby. He started this from nothing, and I said, you've done this for so long. What is the next step for your company? And Freepik is free pictures and stock, but what's that next stage? And he looked at me, and Paula looked at me. She goes, they said we were changing the name. Yeah. And Magnific is a perfect name. The company's Magnific, the team is Magnific, and I just love this company with all my heart, actually. So.
Yeah. And I think that's one thing that we learned yesterday, right? This was such a seamless rebrand.
Yeah.
Everyone feels like it's so organic,
Yes.
It's so on point. We have gone from Freepik to Magnific, and we are just so excited about where this brand is going.
And and you're right. It is a complete easy flow to a new brand, and that's very hard in this space. I mean, everybody I know who's known this company for years, it's just Magnific. It's to us, it's always been Magnific.
Yeah.
But also, things that you will be missing out today is Paige Piskin and Jagger Waters hosting a workshop with Alibaba's AI models built into Magnific, showing you how to use them in real workflows. So they're two amazing speakers. If you were here, you'd be able to see them, but it's a shame, but you should be here.
But we got some interviews for them on the virtual,
Oh,
so
yes.
Stay tuned. Don't move away from your couch, your office chair, your matcha, your coffee. We have some good things in store for you. And then Chris is also going to be on the ground today as well, so you have us again.
Yes.
Your
and I'll
favorite
also be on the
partners
dance
in
floor
crime.
again.
He'll also be on the dance floor again, so just hold your breath for that, guys. Hold your breath for that. And what else do we have in store? We'll wrap up today with some Q&As.
Yep. Also, we have Tech Holla here, but Henry DeBoz is a Google resident filmmaker at Google Labs. He'll also be talking about AI filmmaking and also hot or slop. So it's a really good topic because for me, I kind of make some slop here and there. I don't mind some slop. Listen, I like my McDonald's too here and there. But he's going to be talking about AI or slop and talking about how AI can also be used for making real high-end productions, not just basic funny videos of me at the courtside at the NBA.
Even though we love that.
Even though they're great, they go viral. But we have a lot of great speakers here today. What are you excited for otherwise? I mean, this is like, yesterday was such a great event. Is there anything that you're dying to see today?
Anything I'm dying to see. We have a great interview today with Paula, who is like the
Paula?
mastermind behind
Genius.
Upscale Conference and what we are here doing today. I am very, very, very excited to sit down with her later.
You'll also be sitting down with Nick Klarov. I forget how to pronounce his last name. He is an amazing filmmaker as well. He's working on a new project called Critters. It's still not out. It's in production. But it's one of the biggest funded AI film projects to date. I mean, big numbers here. I don't know the exact number, but it's a big one.
Okay, we're gonna ask him about those numbers today.
And he's also so sweet. He's like really like that's what's great about attending this event is like you see these people online, and like I met Nick through just Twitter and Instagram, and now I'm here and I'm like, this guy's the sweetest person I've ever met. Like, and it's like for us, it makes our job so easy. Is like you have these people in the space, and meeting them here in real life, you actually get to spend time, hear from them, and really understand what it is to be in the space.
No, for sure, for sure. And then we want you guys to continue to follow along at Upscale Conf. Be sure to tag us, repost your stories. That is how we keep the community growing, keep things going. And we're not done. We have a lot in store for you today.
And our host, Linus Eckenstam, who is elite
Love
host,
Linus.
top host ever. Like, and he's one of the few people that can go on stage and talk. I mean, we can talk because we have each other, thankfully.
Yeah.
If I was here by myself, it would not be as good as this.
Linus is so talented. He's just so chill,
Sharp.
but he can like command an audience so well. We're so lucky to have
like
him.
yesterday, you watched him with Paul Trillo and Jamie Gannon on the stage.
Yes.
Like, they were going a little longer than they were supposed to, and I don't know if we are as well, but they were going a little longer than they were supposed to. But like, I was like, keep the camera rolling. Like, this is great. Like, it's so natural, interesting conversations, and I think the panel is what make this so special as well. Like, just you and me back and forth as well, but having three minds that are that sharp on stage is
and different chemistry.
Yeah,
I love. And Jamie dropped a point yesterday where she said, in about 2 or 3 years, she predicts that AI, you cannot be mid. Was the exact line.
Yeah, the group chat was going crazy over that.
But it was so good. Yeah. That was a great talk. We have more talks in store for you today. We're excited.
Yeah, very excited, very excited. All right, well, should we go over to Linus in just a moment? So stay tuned, and we'll go to Linus.
Yeah, see you soon, guys.
See you soon, everybody.
vélo sous la pluie. Je t'ai croisé, ton regard m'a envahi. Pas besoin de mots, juste un sourire. On se comprend, on se respire. Sous les néons, on danse enfin. Dans cette ville, on est bien. Pas de promesses, juste l'instant. Toi et moi, c'est suffisant. Les gouttes tombent, mais on s'en fout. On avance, on brise les tabous. Dans ce monde, on est à part, libre sans phare. Sous les néons, on danse enfin. Dans cette ville, on est bien. Pas de promesses, juste l'instant. Toi et moi, c'est suffisant.
Humans and Robots. Please welcome Linus Eckenstam, your host for Upscale Conf.
Right, wow, we are hangover today, aren't we? I'm gonna put my little fanny pack over here. Today we have, good morning. Great, since we're not a massive crowd in here this morning, I need you to work with me for a bit. We need to have this kind of an interactive session. How are you all feeling about day one? Yeah? Up there, so I don't see very well. And the live stream, guys, you're in camera A or B. Thank you so much for all of your hard work yesterday. It was fantastic to see you on the floor. Thank you to everyone that tuned in on the live stream. I think we had some sort of a record, apparently. We had more streams than Lidl has when they drop their shoes. Replit also, thank you very much for the happy hour yesterday. I think nobody really, we had to throw people out. We did not expect that. Usually when we have like the happy hour on day one, we have to throw people in from the street. We're like, we have a happy hour, you know, come in and hang out with us. So we're super happy that it was the other way around. Apparently we didn't count on the kind of side effects of having a good happy hour on day one, which is what we're seeing now. This is a bit of an empty venue, but we'll get there, don't worry. We usually do. Today is actually one of those days where the agenda is pretty damn epic. I don't say, yeah, it's an epic agenda. Thank you, team, for solving that. The amount of speakers that we managed to pack in today is great. We have workshops going back to back in the workshop area. Did anyone have the time to attend a workshop yesterday? 1, 2, 3, Marcus. Wait, aren't you on the live stream?
Yeah, it's off right now.
Okay. You're off duty. Okay, good. Someone is managing the live stream. Today there will be 4 big workshops. There will also be stuff happening on the Magnific stage. And this is not the Magnific stage, even though it looks like it. This is the main stage. And yesterday I was a bit confused about how things were working, even though I've been working with this organization for quite some time. Apparently the Magnific stage is on whenever this is off. So during breaks and in the lunchtime, a lot of people from the community, from the Creative Partnership Program, they're going to be out there doing things. So do feel inclined to go there and hang out. It's a nice little piece of equipment we got running. Yesterday turned into a dance floor. Thank you, whoever DJ'd. Is the DJ here or is Hangover? Hangover. Yeah, figured as much. All right. What else? We have some stuff here that was important. They told me. Do not forget about this. All right, so we do have merch. Apparently, we had a trial this year that we're thinking, let's get a merch shop going because people love merch. Because that's all the feedback we get is like, I wish there was more merch. And we're like, it's quite hard to give everyone like a suitcase. So we're like, let's put a little barrier of entry. So now we're like, credit card, please. And then you can buy whatever merch you want. It's at a really good price. I'm not saying this because I'm paid to say that. I'm saying that because it's a good price. I have a few things here in my little bag, but since we're not that many in here, I'm going to save it for later. I'm going to distribute some of that merch free of charge. So again, the merch shop is backstage. No, it's outside here in the corner. And they also told me if you want to buy stuff, but you don't want to lodge it around, you can do that, and they will store it for you or bring it to the after party, so you don't have to go around with your little backpack full of stuff. Okay, I'm not going to look more at this. Okay. Another thing, now it's not a problem right now, but during the day yesterday, we had a little bit of an issue because we have now 1,100 plus attendees, and there's 400-ish seats in here. We have a little bit of extra seats upstairs as well for some of the VIP guests, but that means you cannot leave like 4 seats in the middle, 4 seats in the middle. You need to come in and fill out each row. Now that's not an issue, but it will be an issue later in the day. Because we want to make sure that as many people as possible can watch here. And for those who don't want to be in here, they want to network and they want to do things, you can be outside. We're also streaming the stages outside, if you're interested. Otherwise, also all of this is recorded, so you can watch it on YouTube later. So if you're only here to mingle and network, that's also fine. We're not going to force you to be in here. But it would be really helpful if we try to just fill all the spaces up. And since you are the ones that are here now, I'm giving that mission to you. So you'll be the torchbearer of this when the day keeps going. You get in here and you show the other attendees how it's done. So that would help make my job a lot easier too. Food stations. One thing that happened yesterday, a lot of people came to me as well, but also to the organization. There was a little bit of queue happening outside of the main door here. There are 5 stations in total, so you don't have to queue to get your box right outside of this door. You can go to the prompting room, or you can go to the workshop area. Outside at the patio, massive place to get food, and even upstairs on the rooftop terrace. What else do we have? Logistics-wise, we have a hackathon, and the hackathon was supposed to be like full, but I heard this morning that it's not full. So if someone is very keen to be part of the hackathon, just head up to the rooftop, and you can get. You just bring your computer and you can be part of it if you want to. There's some seats left. What can you win? You can win stuff there. I'm not exactly sure what you can win, but it's going to be fun. 7K. Look at the Mr. Magnific CMO salesperson. 7K worth in credits. Thank you so much for that one. That was needed. Yeah. Okay. So what are we going to do now? We're going to say thank you to all of our sponsors. We have a bunch of them. I hope I get this right. So it's Kling, FAL, Minimax, Prodia, Replit, RunPod, Vidu, and Alibaba Cloud, and probably some more, so they're going to have to remind me of that. I want to do a little bit of an exercise this morning because I have stuff in here. I'm going to feel like Santa Claus. What do we have? We have a microphone. Oh. I'm going to bring this bag, I think. I'm sorry for the cameras. You're not going to be able to follow me now for a bit, so you're going to have to you just keep recording the screen. I'm going to find... Oh, hi. Now I see you. Thank you. Who would like to be my subject? Oh, don't look at me. I might... Oh, I'm going to go over here. Someone looks... No, you don't want to be on. Okay. Good morning. How are you doing? Can I get some volume on this mic?
Hello, pretty good.
Good. How was your first day?
It was pretty good. It was some really interesting stuff. Glad to be here.
Yeah, what's the biggest takeaway?
The filmmaker that shared her personal experience, that was really moving. I forgot her name.
Oh, that's fine. That's fine. Where did you come in from?
Apple.
Campbell. Okay, cool. Andre, nice to have you. So we put this show on for you and for everyone else that's here. So nice to have you here.
Cool. Thanks for having me here.
You're welcome. That's good. That was one. He didn't freeze. Oh, no. Oh, no. I'm going to go in here. I'm not dangerous, by the way. I'm sorry for... You don't have to look backwards. I'm just going to say, good morning. What's your name?
Elisa.
Hi, Elisa.
Hi.
How was day one?
Was amazing.
Where did you fly in from somewhere?
From Madrid.
From Madrid?
Yep.
That's far away. Can we get a round of applause for someone that traveled halfway across the world? Yeah. What's the biggest takeaway for you from yesterday?
Creativity.
Creativity. There you go. Okay, that's a nice one. And what do you look forward to today?
I don't know. I'm expecting more creativity.
More creativity. I think I'm looking forward to the speakers, but I'm also looking forward to see the continued networking that everyone was doing yesterday. I feel there was a lot of connections being made. Did you talk to a lot of people yesterday?
Yeah, I did a lot of connections yesterday.
Yeah?
That's great. That's a great thing for these events.
Do we all agree? Was it good networking yesterday? Yeah, great. Sorry for being back in the back, but I want to make sure everyone feels involved. Oh, I forgot. I have a little gift for you as well. This has nothing to do with the Magnific stuff. Here you go. A little Claude.
Thank you.
Yeah, they're not sponsoring the event, but, you know. Actually, my daughter made that, so you also get one. It's from my daughter.
Oh, thank you.
Yeah, you're welcome. I'm not for child labor, but yeah, anyhow. I kind of put her to work at home. She's only 4, but she knows how to make a bill of material, and she knows how to run a 3D printer. And she told me, Daddy, I want to give away some of these things. I know I got 3 minutes. Okay. I see the counter. Okay, we have... Oh, you don't want to be on there. Oh, hello. How are we doing this morning?
Good, how are you?
I'm doing just fine. yesterday. We had a conversation yesterday.
Yes, we did.
Can you tell everyone, what do you do for a living?
I'm a creator operations manager for CapCut.
Here we go. CapCut's in the house, guys. It's fine. We love competition too. Or partners.
Yeah, so I'm just here to connect with as many people as possible, see what everyone's doing, and yeah, I just want to get involved in the community.
Perfect. That's why we're all here. Okay, counter. Okay, we only have 2.5 minutes left. I'm trying to make sure Momo, sit down. You're not up yet. It's good that I keep track on all these people. Okay, we have more stuff. Sorry about that, guys. I feel like I'm a circus. I'm like always like this. I'm making things, and they don't like me for it. Or they do like me for it. They keep inviting me back. All right, good morning. Thank you, Repli. Things to remember, food stations, everything. We got it. Thank you so much. Why are you stressing me, Paula? We have 2 minutes left. Okay. Okay. So I'm actually going to be on time now because I tried to buy some time, and now I didn't give a little. Oh, I'm going to give that later. Noah is an esteemed. What do we call him? I'm a big fan of Noah. Noah's the next speaker. He's going to walk up here and be like a little bit nervous. So we're going to have to do this exercise where we're going to have to sound more than what we actually are. Right? Chris, are you listening? Yes. Put down the phone. Okay, Chris first will clap first. At the midway, we're halfway there. But after Chris has interacted, we're going to be all the way there. Okay? All right. So without further ado, do I have anything left that I need to say? Oh, they put on a show for me. We have a video to play where I'm going to be the main star. I'm just joking. It's a recap for you all from yesterday. So let's play that recap. I'm going to stand here if that's fine. Now, day number 1. So I also want to take an opportunity today to also thank the AV crew. We have lights and magic upstairs, and we have the audio guys there. We have video in this corner, and microphone and backstage run of show in this corner. So a big round of applause for these guys. And let's bring up the first speaker of the day, Noah. Give him a big round of applause. Thank you very much, guys.
Please welcome Noah Wagner, writer, director, and head of AI innovation at EchoBend.
Good morning, everyone. I hope we're feeling energized this morning. Thank you to everyone for being here, to Upscale for having me at this wonderful potluck of creative ideas. It's an honor to be here. My name is Noah Wagner. For those of you who don't know me, I'm a writer, director, filmmaker, and the head of AI and innovation at EchoBend Pictures down in Los Angeles. So my talk is called Nothing Has Changed, which I know is a weird title for a talk about AI and filmmaking, because obviously a lot is changing. The tools are changing, the timelines are changing, the access is changing, and I want to acknowledge that feeling because I feel it too. I feel a lot of pressure to keep up with everything. I know that kind of pervades throughout the whole community. But the more I integrate AI tools into my own process and into my own filmmaking mindset and muscle, because it is a muscle using AI, the more I keep coming back to the same thing, that the fundamentals haven't changed. So I want to acknowledge the feeling that comes with rapid change. There's a lot of uncertainty that comes with that. But uncertainty isn't always a negative thing. Whenever there are cracks in the status quo, I think that also means that there's possibility in the uncertainty, if you know where to look for it. So let's address this fruit that's on the screen behind me. I think the best creativity comes from discovery. And for the last decade or so, though, I kind of feel like a lot of the stories that we've been fed and that we've been allowed to tell aren't very fresh. It's sort of as if a lot of the low-hanging fruit has been plucked. And it's felt like you needed permission from the gatekeepers to even attempt to unlock the resources you need for some of the most ambitious fruit. I also feel like history rhymes. I keep thinking about the earlier moments from cinema history. I think about the 1920s and the studio systems that were just inventing themselves and creating a stable of filmmakers with their own stories to tell. Or better yet, the 1960s and the 1970s, kind of the new Hollywood era, when that same studio system was weakening and cheaper, more flexible production tools gave way to a new generation of exciting filmmakers like Martin Scorsese, Francis Ford Coppola, Steven Spielberg, George Lucas, everyone with their own stories to tell. And that even continues through YouTube coming into existence, TikTok, social media, DSLRs becoming available. History constantly rhymes if you listen for it. And I'm not saying that the current moment is exactly like those moments, but it does rhyme. The difference is, or at least one of the differences, is that you don't need a giant studio to give you permission. You and your collaborators can be that studio. So I'm pretty optimistic because I've seen history rhyming over and over again. But before we go too much further, a little bit about me. And don't mind my mini-me back here, although I guess I'm the mini-me in this case. I'm a traditional live-action director and writer, and I've been in the AI world for a little over a decade. I spent the first decade of my career in-house at HBO, where I was kind of a writer, director, editor, producer, creating BTS across all of their shows: Game of Thrones, Westworld, Silicon Valley, Ballers, sports, boxing, documentaries, pretty much everything. And basically my job was to interview all of the best showrunners, writers, directors, actors, heads of department, and ask them how they do what they do, and then would absorb that into my own process as a filmmaker outside of my life at HBO as well. And ultimately, it was kind of the premium version of the same equation, that the importance of craft, story, collaboration, taste was the most important thing regardless of medium. And then in 2016, I directed a live-action short film about AI called Watchroom. It starred Mamadou Ache, who was in most recently The Drama and Kinds of Kindness, and Jacob Batalon, who plays Ned Leeds in all of the Spider-Man films. And the film was basically about these three computer scientists who are testing AI within the safety of a virtual reality simulation, basically running these scenarios so that when they release the technology to the public, it's working for humanity and not against it. And at a certain point, the AI learns at risk of being shut down and sort of turns the table on its creators. So sort of like a story about red teaming. So let me play a quick clip for you, and then I'll give you a little bit more context.
What was that about self-modifying?
Bernie.
We might as well roll back to static UFs.
That's bullshit, and you know it. A hybrid system's the only way forward.
The guy's dead, Chloe, again.
Okay, so we do what everyone else is doing? Great idea.
Guys.
Nate, are you there?
Holy shit.
Thank you. So we consulted for this film with some of the world's leading AI scientists, like the top AI scientists, especially here in Silicon Valley, in order to ensure accuracy for the film. And so for me, AI was more of a story question and a human question before it was a production question. And in the process of making the film, we got an early look at early LLMs and image manipulation about like 2016, 2015, and it melted my brain that this is where things were going. And it gave me goosebumps that we were on the precipice of this world. And so that kind of primed me to be an early adopter as the tools became more publicly available. Because I just kind of find AI to be very, very empowering. I come from an editing background originally, and so my live action process was already editing the whole film in my head, putting it into shot list form. I could see it, but I could only write it. And so now this has been sort of an extension of that. I I think about if you've ever seen those videos of like a deaf child being given cochlear implants for the first time, and they're hearing things for the first time, and it brings tears to their eyes because they've gained a new sense. That's kind of what my experience was when I first started playing with the AI tools, because it really felt like I had kind of a third limb coming from my mind's eye being able to express itself. Now, in addition to my directing, I'm the head of AI and innovation at EchoBend Pictures, which was born out of live action about 5 years ago. But just like myself, I feel like it become a kind of a hybrid AI and live action studio that functions as a full-service creative agency, production, post, music, sound, across everything from music videos, commercials, branded content, features, podcasts. If you listen to the podcast Dear Future, we produce that. And then beyond that, we're very community-oriented. We're a bunch of kind of formerly lone wolves, and so we kind of found each other and created this very open-hearted wolf pack, if you will. We kind of treat the place like a free WeWork, and we host events and panels and kind of try to create an ecosystem for people to meet other great creatives, kind of like a little bit of a creative watering hole. So not all of what I'm about to show you on our sizzle is AI by any means, but this is just to give you a breadth of kind of the work that we do.
When I get home, I want you.
Are you interested in my body?
When I get home,
Wash.
I want you.
Sydney Sweeney. Body wash, Jeannie?
Hello, 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 I got places to be.
It's the whore.
Hello, I got places to be. Pretty, pretty brown, brown, got me weak in the knees. Slow up, you hold me
Nothing
down.
bad is happening here. Give me your hand!
Put up on the gas, running up numbers, shifting the axis like I was nasty. What if you believe it, but a man on the moon and damn what I gotta do?
Experience sophistication. I declare someone.
So kind of a wide range of things. So the next thing I want to quickly talk about is my and our philosophy around AI. There's kind of two main tenets. The first of which is necessity is the mother of invention, which I believe is a quote by Plato, but I think he'd be cool with me borrowing it because I think he'd be into AI tools. I'd love to see what he would make. And the reason that that's important is I feel like every project that comes in is its own new, unique problem to solve, which nothing has changed there. That's been true since before AI tools, but the difference now is that none of us have used these tools in the order that we're using them ever before. All of us are doing new things and breaking new ground. And so every project is a unique problem to solve. Every shot within that project is a unique problem to solve. And often we're having to invent new ways of doing things on the fly, which is, again, very exciting because the best creativity is a product of discovery. And then the second one is maximizing creativity. I think budgets have always been a critical part of filmmaking, obviously, and they come in all shapes and sizes. But I think the right mindset when it comes to AI is not how do I save money with it, but how do I use AI to maximize our creativity and make our money go further. Because I think if you go into any AI or any AI-adjacent project with an abundance mindset rather than a scarcity mindset, I think it's just generally a healthier way to approach things. I think there's no doubt you'll save money in some way, shape, or form in the end, but if you go in trying to do the most with your money, everything's going to work out in the end. So let me show you a recent example of a commercial where AI was involved that I directed for Amazon and Pet Armor. And this was a really special project, even if it doesn't feel like AI was involved at first glance. The premise of the campaign was basically that dogs and cats aren't really their best selves when they don't have like a play area to express themselves and burn off steam, which in turn affects like adoption rates at shelters because a lot of them don't have space. So in association with Best Friends Animal Society, we selected the shelter in rural Texas, just outside of Dallas, that was in desperate need of a permanent dog park and a catio, which is a word that I learned on this job. And it kind of culminated in this adoption day in which the shelter quadrupled their all-time adoption record, and 94% of all the animals in the shelter were adopted, which was wild. And then beyond that, Amazon released this platform on their website to help facilitate adoptions across the country based on the needs of their owner. So where did AI help us? Well, let me show you the commercial first, and then I'll break it down.
Playgrounds help pets get adopted, but many shelters don't have one. And just 6% more adoptions would make every U.S. shelter no-kill. So Pet Armor delivered a permanent catio and dog park to a shelter in need. With Pet Armor's flea and tick protection and an outdoor space that lets their personalities shine, pets become more ready for a home. Find adoptable pets on Amazon.
Needless to say, morale was like very high on that shoot. Like they didn't always cooperate, but it was fine. So there were 3 main shots where AI helped us on this project, all of which we did in Magnific, and 2 of which are probably pretty obvious: the impossible time lapses of the dog park and the catio. I had the original idea to do this when we were actually on set shooting our drone coverage of the dog park and getting our establishing shot of the catio, because I knew we had a lot of information to convey in 30 seconds, and there wasn't a lot of real estate, and I figured we're going to have like 4 seconds probably to convey the full extent to which we built these permanent structures. And honestly, if we didn't have AI tools at our disposal, we would have had to settle for just the completed structures and then relying on voiceover and then the audience having to do that math. And that's just not nearly as fun or visceral and instinctive as showing it. And so in order to accomplish this, we created empty plates using a combination of Nano Banana and Photoshop, and then generated the moves using Seed Dance and Kling to sort of do the push-in. But these are the actual structures that we built, and then we used AI to sort of bring those things to life. But the third place where we used AI is pretty invisible. Basically because filming with animals is very unpredictable, we plan to capture a variety of different locations and interactions and frame sizes, and then kind of figure out the animal montage at the end when we were in the edit. And so when we figured out the perfect sequence, it ended up that we had this Boston Terrier here, which, by the way, it's very important that you know his name is Lord Queso Von Taco. And he only responded to my liege, at least we thought that. Anyways, you see him kind of running over this ramp, and then the next shot, we knew he was our hero dog to be licking the hero employee's face. But the thing was, we couldn't actually get the dog to run up to her. We actually had to put chicken on the far side of her face, which is a trick I learned from the trainer, so that LQ here, because Lord Queso Von Taco is a mouthful, would stay there licking her face, which we thought was fine for our final shot. And, it's very nice. But once we established that the dog is running over the ramp in the preceding shot, we thought it'd be really elegant and nice if Lord Queso ran across the screen. So in order to do this, the first thing we did was take an original still from our edit where we wanted things to sync up. And this is an actual thing that was shot. And then we nano-bananaed our way to a shot of our employee with her arms outstretched, kind of expecting an off-screen dog. Then we prompted for the dog to run up to her and start licking her face. And then to unify the 2 shots, originally we used Sora 1 for our rough cut, and then that tool magically disappeared midway through the process. So we managed to color match on our own, and the result was this. But fortunately, I think Magnific's coming out with a new tool called, I think, Fix Mode that's in closed beta right now. But fortunately, that's finally going to get fixed, because I don't know about you guys, but it bothers me so much when you do first frame, last frame, join those things together, and you get those little hinges in the edit. But as you can see, the dog never really ran up to the woman on set. We managed to create that afterwards and seamlessly integrate that into our edit. And so Amazon is one example of this, with live action at the center, AI around the edges, kind of helping us solve very specific production problems. But I don't think there's one correct ratio of live action to AI. I think every story has to tell you what it needs. So, for example, we're currently prepping for a feature that I'm directing and co-wrote called The Dirty Oyster. And The Dirty Oyster is a magical realism romance about this restaurant called The Dirty Oyster, where you're guaranteed to meet your true love before you leave if you eat their oyster bisque. It's the only thing that they serve. It's sort of like a Before Sunrise meets Alice in Wonderland. And these visuals are also, by the way, just tonally representative of the film, not literal, because for this project, the human chemistry is the whole point. Ultimately, this is a romance between two people for an audience of people, so nothing has changed there. I like to believe that that type of chemistry isn't something that can be simulated, at least not yet. But AI will be hugely helpful for enriching environments, insert shots, and overall kind of maximizing what we're able to do. And so we'll be filming with real actors using a clever combination of on location and in studio, kind of using Gaussian splats and things like that. And so this film wasn't originally written to be any sort of AI film. This was rooted very much in my and my writing partner's own experiences with love and with our mindsets, our outlooks on the world, being a romantic, being a skeptic, and taking you kind of halfway to the other side. But I do get goosebumps from the timing of all of this, that the technology is arriving just as we're setting out to make this film into the fullest version of itself. Now, the last project I'd like to talk about is something brand new. For the past couple of months, I've been working on this 3-part, 22-minute animated series commissioned by a new studio called Neura. And the series is called Rainbow Hollow. And it's my own original concept, it's my own IP, and it was inspired by something very real from my own life. And so what I'm about to show you is the world premiere of the first 2 minutes of the pilot. So let's play it first, and then I'll provide a little bit of context about it.
He ran toward what the rest of us run from. When something burned up, Milo fought to keep it here. But he doesn't have to fight anymore. We return his body now to the earth, and the rest to the sweep of eternity. Milo's end of endings begins.
Hey there, neighbor. Oh, my God. Oh, flattered, but no. Lazarus. Lassie. Next plot over.
I'm dead. I mean, like Oh, my God.
Damn me to hell. Where are my manners? Congratulations. How? Well, it's a good thing you didn't go out in a blaze of glory. Come on! We're bound for Rainbow Hollow!
Rainbow? What?
You're going to have to tune in to find out where that poll goes. So the idea for Rainbow Hollow came to me in 2019. I was at the funeral for a dear friend of mine, Michael Caney, and also my producer, one of my producers, who passed away from cancer far too young. He was actually one of the producers on Watchroom, which I showed earlier, and he lived right here in San Francisco, had a production company not far from here. And he believed in me earlier than most people, and he always just told me when in doubt to create. So I was at his funeral, I was watching his casket being lowered, and this flash of an idea came to me. I don't know why. And maybe it's because I'm generally a romantic, nostalgic person who tends to anthropomorphize a lot. But I figured, death sucks. There's really no good way to put a body to rest. You're taking a body, you're putting it in a small box, you're covering it with 6 feet of dirt, and then putting it underground. That's just super claustrophobic. And the alternative is burning the body into ash. There's just no good way to put a body to rest. And so I had this flash of an idea that was a sad funeral, and then the camera descends below, and you just hear a, "Hey there, neighbor," And I just kind of felt like that gave me a lot of peace to imagine that all of our loved ones might live in this like society, at least 6 feet underground, living out eternity and not confined to a box. And so my instinct for this project was that this was claymation, I think to offset the heaviness of the topic. But this was 2019, and I had just actually produced a literal claymation video, which took 4 months, and so I did not think we were going to have the resources to do something like this. So I figured this was an idea that was going to sort of be living on in my notes app forever. So then flash forward to 2026, and I was commissioned to do an animated series not too long ago, and this idea popped back in my head, and I thought this was the perfect opportunity to bring this idea to life and to keep Mike's memory alive. And so the development of Rainbow Hollow has been no different than any of my live-action projects for the most part. It started with a story outline, started with a script, written by my longtime writing partner, Michael Kohler, who also wrote Watchroom and is my co-writer on The Dirty Oyster. And much like a Mid-Journey image, I feel like my idea started as these vague flashes of light and outlines. I can see shadows, I can see tone, I can see broad strokes, but with my writing partner, I'm able to we're sort of brainstorm together, serve as each other's therapists. It's a very, very healthy thing, and together it kind of all comes into view. And so we landed on this story of a firefighter who dies an untimely death and learns about Rainbow Hollow and what happens after you die, and realizes his wife wants to be cremated. So he decides to set out to kill her for her own good so that they can live out eternity deep underground. And here's just a quick animation test that we did.
Sorry, little guy.
And once I knew Seed Dance could handle claymation violence, I knew we were set. So from there, I created some initial character renders. These are a combination of Midjourney, GPT-2, Nano Banana, the latter two of which you can get on Magnific. And you can do this with original photography too. There's really no end to the combination of things you can do to create an AI piece. And then I create close-ups and wides and 360-degree character sheets. I do this for characters, environments, props. There's really no detail too small to really drill down and put as much intention into every frame as you can. And I do this whether it's live action or animation. Again, nothing has changed there. And I make the distinction between the two because I feel like even photoreal animation with AI is still, or photoreal AI is still animation, which means it's a slightly different mindset and there's a lot of downstream things because there's nothing worse than putting a firefighter's hat on a character and then realizing later on that you need to make changes, and so you have to go backwards. And then I try to create first frames as best I can using Nano Banana and GPT-2, and then put that cocktail of ingredients into motion in an omni-reference tool like Seed Dance or Kling or Google Omni. As far as editing is concerned, my process is a little unorthodox. I do generally recommend, especially if you're working as a team, to do all your first frames before moving into motion, just so you can kind of keep everything under one umbrella. I've always sort of felt like, however, I sort of felt like if you do all of those images in a row, it's sort of a series of tableaus, and the videos that you get out of that and the edit you get out of that feel like they were composed for each image, rather than being based on how the kinetic motion of those shots go together in the edit. And so I direct everything with the edit in mind, and so I generally try to craft one shot at a time or a small series of shots, sort of laying the track in front of the train as I go in Premiere. But I'm not riding blind. I have the script and I have what's going on in my mind's eye, but this gives me the freedom to remain open-minded to what the tools are giving back to me, and actually to become inspired by some of the hallucinations and weird happy accidents and creative discoveries that I have. Earlier you saw Lazarus pull a Milo up by the head out of that hole. I didn't prompt it to do that. I was really trying to do it normal, and then I thought that's super silly. I have to include that. Yeah, again, it just keeps you open to not having to downstream change a bunch of stuff afterwards. And then the other essential piece for me is sound. Ironically, I think cinema is 60% sound, 40% visuals, and I think for trailers, where I come from originally, it's even higher than that. I generally like to record humans for my main characters. I just feel like they add an intangible level of imperfection and humanity to your characters, and the actors will come up with something that you could never predicted. There's that phrase that the eye is the window to the soul, and I would just amend that to say that the voice is the instrument of the soul. And with that said, I do use 11 Labs quite a bit as well, especially for my side characters, for voiceover. It's like pretty insane how you can coach some of these characters and performances. And as the old adage goes, this is the worst it'll ever be. So, the process is always changing. And then I always hire a sound designer and a Foley artist, and get the best one you can. They add so much to the project. Even if you're doing a lot of it in your edit, they add so much more to it. You can do a lot with sound libraries and generating hero sounds using AI, but I'm all about the utmost control and precision. And so I like the imperfections, and I like the creative custom layering that a talented Foley artist can provide. And this is no different than an animation process, where sound is what brings all of these manufactured images to life. And here's some stuff from our Foley session for Pet Armor. And so to finish things off, I'd like to return to our tree, which we can't even get into because we're on the outside looking in. I feel it in my bones that we're on the verge of a new kind of artistic renaissance. I think there's going to be an explosion of creativity, and we all get to be a part of that. If I've learned anything from history, I feel like audiences don't fundamentally care what tool you use, so long as you move them emotionally, you make them laugh, you make them cry, you entertain them. The sell is not the tech, the sell is the story and the human emotion. And so I think the gates to your vision are crumbling, and I think there are fruit to be picked again. I think we live in a historic time where each of us is literally trailblazing, and so we have a responsibility to be thoughtful about the work that we do and to be intentional about the work that we do. I remember at Upscale, Martin was saying the difference between art and slop is intention, and I couldn't agree more. And so if nothing else, I hope you walk away from this talk inspired to tell the story that you wrote down in your notes app 10 years ago, because like Rainbow Hollow was for me, because chances are, if it sticks with you for that long, it'll stick with someone else. But when in doubt, just remember, nothing has changed, even as everything around you does. Please be in touch. Thank you for being such a great audience. Thank you, Upscale.
All right, we're starting to fill up the room. I forgot my papers up here. Don't kill. All right. The last one? Can you get the last slide up again? Is that possible for them to snap a photo, QR code, whatever? Don't leave. Guys, don't leave. We have Momo Wang coming up. I'm not going to be here forever. Do not leave. This next speaker is going to be absolutely amazing. Please stay seated. I had some service announcement to make. There are chargers here in those pods, and I saw some people before, they were just tapping like crazy. Chargers are popping out. That's great if you need to charge your phone or your laptop. But yesterday we had chargers gone missing. I'm not accusing anyone, but please do not take these chargers with you home. When you're done with them, return them to the charging dock so other people can benefit from it. Thank you. I think we're done with that now. We can remove that and get going on loading the other one. What else? Yeah, we have one situation. So we found some delicate personal information yesterday, a passport. And we need to, we obviously not going to say who it belongs to, but we need, if someone lost a passport, contact anyone in the maroon shirts, or head to the merch shop and ask, I don't think you want to be without your passport. It was also some other documents in there, same person. So if you know someone that lost a passport, or if you lost your passport, please go there, and we have it for you. Well, I think we're ready to go. Are you fired up? Good, fired up, ready to go. Invite Momo to the stage. Big applause, thank you.
Please welcome Momo Wang, creator and founder of Bunny Galaxy.
Good morning, everyone.
So happy to be here. Thank you for having me. I'm Momo Wang, animation director, creator of Tootski, founder of Bunny Galaxy. So yeah, today I'm going to talk about animation and how to build a franchise. But before that, I would like to show you a picture. This is a painting, the oil paint I made, the first oil painting I made when I was 12 years old. I still remember how happy when I was working on it, but I knew this would be my first oil painting, also the last one. I grew up with a single mom. My mom had to work 3 jobs a day to keep me in school. We live in a 200 square feet tiny house. And in the first 18 years of my life, I have to use a public restroom down the street. Drawing was always free, but we couldn't afford oil paint. So 12 years old me have to put down the brush, and I have to give up my dream because I couldn't afford the tools. That feeling never left me. Yeah, I worked in animation for over 20 years. I still remember how did I start my journey. So I went to the best animation school in China, and when the very first winter break, I got an internship. I was so excited because my team leader was one of the best 3 top Flash animators in China. And so when internet hit, they are like rock stars. So one day we had a company trip. I finally walked up to him and asked, "May I have a photo with you?" And then he said, "Yeah, sure, let's go stand by the river." So if you ever been to a river, those rocks actually covered in moss. Yep, I slept, face down in the water. I can hear people really worried and running, rush to me and said, "Hey, Momo, are you okay?" And then I hear this guy, my idol, who's standing closest to me and doing "Ha ha ha, oh my gosh, take a photo of her, quick, what are you guys doing?" And then there was a moment, my face was in the water, and then there was only one single thought in my mind, which is, if one day I ever become successful, I will be very kind to my fans. Yeah, I didn't know my moment was coming. So usually people see the success comes with 3 things: timing, idea, and team. So in the 3rd year of my college, there was the internet. The internet was exploded in China. So suddenly everybody was using online chatting app. So I wanted to express myself, but I couldn't find the right language. So I decided to create a character. By that moment, all the other characters, when they cry, when they smile, they were using the same way. I want to make something different. Years later, I learned there was a word for that. That was differentiation. And then, Tootski was different. Only 2 lines on the face, no expression, only use body language. After I made the first sticker and post online, 1 week later, everybody was using it. So I kept doing more. And, doing a great IP wasn't just one thing. That's a world with all the layers. And then, each new illustration, actually, that's showing the new side of the character. And then one of them, the one in the right side, so that one is showing the cool on the outside and the soft on the inside. That one became so popular that people start to tattooing this image on their bodies. And then, within 6 months, Tootski went viral online across over 10 countries. And then it became the top 8 in Japan, top 2 in Korea, and the top 1 in China. Myself also became the top 45 on China's most influential people list. With all the entrepreneurs, I was the only animator in this country that have 1 billion people. And so all the major brands, they came to me, want to collaborate. And then one day I was reviewing a proposal from an advertising company. And I didn't like the plan. I didn't like the proposal. I said, you guys do it again. They pushed it back. And then they asked me, "Momo, do you know who did this proposal?" They told me a name. That was him, my idol. The person who laughed and clapped when I had my face in the water. 2 years, that's how long it took. I was sitting by the table and reviewing his work. And then for the success for my first IP, actually that means bigger than a milestone for me. So I called my mom and said, Mom, starting today, you don't need to work anymore. And I bought an apartment for her, 8 times bigger than the tiny small home I grew up with. But success also broke me. Well, that was the year many people came to me want to take advantage. And I was 21 years old. I have no team, have no lawyer, have no one to call. And then I still remember one day I was standing by the window, at a 9th floor window, and I looked down. I was thinking, why I have to carry all of this? Why not just do one step forward, and then I can stop everything? But I didn't do it, because I thought about my mom. Life has been not fair for her. I couldn't make it harder. So I walked away from the window, and then go back to my laptop, and then I saw the first email in my mailbox. That was from Turner, a Warner Brothers company. They want to take Upscale global. So I didn't have a team. I have an idea, timing, but didn't have a team. But Warner Brothers did. They grew Upscale into a global phenomenon. Yeah, that year almost broke me, and then I turned that experience into a book. That became the best-selling graphic novel in China through the whole year. The single book sold over 500,000 copies. And then that's the picture for my typical book signing. I was right there, if you see the giant number 2. I was sitting there, long hair, the pink shirt over there. So I had over 50 book signings. Each one stayed like 5-6 hours. And then I stayed until very last people left, every single time. I did what I promised. So, and then I followed my dream. I moved to U.S. I followed my dream, go to CalArts, have a animation master's degree, and then I got a chance to spent 6 years in illumination. That experience actually changed my life. Because first of all, I direct Peng Lai, the 2D traditional animation film, was produced by Illumination and voiced by Scarlett Johansson, qualified for Oscar 2023. And then for the first time, I didn't create everything by my own. I was leading a team. And then, I got a chance to work on many, some of the world's biggest franchises, and then deeply involved from the film development to marketing. And then I learned how to develop the franchise at scale. And of course, I'm gonna make stickers for Minions. So there are 357 stickers, Minion stickers online. One of mine got 21% of the all views. That's the one. Yeah, and then in the past 3 years, I've been engaging with AI filmmaking. I still remember in the middle of 2023, so one day I spent 3 hours. From the beginning, I have an idea, and until I finish everything, including subtitle, I did the 1.5 minute trailer. I was mind-blowing. That was the moment I decided I will work on the AI filmmaking. And then, here's the project called Wink. I directed AI short film. Was premiered at Sundance this year. So even though I work on AI filmmaking, I still believe the good stories and the characters, they are a reflection of a real human experience. So the main character for my film, that's called Wink, actually that came from the real rescue cat I adopted. So that's the comic I did about how I adopt my cat. And then, so I often had people ask, like, how do you copyright your artwork? Because we are using AI tools, it's hard to tell. So I will say, if you start a character from the sketch, your sketch is copyrighted. I usually start with a sketch, and then try it out, like a 2D style, 3D style, and try different art style, like oil, like painting, and also watercolor, and then in the end, we use the AI tool to turn it into the 3D look. And then, I feel for getting unique stories, you have to have a unique experience. So one of my comic series called Momo Dating Diary. For collecting the materials, I went on 300 blind dates in 2 years. I learned a lot. I even took dating classes. I want to be professional for everything, And so something I have learned, if you always want to pretend to be perfect, then the people you attract don't even actually know you. So I took that idea and then also became part of the story for Wink. Yeah, so after I built the whole character, like no matter which one, before I start to use any tools, I will ask me 3 questions. So who's Wink? What she wants? What's she afraid of? And after I answer all those questions, I start to build the whole world. So for all that projects, I mean, after we use an AI tool, it's kind of many parts of the production we get much faster because new technology. And I usually start with the character design, start with the sketch. That's still the easiest way to make a character design. And then I combine 5 to 10 images together and combine and modify in Photoshop. Yeah, we can easily to generate like 3. After we have the main design, we can get 3 views for all the each characters. Yeah, of course, the environment design. And then here's the lineup for the characters: the human characters, the animal characters. Yeah, here's a collection of the layouts. So those images actually covered 3 main challenges when we work on that film. So that's those 3. First of all, there was like whole sequence in the opening shots. And by that moment, the AI doesn't understand the motion logic. So how to make the fan turn first, and the bottle fall the second, and then the wheel rolling in the end. They can't understand. We have to generate many, many times. And then like lip syncing, yeah, common question. So usually the animal already hard to make a lip syncing than human, and then we have a chameleon. And then yeah, character consistency. So because AI model, they were trained by existing data, so when you have a really unique design, like this one, Wink, only one eye. So the closed-eyed and the folding ear always open. When you're working on this comedy animation, sometimes I'm feeling like we're working on a horror film, you know? Yeah. And then here is a clip.
Since I was a kitten, I've been... Ah, monster! I was gonna say different, but whatever. Then, one night, everything changed.
That boo-hoo-hoo act isn't gonna get you anywhere, honey. You need to transform into what they want you to be.
I took my future into my own paws.
Well, I definitely feel this year is totally different. Like in the past few years, we are still talking like, well, what can AI even make something? Or like how AI can help creator to make work? But now, like this year, all the question about how to direct with a big scale, like how to deliver the quality. And yeah, so this year is definitely everybody in the production mode. My background is animation director. So like for traditional animation, they usually take much longer term than live action film. So live action film is possible to be shot in a few months or even a few weeks and edit into a 90-minute film, go to the theater. Never happened for animation. Animation movie takes 3 to 5 years to make. You can see how much work that's for frame by frame 2D and the 3D modeling. And but there's a question, how many of 5 years you can have your whole entire life? So here's a picture that's from the image 1, that's a 2D animation I directed. From the image 1, the rough storyboard to the final frame took 2 years to make. And then 2024, there was the project I collaborated with Clean called Until We Meet Again. So that's about the teenager depression. So that's a hybrid workflow. So from the review system, we're still using the cloud, like sharing sheets. So every each role that connect with the different people in the team. Like I have one role, and then character designer and the storyboarder, and then like special effects people. Like every time you finish your assignment, and you change the color. And then for the image, because we couldn't reach the highest quality by that moment, by that year, so we have to individually generate all the elements in one shot. So that became the small team have 2 people, particular, only work on the Photoshop. Their job is just put the green screen and then cut off, and then put the red color and cut off again. And then, so all the shots we generate with the AI tools, and then combine and polish with the special effects. Here's the result. That simple shot actually has 15 layers. And here we go, 2026. There's a whole AI workflow with a Wink. There's a whole review system. That's on Adobe Firefly. And then like everybody can work together. For the review system, we saved more than 80% of the time for the daily review. There's one panel for character design, one panel for the environment design. And so every day we have the first row with the storyboard and the layout, the second row, that's the layout version 1, version 2, version 3. My job is getting easier because I can only put the color dots on it. So there's a green star means great job, keep going past, go to the animation. And then the yellow one means, oh, direction's right, but small adjustment. The red one, you are in trouble. Yeah, there's another project I'm working on this year. That's I'm collaborating with a leading entertainment company in China, YJGWA. We are creating this original animated IP, Watopia. And then we're going to drop, end of this month, we're going to drop the animated series, the AI animated microdrama. Here's the clip for the episode 1. I mean, yeah, I work on different levels, different types of the AI film projects. I take microdrama seriously because I believe that's still, by this moment, still the fastest way to test an IP. You can learn the audience behavior right away. Yeah, but we still have the, no matter that's a microdrama workflow or higher-end AI filmmaking workflow, we still have the quality bar over there. So what's the difference is just the review process and the workflow. So that's when we work on Wink. We tried out 3 different styles to tell the story. There's cinematic style, action style, more cartoony style. So like, sometimes right now, I know a lot of people, they skip the storyboarding step for AI filmmaking, but I don't think so. I still keep that step because storyboard is not just drawing the panel, it's more about the decision making, like how we want to tell this story. After we divide with large scale, there were some challenges over here. I feel AI made directing even harder in a weird way. Like one of the projects I'm directing, if we go with a 3D traditional workflow, they're gonna be 5 to 6 years to make. Right now, with AI workflow, we can finish the whole project within 1 year. But many parts of the production, they get faster because with the technology, they have less work, but not for directors. But you have to make same amount of the creative decision as before, but at the same time have to be 5 times faster and with a 5 times bigger scale. And then, yeah, the AI pipeline. So AI pipeline sometimes, especially in the early time, so the gap between the different films actually depends on how much, like which tool you are using. Like I often look at online, I can tell like which one did use Magnific and which one not, because you can see from the final result. And then after you're directing the large-scale projects, like work with multiple studios together, production studios together, and work is around like, over 100 people. That became the big challenge, that's a quality control. It's not about the tools, it's about the people. When the tools are the same, how to put all the team, everybody to the same level, deliver the same quality work with the hit our standard bar. That became the real challenge. Yeah, so I just shared there was a moment middle of 2023. I was deeply shocked when the first time I did an AI film. That was a moment I made 2 decisions. One is I decided I will work on AI filmmaking. Another one, I told myself, I want to pick up my brush again, complete my dream, become a painter. Yeah, also because I believe in the future, handcraft gonna be a luxury skill. And then, yeah, I got a chance last year to show my work at the Zona Marco Art Fair. That was one of the largest Latin America art fair in Mexico. I was so excited until I arrived at art fair and looked at where they hung my painting. You know, the booth was 3 sides, right? There was one wall that's a golden spot because they face to the traffic. They're going to catch all attention. And then another wall going to be invisible. That's where my painting are. And then when I arrived there, I feel that's even more challenging. That's, oh my gosh, that's an insane competition. You know what I mean? Everybody was so amazing. I was surrounded by the world-class galleries and artists. And I'm an animation director, 2 years part-time artist. And then that was the moment I realized the chance for me to sell my art here is 0. And then I feel, no, I never gave up. I told myself, look, if you can sell your artwork in this position, this situation, then I can pitch any ideas to any film studios. So I made a strategy. And I brought 3 paintings to Zona Marco. So one of the paintings, I used AI to turn that into use the AI Hunyuan, the model, to turn into a 3D model and then make it an AR experience. And then, so when most of the other artists, when they are like being cool or being shy, stay in the booths, I wasn't. I grabbed the iPad, standing in the middle of the art fair, I said, who want to see the only AR painting at Zona Marco this year? And then everybody, they were stopped. And then people follow in. And then after I come to my booth, I gave them 3 layers. First of all, I told them, I have to, because my strategy, the main core, that's about the 3 problems I have to hit, like visibly, uniqueness, and the connection. So after they came to my booth, I will deliver 3 levels. First of all, the materials. I told them, look at my painting. That was made by natural material from China, mixed with the gel from Japan, and the 5 layers of 24K gold leaves painted on the wood block. And then the next layer, the culture-relatable texture. So I told them, so all the monsters I was painting, actually that's Alabrihis, that's a Mexican monster, but built up with a Chinese monster from 1,000 years ago. Each one comes with different meanings. And then the next one, finally, emotional connection. I told them, so the reason for I'm doing this lucky series of monsters, because I feel I'm a really lucky person, and I'm really grateful. So the painting is my way to share my luck and energy with everybody in the world. Immediately, a person said, I will buy it. And yeah, so that's what happened is the AI brought them, came through the door, the story keep them in the room, and then emotional connection make them buy. So that's what I believe that people don't invest in technology. People invest in the world they believe in. Right now, when I look at this painting, this my first oil paint, I remember that little girl, live in a 200 square feet, tiny little house, no toys, no restroom. And right now, she became the first animation director inducted into Asian Hall of Fame, has the handprint and the picture on the wall of a China National Film Museum, right next to Wong Kar-wai. And then directing one of the largest scale AI film projects in the industry. Here's something I believe. So when the tools are easy and cheap to access, nobody have to give up your dream anymore. And when everybody have the access to reach the same tools, the only thing that makes difference, that's you. Every moment of your life, up and low, the happy ones, the painful ones, the embarrassing ones. Yeah, even including the ones like you end up with your face was in the water. Yeah, so every other part of your life build up your voice, your perspective, your story. And that's something no tools can generate and no prompts can replace. Thank you.
Welcome back, everybody. Now this is a creative partners moment here at Upscale Conf. Magnific is not just a tool, it is a community that makes it all happen. I'm here with two amazing creators from the community to talk about their experiences working with Magnific. And yeah, so introduce yourself.
Hey everyone, my name is Jared Liu. I'm an educator in the AI space. I make a ton of tutorials on how to use AI art and video tools.
Hello, my name is Gabriela C. Walther, and I'm a filmmaker, artist, and creative partner of Magnific. Happy to be here.
Awesome, thank you so much for coming here. It's amazing to see you here, and also great to meet you in person. I got to meet Jared actually through this community, so it's also amazing to meet him here as well. So, I just want to ask you, how did this start for you, and what was the first thing that pulled you into the Magnific community?
Honestly, it's the openness of everyone. Like, we're all from different backgrounds, and I felt so welcome speaking to the Magnific team, but also the wider community as well, such people like yourself. Like, it's so easy to speak to people here and just talk openly about what we're doing in our lives. It's incredible, honestly.
So back in 2024, I joined the CPP from Magnific, and from there, it just opened up so many opportunities, meeting new people, but it all really made it real when I was at Upscale last year. It's actually where I met Jared and most of the community, so I'm happy to be here.
And then honestly for me too, like I got to meet so many of my friends attending this event in person for the first time, and also people don't really have their faces online, so you see them like, oh, I'm Ink, and I'm like, oh, so good to actually meet you in real life. All right, another question, was there a moment you realized that this wasn't just a tool, but also a group to really connect with people?
I think it was a group and a community first before it was a tool for me, to be honest, because when I first started speaking to Magnific was a couple years ago, they came to me when I was still growing my online brand and my content, and they gave me an opportunity not just to work with their tool, but to meet the people behind the scenes, and I think that's what makes it really special. It's not just who and what you're making, but what the vision is, and that's what Magnific is to me.
So I have to agree on that. I feel Magnific and the team really care about the creatives and really care about the process behind, so you really feel fostered and welcoming and like a creative family, honestly. So the tool is amazing, but the community behind it and the team supporting every doubt you may have or any process that you may need, the feedback, anything, they really take it into account. So that's what makes it amazing.
I agree that so much. To me, this is not just a community either. To me, it is actually family, and I feel that every time I attend Upscale. So I'm very grateful to be here as well. What does community give you that you can't get anywhere else? What does this community give you that you can't get anywhere else?
Opportunities, because it's not Magnific gives an opportunity for everyone to get together, and when you meet people, you collaborate. Like I met Gabriela last year at Upscale, and now a year later we're speaking on stage together. But between that, we've been like speaking all the time about the work we're doing, the clients we're working with, and our experiences, the new tools that are out there. You just can't get that anywhere else. Like It's so cool.
Amazing.
I feel it's a very nice bridge between, like creators, photographers, a lot of different backgrounds. Like Jared was in music, so it doesn't matter where you come from. It's a meeting point for all the creatives here, and it feels like a support group as well. So any doubts we may have, any suggestions, tips, tricks, anything, the community is there. So I feel that is like the very strong part of being part of the Magnific community.
And me and Jared actually met very early on in our careers, and these types of events have helped us grow together at a very similar rate, and it's really cool to grow together with people in this space. So I'm very lucky to have it as well. Real quick, I have a question. One word to describe this community.
Oh, passionate. Very, very passionate.
I love passionate. That is a great word.
Well, that's the thing that stands out, because passion isn't just about what you've done, but what you're going to create. And I think when you meet people that are passionate about what they're specifically working on in their background, it inspires you and also validates your passion as well. Going, I'm in the right place, I'm doing the right thing, and I love doing what I'm doing. So that's a key thing.
Gabby?
I think that's a really good answer, and I was thinking about support, but also Magnific. So if I could merge those two, it just gets better every year, every time, every update. It keeps getting better, and you can feel the support and that they actually care about the creatives that are being part of the community. So.
And it's always hard when someone gives the answer first that you want to give. You're like, I was gonna say that. I'm gonna ask you the next one. All right, Gabby. I'm sorry to cut you off that time. Okay. We're a day and a half in the Upscale conference. How does it actually feel to you to be here? I'm starting with this side.
That's all right.
We're switching sides, Jared.
Honestly, it has been surreal in a good way. Meeting a lot of people that I have met online for the first time here, or re-encountering, because they're all over the place. Everyone's coming from all over the world, so it's surreal in that sense and very heartwarming. I'm so grateful and so happy. It has been amazing, and it just keeps getting better.
And it's funny because I see Jared in a new city, in a new state every time I see him. But it's still every time I see him, it's like I just saw him the day before, and we still feel so connected. Jared, how about for you?
Yeah, look, everyone's here. Like, and it's obviously from the creative side, we're all here, but there's like a great mixture of people from different industries, like professionals, press, PR, media, so many different backgrounds. Everyone I meet here is doing something different, and I think that really shows that Magnific and the community and Upscale is for everyone, like literally everyone. Yeah.
I 100% agree. Okay, so what does it actually mean to be creative partner with Magnific? It's quick though. I need a 10-second answer.
I mean, creative freedom. And I love that. We have agency over what we want to create, and we have a space to tell it.
Awesome, Jared.
The support of Magnific is amazing. Again, we can create whatever we want to create, but having the support of the people behind the tools means so much. We feel like we're part of that journey with them, and that's huge.
Amazing. That's a great conversation. I love you guys both. Still good to see you. We're going to pass it back to Aaliyah in the envelope.
All right, everyone, welcome back. Let's welcome someone who's not just imagining the future of filmmaking, he's building it. Kavan Cardoza, better known as Kavan the Kid, is an award-winning filmmaker, co-founder of Phantom X, and one of the leading voices in AI cinema. From Echo Hunter to the Chronicles of the Bone, the first Magnific original series, Kavan is pushing AI beyond the tech demo and into real cinematic storytelling. And I have to say, there's an extra excitement around the Chronicles of Bone here at Upscale today, because tomorrow the audience will get the experience of the latest available episode on the big screen. You won't want to miss that. Let's talk about his process, his worlds, and what happens when imagination and technology collide. Welcome, Kavan.
Thank you so much for having me.
Yeah, I'm so excited to talk to you today.
Yeah, likewise.
So, Kavan, later today, you'll be a part of a panel, right?
That's correct.
About the future of AI filmmaking and storytelling. So I don't want to steal all the big AI future of Hollywood talk from you or those answers just yet. But for this conversation, I'd love to get a little bit more personal. All right, I want to talk about your process. We want to hear about your instincts and how you actually build these worlds. Can we get into that?
Of course.
All right. So first up, did AI change your taste, or did it simply give you a new way to express what was already there?
Oh, 100%. Just a new way to express what was already there. You know, outside of being, before AI, a music video director and a commercial director, I also did fine art surrealism photography. And a lot of those influences, if you like look at my old work from those days, are very much present in the Chronicles of Bone.
Love that, love that. And do you feel like your experience as a director, right, gives you an advantage in AI storytelling?
Yeah, I think so. But at the same time, I think we're at a stage in where, like, essentially you can learn anything on YouTube.
Yeah.
So I think if someone's learning the tools and they don't come from a background of film or something like that, they can learn film theory, correct blocking, all of those things through videos on YouTube, through courses on like Curious Refuge, all those things. Like, there's so many tutorials throughout the entire internet where it's so easy to learn this side of it.
Yeah.
So that's why, like, I've already told like all of my traditional filmmaking friends that it's like, you guys should really start learning the tools, because at first you will have an advantage, but that's not going to stop someone who doesn't come from that background from learning all that stuff, and then eventually, you know, being at the same caliber as them in the sense of like film theory. But also on top of that, I would say that there's so much that, like, there's really not a competition. It's just like, what makes me so excited about AI is we're now going to start seeing this new wave of storytelling with voices we've never heard from before, and no influence from like studios or other people telling them what to do.
Yeah, and we love a good YouTube university, so I love that you threw that in there.
Oh yeah, of course. Love YouTube. YouTube's the best.
YouTube's the best. Now, a lot of people still imagine AI filmmaking as typing a prompt and instantly getting a movie, right? But when you watch your work, it feels very directed, or specific worlds, specific pacing, specific moods, which I love, and I know that we all love. What does a normal creative day look like for you when you're building an AI film or a series?
Well, I say this always. It always starts with the script. Like, so first and foremost, and this doesn't involve any AI, it's writing. You know, like, spend as much time as possible like actually crafting your story and writing something that's going to be meaningful and beneficial, and is well thought out. Yeah. But then once you go into your actual AI production, it's from, you know, some of my favorite elements is costume design and figuring out the wardrobe of what each character is going to be. Like, when I designed Chronicles of Bone, I didn't care if it was like a main character or like a character that's only going to appear in, you know, one episode.
Yeah.
I was like, I want every character to be cool enough to where, like, if they were an action figure, like a kid would want to buy that toy, like, no matter what the character is. So I think like every character should look badass. And then on top of that, location design, and then you go into like actual, building out the video elements itself, which, at this current stage, at this moment in the world, I'm using CDance 2.0 inside Magnific, which is an incredibly powerful tool. And then, the editing side is very much still traditional, using, Premiere, After Effects, DaVinci, Blender. I think those are primarily the main backside elements of it. Yeah.
And speaking of those details like costumes and the script writing, how much of your process is planned, and how much of it are you discovering through things like iteration?
I would say the majority of it is pretty planned out. Of like, I know what I want, like what I'm very specifically going for, but it still requires iteration. Like, for instance, when I was designing the King Arthur character, like I made a base version of him because I feel like when you're trying to put in too many details, sometimes AI can struggle. So like, focus on the base, get that, stick him back in. Okay, now I'm going to add like a bunch of throwing knives here, take that out. Now I'm going to add some stuff around like a belt around his leg. Like some of the inspiration I get like for designing some of these characters is there's a comic book artist named Rob Liefeld, and I always loved the way he designed his characters. Like it had tons of pouches and this and that and all, like so many extra elements, and I love that the details. So like love always expanding and having characters that have like multi-detail.
And speaking of the details, I would love to know, do you begin with a written script, a visual reference, characters, music, or is it just a vibe?
Oh, always a script.
Always a script.
Always a script. Always, yeah. It's very important to write a script. So like I normally, like whenever I'm coming up with an idea, it starts with, like I'll just kind of free write, like in the sense of like a document, and so I just go, and usually that'll turn into like, anywhere from like a 50 to 100 page document, and then you take that and then you start breaking it down into structure, like what are the rules of the world, what are the characters, what's the journey in this. But I very much like to put characters into a world and then create like their backstories and who they are, and then kind of let them move through the world naturally, and not like have a planned ending of like, oh, it has to end this way. And then like when I'm writing it, I kind of am letting these characters take me on the journey, and then that gets to what I feel like a more natural ending. But before I start production, like even with Chronicles of Bone, I've written the entire thing. It's going to be a 5-season show. That's the way like the structure goes from the beginning to the end. Like everything's thought out, the entire world's built out, and then there could eventually maybe be prequels or sequels.
And what part of your process do you think people or viewers out there would be most surprised about?
I don't know, to be honest. Like some of the costumes are real costumes that I manipulated in AI, like like where I take a photo of myself in the costume and then I run it through Nano Banana. I call it like the Temu version, and then like you like update it and manipulate it.
I love that. Yeah, the Temu version.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, because you can do it with like cheap props you can buy off Amazon or things you find, or you go to the thrift store, things like that, and then you can like compile like essentially a costume, and then like through iteration change it and make it like really cinematic and high-end looking.
And let's talk about the Magnific original, The Chronicles of Bone, right? I mean, that's the star of the show right now, which you can stream now at the Magnific Creative Suite, you guys, so you make sure that you do that. Now, with this series, you're not just making a beautiful AI shot, right? You're creating a universe and characters, mythology, tone, atmosphere, continuity. That feels much harder than making just, let's say, one impressive clip. So why did this story need to be a series rather than a film or a single concept trailer to you?
That's actually pretty simple. There's a billion characters in this. So like, I don't think there's any way I could have stuck it all into a film. Just in season 1 alone, I mean, we probably got like anywhere from 8 to 14 main characters, and then probably another like 15 to 25 sub-main characters. So, like to even fit all those, like even when we started the series, we didn't even start with season 1. We started with a prologue season, which was essentially 6 episodes to introduce the main characters of season 1, so that way the audience could spend time with just one character at a time. And then once season 1 started, now we're like jumping all around, like very traditional, like when you have multi characters, like okay, we're here, now we're here, now we're here.
Different perspectives and storylines.
But it's just so much world and so much story that I don't think, even if I did it as like a 2.5 hour film, I still wouldn't be able to fit it all in there. It's gonna probably take upwards of I think when Chronicles of Bone like is fully complete, we'll probably have over 20 to 30 hours of content.
Well, keep it coming. We're enjoying the series.
I
Okay,
appreciate it so
we're here
much.
for it, and I'm sure our viewers will want to know what came first for you. Was it the world? Was it these characters, or was it the visual language?
Well, it all started because like I was actually it started with one character, which was the Collector, who's the episode that we're seeing today. I was making this actually for my wife. Like I wanted to make this like
Love
kind of
that.
like love story character
Yeah.
thing, and base it off of like. I got kind of tired of seeing the reiterations of Frankenstein and them never changing it. So like the Collector is like my version of like a Frankenstein, but it's very, very, very different.
Yeah.
And then that started like when I started like developing the episode, because originally it was going to be a film, it kind of kickstarted my brain into what if I took all these public domain characters, stuck them into a singular universe, changed the entire backstories, changed the entire world. Like it doesn't take place in like old 1300s 1500s. No, like the way I wanted it to do was technically the Chronicles of Bone actually takes place after what's called the Great Fall, and the Great Fall was roughly in the late 1900s. So
Is it similar to the Great Depression for you? Was that
no, the Great Fall is like literally like the end of mankind.
Okay,
Like the end of the
okay.
world. And then so the world has restarted, and so that's why we're in this like kind of medieval era.
Yeah.
Like it's like been through like rebuilt, but that's also why we have elements like very rare elements like guns and things like that. And through the Great Fall also magic was born. And so that's why we have characters that have magical powers and elements like this, as well as the vampires. The vampires were born from the Great Fall.
And I love that. And you say that it initially started with inspiration from your wife. When did it become real to you? When did the world of Bone, this thing that you were building, when did it feel alive?
I think it was like through like the first week when I was just doing the development on the singular story, and then I had this idea, and then I think it's kind of like one of those things where suddenly you lose track of everything.
Yeah.
And I just sat there and wrote for like 9 or 10 straight hours, just
Wow.
like pounding through the story, and then then spent months like writing the story and building it out. But it was that first initial day where you're just like, you kind of are just free writing, and like
Yeah.
everything starts falling into place. And there's sometimes those stories where you write where, and it's not always like this in writing, but in this case it was very effortless. Like it just
Flowed out of
yeah,
you.
just seemed to like come right out. And so I was like, oh my gosh, and just
We
kept-
love when that
yeah,
happens.
Just
You were in
kept
flow
running
state.
with it. Yes, exactly.
Now, one thing that I find really fascinating is that AI filmmaking expands the definition of directing. You're not only directing actors or cameras, but really systems, references, iterations, tools, and taste. Do you see yourself more as a director, a filmmaker, a world builder, a curator, or something new entirely?
I think first and foremost, I always like to look at myself as a writer, and then outside of that, like a director. But when it comes to, and by writer, like I would say like world builder, because most of the stuff that I write is always like large in scope, multi-charactered, all of this stuff. But in this new way of doing it, because especially like doing everything on your own, like from top to bottom, it's kind of a new form of creating. It's like I don't know, like painting in a way, almost, because like you're creating something from nothing, and watching it, and then you're learning how to speak to these tools in a way where you'll get results that aren't random or heavily AI influenced. You're very much like taking the ideas you have in your head, telling something to do something, and then getting it, which is very similar to like when you create in a traditional way.
Yeah. And I have one question for you before we close. This is so good. But for our audience out there, what would you tell someone who wants to make a cinematic AI work or storytelling, but they don't know where to start?
Start with the story. Start with the script. And sometimes you can get those ideas from creating characters, creating visuals, and then like kind of letting it. But I would say before you go into like actual production on actually making something, because we have the tools there, don't rush because you want to just get something out.
Yeah.
Spend the time of really crafting a story. Like one of the best advice that I've always taken is if someone ever asks you a question about your world or your story or any of the characters, have the answer. If you don't have that yet, it means you need to spend more time writing it.
Yeah. Great piece of advice to leave our viewers with. Thank you so much, Kavan.
Of course. Thank you so much for having me.
We are so excited to watch you. And for everyone watching, don't miss Kavan later today on stage in the panel, The Future of AI Filmmaking and Storytelling, where he'll be joined by Joanna Popper, Kevin Bailey, and Christina Lee Storm for a bigger conversation about where the whole space is heading. And of course, make sure you're here tomorrow for the screening of the newest episode of The Chronicles of Bone. Trust me, you won't want to miss it, and we'll be back soon with the live stage at Upscale Conference. Bye, guys.
Cleveroff, Chief Creative Officer at Native Foreign.
Hello, everybody. What's shaking? How we doing today? Good. Everyone's getting some coffee, getting some things. So here we are, day 2 of the Upscale Conference. My name is Nick Cleveroff. I'm Chief Creative at Native Foreign. We are building IP in the age of AI. So first, I just want to say thank you to Magnific, and thank you to all of you beautiful people in this room for being here today. Let's give yourselves a round of applause. Magnific, formerly known as Freepik, really knows how to throw an event, and Upscale Conference is quite a special place. Last year here in San Francisco, I met a lot of great people that I ended up collaborating with, working with, and here we are, back in San Francisco again at the Midway. I've been in this building once before. It was actually the first time I met a couple of community members in our little AI world. I met August here. I met Maddie here for the first time. Maddie recognized me as the Toys R Us guy, and he was like, "Oh, you did the Toys R Us thing? We should chat." I remember walking in. I was visiting for some reason, some tech-related reason, and of course the joke with San Francisco is, if you don't know what all the billboards mean, then you're not allowed to be here, the tech billboards. And I remember it was a last-minute decision. I came to the Midway, and there was some AI creative event happening here. And it was walk in, and of course there's like artsy AI images on Polaroids all over the wall. And they had like some kombucha beer that they were serving or something like that. And then, there's a room. It's probably like one of these rooms over here. You open it up. It's dark. You walk in. There's pillows all over the ground. There's like artsy music being played. A woman with a cello is playing. People are in this trance. I'm just like, man, this is the most San Francisco shit ever. As a Los Angelino, it's like, okay, but I can deal with it. I much prefer this kind of vibe. There's incredible storytellers here with Noah and Momo that just spoke. It was amazing getting a sense of their projects, seeing what they're up to, seeing what's next in the world of AI. So I'll introduce my company real quick and then kind of get into the rest of it all. Is my clicker working? No. Roll the tape or...
Native Foreign is a creative studio and agency powered by AI that puts human storytelling at the forefront of everything we do. From partnering with the biggest brands in the world to startups and everything in between, we are experts in authentic yet elevated storytelling. As pioneers in the AI space, we created the first ever brand film generated with AI that went ultra viral, reaching over 1.5 billion people. We also created one of the first animated AI shorts, Critters, which will become one of the first AI native IPs to become a feature film. We believe that these tools are ushering in a new age of creative, where we'll see a renaissance of independent storytelling that we are on the cutting edge of. We've embodied a create by any means necessary mindset for years, and now we've developed a slate of originals. We are WBNC certified, women-owned, packed with Emmy, Oscar, and Grammy-grade creatives, and excited to show you what's next. This is Native Foreign.
So that is us. That's what we're up to. Some very exciting times. And by the way, if there are any designers in this room that want to help me redo these slides, I was put to shame by how good Noah's slides looked. So, hey, give me a shout. We're here to connect. So they are exciting times because we are here at the forefront. Every person in this room is pushing what storytelling is and what it means to be a creative in today's day and age. Things are rapidly changing, and it is the Wild West. If I could just get a quick show of hands, how many of you in this room consider yourselves creatives? There we go. So this is for you. I am a creative as well, and what I hope to tell you is let you in on some of the things that have worked for me in the last 4 years doing this whole AI thing. I have always been an artsy kid. My father was a famous artist in Soviet Russia, and he was actually persecuted by the communist government, the KGB, for wanting to paint. And he did paint some salacious things that criticized the government and Stalin and Lenin. You're not allowed to do that kind of stuff in Soviet Russia. So he tried to teach me how to paint. I couldn't draw a stick figure pony if my life depended on it. But I became a different kind of storyteller, which is a filmmaker. I was the kid with a camera walking around everywhere. I was the American Beauty kid. There's like a plastic bag floating. I'm like, all right, great, I got to get the shot. So I have lots of footage of the mid-'90s in Los Angeles that I'm going to train a model on one day and do something with. But I think when the AI models started doing videos, really when I started feeling empowered, right? DALL-E was cool, of course, and that expanded our minds. And and got very exciting. But when I felt really excited was the video models. And now we're getting to a point where things are very, very incredible and very exciting. So what is an AI artist now? It's a lot of things. And those of you in the room, I mean, it's a very entrepreneurial thing in many senses. Of course, there's the creativity. There's the creative aspect to it. But not only do you have to be creative, you also have to be technical. Okay? You need to know how to prompt. You need to know all the different things, and you got to keep up with the models. You got to subscribe to Machine Cinema and all the other, platforms that are keeping you informed on what's happening. Then you've got to be strategic, because of course it's not enough to be both creative and technical, two Venn diagrams which are already kind of tough to find, but you've got to be thinking, okay, well, what's happening in the AI world now, and what can I do that's different? Oh, so-and-so just made a show or a series or a short that looks like this, so what am I going to do? How am I going to create something different and break out and catch some attention and ride this wave? That, of course, is predicated by narrative. In great storytelling, Momo was just talking about how, your story is your IP. Being able to really, really identify what your story is, what your narrative is, and let your voice shine through, I think is critical, because you are the only person that has your voice. And so really leaning into that is essential. There's ops, right? So it's not enough we had to do all that stuff. We also have to do operations. Some of us are lucky enough to have studios with ops people. Many of us, especially just, solo creators and artists, are kind of stuck doing everything, right? Doing booking and managing their time, how many projects they can juggle. So it's a pretty interesting time. But the last thing on this list, which is also kind of curious, is social, right? A lot of introverts in our space, I think. I myself am an introvert as well, although maybe some people would disagree with that. It's when you recharge. Do you recharge when you're alone or you're with people? That's how you know. But you have to be social, right? And we are here, and this is actually an incredible thing for us and for our community and for artists, because we get to be together, we get to be social, we get to share ideas, and I think that's an absolutely critical part of this. Don't go sequester yourself in a hole and just create great work by yourself. You have to get out there, you have to talk about it. And so any advice I'm imparting on our community is be out here, be shaking hands, kissing babies, all the good stuff. Because people are scared. Right now, more so than ever, we are seeing so much anti-AI sentiment. It's actually kind of nuts. I've been in this AI storytelling space for 4 years. Back in the Stone Ages of DALL-E, we pitched OpenAI, the original Critter short. And there was a lot of dystopian sci-fi stuff going on. And we were like, hey, what about this fun little family irreverent thing? What if it's a kind of David Attenborough Planet Earth meets a Monty Python sketch? And let's put that out. So Open funded that. And we made that short back then. That got the relationship with Open obviously going. Then I was invited to be part of the the initial Sora alpha group. Put out some fun Sora stuff, which I'll talk about. But it was the Toys R Us piece that was very, very, very controversial. And that's where, for me, all the death threats came and the Bible verses people sent to me. But I felt like things kind of calmed down after that a little bit. We were kind of like, the like, I'm going to kill you stuff turned into like, I am going to drop a bag of poop off at your door. And it was like, oh, okay, like we're heading in the right direction with the threats. They're getting a lot less aggressive. But lately, I mean, certainly look at what just happened with the series that were announced. 2 of the 3 artists are out now, and just there's almost like it's almost like Salem witch trials or House of Un-American Activities Committee kind of vibe right now with something like, what, you're using AI? Like, are you kidding me? I, of course, am an optimist and believer that all of this will be a moot point, and we, as creatives, our job is always to push the bar up and do whatever we can as creatives to keep progressing, and I don't think it's going to be an issue. But right now, people are scared. So I do think it's very important for us to come together, uplift each other, support our art and our work, and really try to keep pushing things forward. This is a favorite quote of mine from an investor friend of mine, a personal friend, and that's it. That's where we are. Be fearful when others are greedy, and greedy when others are fearful. This is our time. Like, right now is our time. It is your time to establish yourself. If you were a filmmaker that's now in the AI space, maybe you've come from design. I myself worked at a famous design company for many years called Digital Kitchen. We did a lot of main title sequences. I myself personally did the Narcos one. It is a great time, an opportunity to really flip the script and pick something that you're doing because, as you can all see, there are so many more entrants coming into the space constantly. Right now is your time to establish yourself, create your voice, and really get out there. So all of you being here at Upscale is fantastic because you can talk about the projects you're actively working on or about to pursue, make those connections, and really push things forward. Last time I was in the Bay, there's a place called the Walt Disney Family Museum. Not the corporate, the family put this museum together. Highly encourage you all to go check it out. It's very, very inspiring. It's just up north there by the water. It's got all these cool dioramas. You can see all of Disneyland, and it's kind of nerdy and fun. You can see all the fun, different things that Walt has done over the course of his career. Very, very real, with no corporate spin on it, which is nice. When you walk in, it says this, which it just caught me. It was a little it wasn't like a big plaque. It was just this little thing. Caught my eye, right? Because it says, the world of animated cartoons was still in a formative state when Walt discovered it in 1920. There were few established rules or conventions. Most artists produced extremely simple films that relied on the novelty of moving drawings. I mean, that sounds so familiar to me of where we are now, the work that's been coming out in AI. That's where we are. We are at the absolute infancy of this. And yes, we're 4 years in, right? Some of you are just starting out now. Some of you have been at this for a few years. Some of you have been at it for longer than me, or you've been at it since 2016 or whatever, thinking about AI. I'm always trying to surround myself with nerds and just think about what's interesting and what's happening. So some of you are already well ahead, but I think some people get scared. I also love this quote from Walt. I came to Hollywood and arrived here in August 1923 with $40 in my pocket and a coat and a pair of trousers that didn't match. And one half of my suitcase had shirts and underwear. And I was a little discouraged with cartoons at that time because I thought I was getting into it too late. So again, where are we now? Some of you might be coming in the room and be like, oh my God, well, everyone's already established. No. There is so much time and space and room to really assert yourself and make something crazy. We are in the time right now where the newest IP is being built right before our eyes, and it's AI native too. That's the other thing. I mean, I'll keep my thoughts to myself to a degree, but if you're a studio building stuff, go with the native IP, right? Go with the people that are in AI that love this stuff, that are storytellers, that are going to crank this stuff out for you and never falter. I think we have to embrace that serendipity that Walt felt. We have to embrace the serendipity in this room. Being here at these AI conferences and events, the amount of people I met at Upscale last year was incredible. And as you're sitting here, you look to your left, you look to your right, that could be your next client, right? It could be your next collaborator, maybe. Could be your competition. And, I think there's a lot of frenemies in the room. And that's the state of things, because this is it. This is our group. We are still so small, and we are growing every day. This is the fastest growing industry in the world right now. We are at the cutting edge of it. So it's extremely exciting that we are all here doing this. I'm going to talk about a few things I've learned over the course of doing this. These are some images from the original Critters short. And as you could see, things have come a long way. But really, ultimately, there is no magic button to anything that we're doing. I think there's a lot of misconceptions still in Hollywood with brands. And unfortunately, there's some headline chasing that happens. And people are like, hey, I made this in 2 hours for $20 of credits. And, can you make a weekend project? Sure. But the truth is, there's a lot of great care, creativity, and storytelling that goes into anything successful. To that end, I do think we need creatives. We really need creatives, and honestly, probably more than ever. The difference between amateur kind of slop work and really great work is the creatives. And so I love surrounding myself with creative people and getting the opportunity to meet them at places like this. Lastly, I think true storytellers will win. It's so critical to identify your story and figure out what your voice is and what you want to put out into the world, right? I've thought a lot about this, as a father of a young kid. I think about the movies I liked when I was like 20, and now I hate all of them. I used to just be such a pretentious snob of filmmaking, and the more I get into things, it's like, man, I just want to make stuff that is uplifting, really spreads a nice message into the world, and that is where Critters comes into play. Critters obviously has a long and nuanced history in the AI storytelling world, and I'm happy to touch on that briefly. But ultimately, it's a big, cinematic, coming-of-age family adventure with the emotional core of a brother-sister story. For those of you that know me and know this project, it did start in 2022. We got it greenlit then. We did it over Christmas break, literally. 23, it came out for the one-year anniversary of DALL-E being made. So April 2023, it came out. And then we took it to Tribeca, we took it to Annecy. We thought we were going to get murdered walking into a room or theater, huge theater full of animators. But surprisingly, maybe it's because back then this was pre-video generative tools, everyone was very receptive. Because again, we made the images with AI, but then we used Unreal Engine, we used Parallax and After Effects and all sorts of stuff to kind of bring the stories to life. Then we linked up with some Brits, and they were like, hey, aren't you guys thinking about this in a bigger way? I said, of course we are. But there's Hollywood strikes going on. There's all sorts of stuff happening. They said, listen, let us bring these writers in from Paddington and Peru. They worked on the Paddington series, and let's blow this out into a feature. So my buddy Chad and I, we said, of course. Chad now works at OpenAI, by the way. So we said, of course, let's do this. Let's make this as a feature. That developed, and then last fall we announced, hey, OpenAI is supporting this movie. Hoorah, let's go. We're going to do a thing at Cannes. It's going to be great. Of course, March of this year, RIP Sora. Sora, in the middle of our project, discontinued, obsolete. So as filmmakers that have now put ourselves at the hands and mercy of this technology, what are we supposed to do with that? In some ways it was horrible. In some ways it's great because the tech keeps evolving, keeps changing, and we're able to really, really align ourselves with the latest and greatest technology. And so that is what we're doing now. We had a very successful showing at Cannes this year, private showings, and we are working out kind of how this movie is going to meet the world. We're keeping it pretty close to our chest still, but I think building worlds is really what excites me. Of course, can't all be fun and games. You do have to keep the lights on. So I think studios like ours, independent, never raised a dollar of finance. We service clients, we do brand storytelling, and I think it's a great place. I think advertising is an amazing place to try out this technology, to put things out. Even back in 2024, when I was, one of the initial Sora artists, and they were like, hey, Nick, make a little thing with Sora so we could put it out there. This is what I made, which is...
Available wherever fine beverages are sold.
Because why not, right? This is, of course, what... Thank you for the claps, yes. This is what this technology is for. But again, being a creative in the ad world and having done lots of ads, I said, okay, weekend projects are great, but what is the true mark of whether something is working or not? It's working with an actual brand, right? And I knew that I wanted to have an iconic American brand do something. I wanted to really push what was possible with these AI tools in 2024 and say, let's fucking make the first AI commercial. Let's go hard. Who's going to do it? Now, of course, I'm working with brands all day long, and I know how complicated brands are, especially Fortune 500 companies. There are so many stakeholders. that now when people ask me, they're like, hey, so can you do an AI project for me in 2 weeks or whatever? I'm like, can you respond to an email I send you in 2 weeks? I mean, that is the speed of brands, right? But it came to me. And it came to me actually through a community engagement, not unlike this. It was a group of people. I met the CMO of Toys R Us talking about what I'm doing with AI. She's like, oh, I've been interested in AI. I was like, great. Have I got the thing for you? Let's shake things up. And we did create the first AI brand film with Toys R Us. They were a fantastic partner. As I mentioned in my little video at the top, went very viral. You could find it online. You could find it on our website, nativeforeign.co. We couldn't get the comm. Somebody's fucking sitting on it still. Beyond that, we've worked with so many other brands. We've had the good fortune of having Delta as a client. As a Diamond Medallion member myself, when I pulled out the card and showed them, they basically hired me right on the spot because they're like, man, poor guy. It's not by flying Delta One. I put in the work, flying. But we got a chance to create their centennial film. It was at the Sphere, and we used AI to visualize what the future of flight would look like through the eyes of kids. So we actually would ask kids, hey, what do you think planes are going to be? Oh, they're going to have feathers on them. We make it real quick, show it back to them, and then you capture that natural reaction from them, right? So it's using AI to bring out human happiness and joy. We also made this whole film, which is a hybrid of live action with some AI elements. So I'll just play this little bit here.
As human beings, we share an instinctive need to constantly look forward. We are propelled by curiosity and a deep desire to forge bonds that transcend borders. The dream of distant places ignites the desire to explore, connect, and let the imagination soar. With every flight, we become closer to each other and to ourselves. With childlike wonder, we travel everywhere and imagine a world where everything is possible.
So seeing that at the Sphere was obviously very, very exciting. Thank you, thank you. And that's real viola. That's not VO viola. That's real viola. Delta can afford that. I can't. We got to partner on a multitude of projects with Virgin Voyages. So Virgin has a cruise line. It has 4 ships, each represented by a mermaid. And they told me, like, listen, this is storytelling we've been wanting to do forever, for the longest time, but this would be millions and millions and millions of dollars. They have some money, but not that much for this kind of storytelling, right? So this was another perfect use case where AI was able to come in and we were able to tell these stories of these mermaids. They did a whole rollout, very successful launch campaign. We did a whole speaking tour about it, which was great. And beyond that, Sir Richard Branson was so into it, he was like, we need more mermaids on the ship everywhere. So, you could see him standing in front of one of the mermaids there. They have a rockumentary show about his life that we got to be a part of. And this is the great thing about AI is we're able to keep iterating and keep exploring. And Virgin Voyages has been such an incredible partner because they've been on that journey with us. And they're like, yeah, let's try something new. Let's try this. Let's try that. And so what I'm going to do now is give you a very, very exclusive preview for Magnific's Upscale Conference of the next work we are doing with Virgin Voyages that's coming out. And you might recognize some members of our community in this film. Because for me, what's really important is us all coming together and creating beautiful work together. So without further ado, here's our preview.
Virgin Voyages really liked the original piece that we made. We'd been talking about how do we get deeper in on these mermaid origin stories. And not just that, but how can we take a different approach to them? We've already done the kind of live action version. What else can we do in more of an animated or specific look?
And then Virgin came up with the idea of giving each mermaid a different animation style. The beautiful thing about us working with artists from all over the world is that each of them brings their own perspective and really offers a unique point of view.
Anything that is a concept that is more than what we are and something that we aspire to. is what I crave in my life. I want to be in an environment where people are doing things and they're interested and excited about it, and where AI can be the bridge between creativity and technology. With my directing AI work, I've been heavily focusing on creative workflows, focusing on how we can use these tools to create the best possible stories. I love the adaptations of comic books because it always shows a character that is kind of like an underdog rising to the occasion. With this project and with Valiant's character, she's a very bold character. I wanted her to have bold outlines and this comic book feel, but then I wanted her to also be able to move in a way that is very organic. AI was integral in the whole process of making this. I really rely on Magnific. It excited me being able to take what is in my brain and put it out on the screen and into the world.
Locking the story is paramount, and then deal with any discrepancies in style.
We're in Mexico City, a city full of color, full of music, sounds, textures. You're hungry all the time in Mexico City because you find the smells and you just want to eat everything.
You come to a market, you see wonderful colors. You go to the Lucha Libre. Color is something we have on our DNA.
For Resilient, we found a lot of inspiration with Maria Berrios, great collage artist. Magnific, it's great to find the correct pace, the correct rhythm to tell this amazing story of Resilient. She's filled with the vibe and the soul of all Latin America.
I am living in Cannes. I came here because I was born in Ukraine. I love France, I love the food, I love the art here, the culture. For Scarlet's look, I took inspiration from French New Wave movies. I inspired by films of Jean-Luc Godard. Magnific helped me to realize any idea. I love to create AI videos.
I started in the music business as a composer. I have done Holly Dolly. It was a top 10 Billboard. This helped me to understand the rhythm, the flow of storytelling. We are in Milan. I feel the history. I really love to live in the middle of the past and the future. A lot of modern fashion inspired me to create Brilliant. Brilliant is a leader, a mermaid made with this dress like an octopus. The octopus has arms that are independent, like Brilliant. The main artist that inspired me was Yamamoto. He mixed the traditional Japanese anime with watercolor. I really love to mix this kind of elements. The importance of storytelling is the final emotion that you want to bring out to the audience.
Having Willonius come in and do the music helps tie all these stories together.
I've been making music, for 20 years. Any creative challenge to me is like an opportunity to stretch yourself and kind of see what you're capable of.
I love how many stops and starts there are.
Right.
It's so cinematic.
The music is trying to take the audience to this dream world. The main intention behind all the tracks was trying to make something that felt big, felt strong and powerful.
In this life, oftentimes we're put in situations where we can choose to grow from them and become our own superheroes. And I'm just gonna be the most badass that I can be.
Thank you to all the amazing artists that contributed to this. I just want to leave you with that your current skills are your leverage, right? A lot of us have been storytellers and filmmakers, so the composition, the editing, the design literacy, your taste, your voice, don't throw it all away. Use this, build on that, because you are much further along than you think you are, especially if you're just starting out in the AI world. There's a lot of solo creators. Of course, I'm a solo creator in many ways. And you might think that you by yourself, can win the game, right? And this image might be painful to some of you in the audience. But if you think you're Brunson, sure. But look at what he did, right? Only 3 points, but all those rebounds really helped the Knicks win last night. So I just want to leave you with the teamwork, okay? If you want to win, AI is a team sport. Of course, you can go it alone, but make friends here, collaborate, and the next wave of storytelling has already begun. Thank you very much, everybody. Appreciate it.
Alrighty, welcome back. We are now doing a sponsors run, going to the people that help make this event possible. I'm here with Marcus Grip. What's going on, Marcus?
I'm good, man.
Good to see you. Now I'm going to ask you 3 questions about Minimax here. If you get 2 out of the 3 right, I will give you a prize. Does that sound good to you?
Okay, great. Let's do it.
Alrighty, ready. Alrighty, don't look at my cards. I saw you looking. Alrighty, Minimax is based in Shanghai or Beijing?
Shanghai.
That is correct. All right, 1 out of 3. We're ready to rock. Their popular video model is called what?
Say that again.
Their popular video model is called what?
Ooh. Wait, it's Luo. No, I forgot. Luo?
I heard it. It's close.
Yeah. Lumax? No, Lumax?
No. You had it. What is it? You said Luo?
Yeah.
I'll take that as an answer. Okay. I'll take it as an answer. You know why? Because it's hard to pronounce myself. I did a workshop for them a while ago, and I had a very hard time doing it myself. Alrighty. The third question, are you ready?
I'm ready now.
Yeah. You need one more. You need a second.
Nervous, man.
One more second. And now we're ready. Alrighty. Single modality or multimodality Minimax? What is it?
Multi.
Multi is correct. 3 out of 3, right, Marcus? You're getting a prize. We'll meet you at the merch stand in just a little bit, and I'll get you something cool swag. All right?
Thanks, man.
All right. Now we're moving on to RunPod. Now we're gonna move over to RunPod. I have 2 friends waiting for us over there that are gonna kind of work this together. All right? Alrighty, I have 2 amazing creators here. I'll let them introduce themselves because they're so stunning. Alright, introduce yourselves.
I'm Ariane, hi.
I'm Maria Pratt.
Awesome. Alright, I'm going to ask you 3 questions about RunPod. You 2 will work together to solve it. If you get 2 out of the 3 right, I will make sure you both get a cool prize. Does that sound good?
Hey, I'm down.
Okay, alrighty. So, let me get the right card out real quick, sorry. Here we go, RunPod. Alrighty. RunPod is mainly known for providing access to GPUs or TPUs.
Ooh, I'd say
GPU.
Definitely GPUs.
GPUs is correct. Phenomenal. All right, 1 out of 3 is done. One more. If you get 1 more right, you get a prize, but I'm still going to ask you all 3.
I'm so happy you're part of my team.
Alrighty. Don't look, Ariane. I saw you looking. Don't look. Alrighty. RunPod was founded in 2020 or 2022.
Oh, definitely 2022.
Wait,
because that's
what was founded? What? What was the question again?
RunPod was founded in 2020 or 2022.
2022.
2022.
Final answer.
2020.
No. You're right. We'll keep it. You're right. Alrighty. You're 2 for 3, but I want to still test you. We'll see the final answer.
Okay.
Alrighty. Are they per hour billing or per second billing?
Per second billing.
Did you study this, Maria? Maria got it. Oh, you got all 3. Thank you very much. You're both stunning. I love you both. And I'll get you a cool little prize at the end. We're going to now move on to Vidu, okay? Follow me over to Vidu. He's on his phone. He's not even ready to go. Look at this guy. He's on his phone. Excuse me, sir. Do you mind if I ask you some questions?
Yes, of course. No, I don't.
Okay, I'll have to go find someone else. No, let's go. Okay. Alrighty. I'm going to ask you 3 questions about Vidu. If you get 2 out of the 3 right, I will give you a prize. Does that sound good?
Oh shit! Oh my god! I'm being put on the spot here. All right. Let's try.
You tried? Okay. What's this? What are you drinking?
I'm drinking.
Don't talk about that name yet. We'll talk after. We'll talk about that name after. Okay. Alrighty. Vidu. Vidu generates images or videos.
Video, I'd say.
Video is correct. 1 out of 3. One more question, you get a prize. I'm still going to ask you 3 questions, though. All right. Alrighty. Developed with Tsinghua University or Stanford. I'm sorry if I butchered that name.
Tell me again.
Between Tsinghua, I can't name it. T University or Stanford?
T.
T is correct. Alrighty. So thank you for helping me out because I had an issue there too.
Yeah.
Do you know how to pronounce it? How do you pronounce it? Grayson, come here, Grayson. We need Grayson. I'm phoning your friend for this one. Grayson, how do you pronounce the university name?
I'm sorry, what?
This one.
I can't see.
Don't look.
Tsinghua.
That's why we needed to phone a friend. Thank you, Grayson. I'll see you. Be well. Alrighty. One more question. You're on a roll.
All right, let's go.
Alrighty. Don't look. First unveiled in 2023 or 2024?
I'm gonna say 2024. Is that correct?
3 for 3. You are winning a prize. Hold on.
All right.
I will see you out by the merch stand in just a little bit, and I will give you a really cool prize. Now I'm going to move on to the next group of people. We're going to step outside, move through the crowd here, avoiding all my obstacles in the way, avoiding this angel right by me. We're going to keep going. The Magnific team is amazing. Oh, and we're going past the genius. Hold on. We're walking by the genius. Thank you very much, Bianca. Thank you for everything. I love you so much.
I love you too.
All right, keep going. I'm happy she said that back. Whew, nervous. All righty. Come here, sir. You're here over at Alibaba, right? All righty. Wow, you're making me look like I'm 2 feet tall. This is ridiculous. Can I get a...
Yeah.
I can't stand on the chair. They'll get mad if I stand on the chair.
No.
What's your name?
Dimitro.
Dimitro, pleasure. Where can they find you online? Because I know you do amazing work.
Yeah, it's dimitro.edits. So.
Dimitro.edits. Find him. It's amazing work. Alrighty. I'm going to ask you 3 questions about Alibaba Cloud. If you get 2 out of the 3 right, you will get a prize. That sound good?
That's going to be tricky, yeah.
Xavier's watching too, so if you don't get it right, Xavier's going to be very mad.
Oh.
And if you don't get them right, he won't give me one of these cool little toys here. Look at these toys. Hold on. I have to interrupt. Look at these toys. I need these. Xavier promised me one. Is that right?
Do you want me to introduce the toys a little bit?
Yeah, you know what? I'm sorry. Dimitri will get back to him in a second. I got to see these. Tell me.
There we go. So this is our the cloud bao. Bao means baby. So cloud is represent Alibaba Cloud. So this is the mascot we have for Alibaba Cloud.
I love him. I love you.
You can see that all of those games are the Olympic Games because we are the exclusive only provider for the partner for the Olympic Games.
Wow, amazing. Well, thank you, Xavier, for this. And now we're going to ask him 3 questions, and hopefully he gets them right. All righty, Dimitri, ready? Yeah. Is Quen open source or closed source?
Open.
That is correct. 1 out of 3. There we go. Dimitri, you're up to a great start, man.
Yeah.
Now, second question. Alibaba was founded in 1999 or the 2000s? Sorry, in 2005.
Just give me 2 seconds. 1999.
Why do you say that? What made you think?
I actually watched a YouTube video when they tried to compete with eBay, I guess, on the Chinese market, and I don't really recall the dates, but I guess it was 1999.
Okay, Mr. History, he knows everything about Alibaba. I didn't throw these cards away. That is correct. You got it right. I will ask you one more. Just have fun here.
Yeah, of course.
I love this question the most because this is a lot of the history involved with Alibaba. Alrighty?
Okay.
Jack Ma founded Alibaba in his office or apartment?
I would say apartment.
That is correct. 3 for 3. You're getting a cool prize. And maybe I could get some stickers from Xavier for you, okay?
Yeah, sure. I'm super excited. Thank you for the questions.
No problem. Thank you for being here. Alrighty, I'm going to get some boosters for my shoes next time. Thank you, brother. I'll see you soon. Alrighty. I'm going to grab you because I want you over here. Alrighty. You know Kling AI?
Yeah, Clean AI is great. Yeah.
What's your name?
My name is VK.
What do you do?
I do AI filmmaking. So I use a lot of different tools like Clean, like Sidens, different.
So this is almost like a cheat code for you. You already know the whole model.
Sorry?
You already know the whole thing, so this is like a cheat code since you know so much.
Yeah.
Alrighty. So I'm gonna ask you 3 questions. If you get 2 out of the 3 right, you will get a nice little prize. Does that sound good?
Okay, sounds great.
Alrighty. First question is, Kling was developed in Kyushu or by ByteDance?
Sorry, can you repeat?
Kling was developed by Kyushu or ByteDance?
Clean was developed by ByteDance.
First wrong question. That's the first wrong answer, actually. No. We were on such a good roll.
I'm doing bad.
Okay. It's okay. You have 2 more questions to get it right. I think you can get them. Are you ready? Alrighty. Does they do text to video or text to image or text to video? What are they most known for?
Text to video.
That is correct. One more question. You're not that bad. You're like 50 for 50.
I'm getting better.
We're improving. Launched publicly, was it 2023 or 2024?
I guess it was 2023.
No. What the? No. We were so good.
Yeah.
It's okay. You know what? I will personally get you a prize. I will make it happen for you.
Thank you, man.
Thank you so much. We're going to go check out the merch stand because I want to show you what some of the things they are going to be getting. So we'll take a step back. We'll walk through and show you. The best, actually, on the way there, you also get amazing coffee from Vidu. So that's a plus as well. Hey, Thiago, how are you?
Oh, how's it going?
Say hi.
Hi. Hey.
He doesn't. He didn't have his coffee yet. We're gonna come back.
Coffee right now.
Yeah, we'll talk to you once I come back. All right.
Yeah, no worries.
Alrighty, cool. So I'll show you some of this merch. So all this merch was designed by the Magnific team. It's all super unique, only available here in person. So it has some Paula, Bianca, come here. Paula is an amazing part of this company. Bianca, come here. Bianca is actually the genius behind all of this stuff right here. Oh, Paula's running. She's running. Okay. So tell us, what is your favorite part? What's actually your favorite piece of merch?
I cannot have a favorite baby.
That makes so much sense. Okay.
Oh, my children, babies.
I can pick.
Okay.
Mine is the socks.
Which ones though? The black ones?
Yeah, I'm sorry. I think these are cooler. But I haven't tried these on yet, so that's probably.
They feel the same. It's the same.
Okay, so I love them then. The second best piece of merch is the Send nodes. And I mean, this thing is selling like hotcakes. If you're not here, I feel like I'm on that the shopping network, the home shopping network. For only $49.99, you can get one of these in person here at Upscale. Alrighty? The beanies are also really, really cute. The hats are amazing, magnificent good. I mean, you have to be here to get this stuff. I mean, what are you doing? It's like I'm like on the home shopping network. I feel crazy. Hi, everybody. What's going on? How are you? This is the amazing team that works here for Magnific at Upscale, selling this amazing merch, working here all day long. So thank you very, very much for being here. Thank you for doing an amazing job. And also this little piece of swag here. I mean, come on. What are you doing? Alrighty. Now, hopefully Thiago has got some coffee, and we'll say hi to him. Oh. Excuse me, gentlemen. Thiago, come here, sir. Hey. So, Thiago, how are you? Tell us about yourself.
I have my coffee.
Now he's feeling better, thanks to Vidu.
Yeah, I also create content for Magnific, and it's amazing to be here today with Chris, with everyone from Magnific, Upscale. Yes, how can I help you? Yeah.
So where are you coming from?
I'm coming from Australia, originally from Brazil, and yes, we are creating connections worldwide.
And it's crazy because once again, it's another person that I get to see across the world. I saw him in Málaga, thanks to Upscale Málaga in November. Yep. I see him here again. I met him actually last year at Upscale. Yep. And we had a little after party shindig. That was a great amount of fun.
Amazing. Yeah, that was great after party, and he was able to connect with everyone from the creative team and with Upscale as well. Such a great atmosphere.
And also, Thiago taught me a lot about this stuff and taught me a lot about making content, and he inspired me to be here, and he's one of the reasons I'm actually getting to host this event today. So thank you so much for watching. We're going to cut away. We'll be back in just a little bit, but stay tuned for an amazing show ahead.
All right, everyone, let's welcome someone who has been shaping Upscale Conference, not just from the stage, but from the heart of the entire experience. So this next conversation feels like the perfect moment to look behind the scenes. And as an experiential marketing girly myself, I'm super excited to have it. We're joined by Paula Vives, head of U.S. marketing at Magnific, and one of the key people behind making the Upscale Conference happen right here in San Francisco. Paula leads Magnific's expansion in the United States. Her work is not just about launching products, but about building the right ecosystem around them. The people, the conversations, the trust, and the culture that make new technology actually matter. Welcome, Paula.
Thank you. Thank you for having me.
Yes, I'm so excited to talk to you today. So, Paula, we're on the second and final day of the Upscale Conference here in San Francisco, right? And how is it going? How are you feeling? Are you exhausted? Do you have this big sense of pride? Is it adrenaline, disbelief? How are you feeling right now?
I would say it's a mix of everything.
Yeah.
I started the morning with disbelief. Okay, we made it.
Yeah.
One day down, then pretty exhausted. But not because of the wrong reasons.
Yeah.
I'm excited because of the right reasons.
Yeah.
I'm exhausted about talking to people, about taking it in. I'm excited about seeing the conversation happening behind the stage, on the stage, with the sponsors, with everyone in the community. So it's a mix between all the feelings.
I love that. I feel like we're so excited to be here. So that's a great reflection of how everyone's feeling right now. Now, I'm sure people out there are wondering, was there a moment for you during this event where you thought, okay, this is exactly why we built this?
Yes. I will have two different moments. I would say more of a professional one when I see all the people cheering up for us, not only just the conference, but cheering up for us as a team within the audience. And then another moment when I see the community having fun together.
Yeah.
It's not about just the content, because we have amazing speakers and I'm grateful for all of them, but also when everyone gets out of the conference, they keep talking. You can feel the energy, you can feel the feedback, you can feel how they dance together in an improvised
It's
after
such a good
party
vibe.
that we had yesterday. We had to kick people out, which is awesome. In that moment when you have to kick people out, you feel we might be doing something good here.
Yeah. I mean, you built a home. We don't want to leave. We don't want to leave. And speaking of that, Upscale Conference feels very natural right now, right? Like, of course, there should be a place where AI, community, design, filmmaking, and culture all come together. But every event starts as an idea before it becomes a room full of people. How was Upscale born?
When we came to this market, it's a really good question, by the way. When we came to this market, and generative AI went out, DALL-E was out.
Yeah.
It was a moment of, okay, what are we going to do now? We came from stock images, stock assets, and we're like figuring out what to do as a business model.
Yeah.
And the only thing that we knew for sure here is that we needed to talk to other people. Like, let's see what is happening. Let's see. There's no experts right now.
Yeah.
So let's get together and try to learn
Figure
from each
this
other.
thing out.
We created our first creative space, our new office in San Francisco, and we started having these small meetups, step by step, one a month. And the conversations was so amazing. Everyone was helping each other. I used to say there's no egos in AI. I don't say that anymore. But there was no egos back then.
Yeah.
I don't feel this much now. But it was really beautiful seeing how they help each other. And we thought that we needed to give these creatives that were using AI as a hobby a stage to actually talk about it. Right now, everything has changed, and that's how we created Upscale. We needed to give them the stage and the space for them to thrive.
That's a beautiful start, and you definitely gave us an amazing stage.
Thank you.
And speaking of that, at what moment did you realize that this could become something bigger than just a one-time event?
The moment that we did the first one. I remember our CEO. I mean, we have an amazing team behind this. I'm just speaking, but I'm speaking on behalf of a whole team.
They are phenomenal.
They are really, I encourage you to, if you're here, walk around. If you're seeing the live stream, get on LinkedIn and add them all. Going back to what I was saying.
Yes, the moment where you realize that this needs to be more than a one-off, one event.
Yeah, it's the moment that we finished our first conference. we're thriving. It was the energy in the space. We
Yeah.
were doing something good. It was in Málaga, in our hometown, with our
Love that.
headquarters are. And the CEO came back to all that staff room and said, let's go to San Francisco.
Yeah.
It was the moment like, we need to do this again. We need to be really proud of the community we're building.
Yeah.
We need to push this community to do better, do more, do it with us. And that's how we're continuing doing it here.
And we're so proud and so lucky that you brought it to San Francisco as well, you know? And I want to ask you, what was missing to you in the AI and creative events landscape when the first edition or conference started?
I saw a lot of brands doing events. I saw a lot of companies doing events. I mean, we're a company, don't get me wrong, but we needed to have that space, and we did at our office, where every competitor, every person from the industry could come and feel safe about it and feel and say out loud, I don't know what to do next, and not be judged, right? So with Upscale Conf, what we try is to replicate that again.
Yeah.
So we give the space for everyone, and I was missing that, not taking it for granted what everyone is building here.
Yeah,
you know,
the
it's not-
community.
yes,
You've really built community.
Yeah.
And you were a thought leader before your time. So we're thankful for you. And this is already the 4th edition that we're on. Time is flying, and AI creativity has changed dramatically in a very short amount of time, right? And the tools, the audience, the expectations, everything is moving incredibly fast.
It is.
How has Upscale Conference evolved from the first edition to this 4th one?
Well, I feel like during the first edition, everyone had Gen AI as a hobby.
Yeah.
They were like trying to figure out what to do next, what we were talking before.
Yeah.
And right now, it's actually their part of the day, the daily job, which is amazing.
Yeah.
But it's just that evolution from being a hobby to actually having it in our daily routine.
Yeah. And you've done a great job of growing it. What feels completely different to you this year at this Upscale Conference 2026 San Francisco? Is there anything that feels completely different, or does it all feel the same?
I would say it feels the same.
Really?
Which I really like.
I love that.
I really feel that it's a family now.
Yeah.
I really feel like the community here, we've been friends since forever.
Yes.
And you can breathe that on a stage, behind the stage, outside, when the DJ is playing.
You can feel it.
You could feel it. And I'm glad to say that nothing has changed.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I love that.
And
I
the
love that.
speed of AI, our community has not changed.
And how do you keep the event relevant, right? When the industry changes almost every week, I feel like.
That's tough. I'm not going to say that that's easy, because it's not. We have members of our community throwing their own events. We have different brands getting on board with events. They realize, and I mean, like we did years ago, that community is a big part of where we're growing and what we're building. And it's really important to keep the community happy. At the end of the day, those are your users.
Yeah.
So it's not easy, but we're just being genuine.
Yeah.
There's no, on the Magnific side, we've heard so many times like we're kind of like the kind of the industry, which sometimes is good for us, sometimes it's
challenging
for us, but it's challenging. But it's just we really love what we do. We're in this company because we choose to be in this company, and we are doing upscale because we want to do upscale for the community. It's not something, there's no behind it. We're not making money out of the conference, right? So it's just for.
I love that. I love that. And someone who has worked with your team for the 2nd year in a row, I definitely say that is so true. It rings true exactly what you're saying. It feels like community on the ground, and hopefully you guys feel it virtually. I'm sure our audience wants to know, what did you intentionally do different this year around and with this Upscale Conference? Whether it was something physical or emotional?
No, actually, it sounds not important, but giving them an outdoor space. It sounds really not relevant, but we spend so much time at home in front of a computer.
Yeah.
In the AI space, it's
very
true. So individual. It's so me talking behind a Google Meet, behind a Zoom meeting.
Yeah.
That bringing everyone together and give them a space with sunlight, terrace, a rooftop.
A nice rooftop. Yeah.
We were looking for that this year.
Yeah.
We were looking to actually, we do that a lot in Spain. In Europe, we really love to go out and spend the day outside.
Yes.
And bring that here. It's something that we really want to do.
I absolutely love that, because being here this year, last year was great, felt a little bit different, and I think you just put words to it. It's like you gave us an opportunity to touch some grass in a way with the outside space. That was
like
a great one. Yeah. Now, Upscale has also had different versions and activations in other cities, right? Which makes it feel less like a single conference and more like a growing creative ecosystem. How do you adapt the event to different creative scenes without it losing its identity?
That's another really good question. When we started creating the Upscale Days, and we're trying to go to every city out there, when we started doing that, it was more focused on enterprise. We're going to bring the community everywhere, but we wanted to keep the conversation open through the whole year. We think it's really important that we're not giving the stage, we're not giving the platform only for one day or 2 days. Like, we want to maintain that and create community everywhere we go. That's how it started with Upscale Days. And also, we know for sure that company needs to hear about these creatives. Enterprise needs to hear about these creatives. They are there for this company to gain money, right? It's not just about art for the sake of art. It's not about a slop. It's not about creating great movies. It's also about distribution. It's about the legal issues that we might encounter. It's about all the you're not alone conversation. Like, oh, my company is going through this, this, and this. And then you're going to have another company going through exactly the same path that needs to hear about you and your success, or your problems, your pain points. So that's how we want to keep the conversation going through the whole year.
I love that. And speaking of the creative, I would love to know, how do you create trust in a space where the technology is changing so quickly?
Leaning towards the creatives, leaning towards the artists. They are always going to be true to themselves. It's something that
we're a little too blunt sometimes.
But it's something that you cannot change.
Yeah.
I think Cuenca said that yesterday in his keynote. The creator is at the center of what we do.
Yeah.
And we trust that feeling. We trust the gut feeling when something is wrong, when something is right. And that's how we create that ambience around us.
I love that. And what I find really interesting about Upscale is that it's not only about showcasing technology, it's about creating context around that technology, right? Helping people understand what it means, how it changes, how it works, and who really is shaping it. Is the goal for you to educate? Is it to inspire, connect, challenge, or is it all of those things?
I would say it's all of those things. Like, pretty much like you just define it. It's about having an organic and natural conversation. In a natural conversation with a friend, you're gonna go through everything. You're gonna be like, oh, you're teaching me something. I mean, I tell that to my kid every day, like, oh, you're teaching me more than I teach you.
Yes.
So you're gonna go through all the phases in that conversation, and that's what we're trying to do. We're trying to bring you the best creatives in the world, just to learn something from them. To breathe it in. We're trying to make these conversations around it for you to go through your pain points, or for anything that is happening in your life. Like, it's not only about professional outcome. So I would say it's everything that you mentioned.
I love that. And I would argue you're not trying, but you're doing. Like, they are doing it, you guys. But what does the event say about how Magnific sees the future of creativity?
I don't want to say over and over the same things, but the future of Magnific relies on community. We're not going to change that. Or we're going to try to change that. Who knows if we are going to be alive in 5 years. But it is actually that, having the creator in the epicenter of it, of everything. I see Magnific focusing more and more and more to give the best tools and to give the best resources to those artists.
And speaking of the best tools and the best resources, what do you hope people take home today after attending this conference?
that you can count on us. I know it sounds romantic. I'm romantic.
We need more romance here.
You know?
Bring it. Bring it.
I do believe that we have such an amazing product team. We have such an amazing tech people behind all this, that they are creatives too.
Yeah.
So believing in that and believing that they have the best in themselves to bring you the best product and for you to use it, we need your feedback. We need, like, talk to us about the tools, talk to us about the event, give us feedback about everything, because we really rely on that.
Yeah. And if I'm not mistaken, I did a little deep dive, but correct me if I'm wrong. You used to live in Málaga, and now you live in San Francisco.
Yeah.
Right? So how do you build a local presence without losing the original identity of where you're from?
I love working in Spanish and English. That's my... I love in Spanish, and I really get to be professional in English, which is...
I love that distinction.
It's awesome. I think we just described it before, like bringing, for example, the sunlight, bringing in the rooftop, bringing in the vibes, going through the different... how do you say it? See, I have to go to my Spanish roots.
No,
how do you say the hallway? Going through the hallway and hearing some Spanish.
Yeah.
That's something that we bring, and I think it's really unique about us.
Yeah.
Being a small company at the beginning, getting bigger, being European, and then being global. That's something that we bring to the table that I don't think there's much up there.
I love that. I've only visited Málaga once, but I feel like Spanish culture is really good at third spaces and community, and kind of slowing down that sunlight and having wine in the middle of the day.
We know how to enjoy life.
We know how to enjoy life, and we need more of that. Would you say the adoption is different here in San Francisco than it was in Europe?
I think it is. I mean, it was kind of born here, so it feels more natural here than there, and there is more, okay, here we go, let's adopt it, right?
Okay.
I feel like it's step by step, and it gets into a wave that it needs some time. In Europe, we're more used to regulations and like different kind of way of seeing things, and then here it's more, okay, let's push it and let's go. But it's a moment of navigating all, and it's something that we can do all together. So I will really focus on being global and not like here or there. We're all pushing for the same.
We love that. And like I said before, you were born and raised in Spain, and then you moved to San Francisco early in your career, I believe, and now you're helping Magnific land in the U.S. market. How has moving between Spain, San Francisco, technology, and craft shaped the way you think about creativity?
That's a really deep and good question.
Take your time. We're here for you.
I feel like with AI, it's really important what you have been through. Sometimes I don't know how to express myself, so I would go to ChatGPT, I will go to Claude, and I will just dump it in. Like kind of like a therapist, if you would say.
I'm the same, so I appreciate. I feel so seen.
So I think the way I see creativity now is like everyone is a creative. I didn't used to think that before. I thought, okay, painters, they are creative. A musician, that person is creative, but what about an engineer? And now they had taught me that everyone has a creative side. Everyone.
I love that. It's somewhere in there.
So I feel like culture helps a lot. Moving into different conversations, diversity, it helps you to see the world in a different way, in a more creative way. You don't think straight, you think in different paths at the same time, kind of like a TDAH brain, ADHD brain.
We're very thankful to that because you've created all this.
So I think it's a mix of culture and not thinking, not have a linear thinking, you know, and being able to take it all and having the best of people in a creative way.
And not just looking at the black and white of it, but you can kind of see the gray.
Nothing is black and white. Nothing is black and white.
And speaking of nothing being black and white, what do you think Spanish or European creative culture brings to the AI conversation specifically?
I think we saw it yesterday on the keynote of Punka, the video that was made by Miriam, one of our creatives. I think we bring a way of storytelling, a way of narrative that it's really unique. It's really Mediterranean.
So lively.
Yes.
So fun.
Yes, I think we bring something that is not only, I mean, we have the best tech people in the world.
Yes.
Within everyone here, but I think we bring something that it's just culture, it's passion, it's love, it's something bigger.
Yeah. I would even say, if I had to put a word to it myself, you bring a lot of romance, right? I'm going to steal your word, but it feels very whimsical, and we're so appreciated for it. Now, you spent the last few days creating the conditions for this community to meet, exchange ideas, and imagine what creative AI can become. When people look back at this edition of Upscale Conference, what do you hope that they remember the most?
Such an amazing time they had. I mean, the content, the knowledge, the speakers, the community, everything, it's going with you.
Yeah.
But that feeling of, oh my, I had fun.
Yeah.
I had fun learning something. I really enjoyed that feeling. That is what I'm really hoping for.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, Paula, thank you so much for joining us.
Of course.
I definitely
Thank you
think
for
you
having me.
accomplished your goal. And also thank you for helping to make this whole event happen. Seriously, I'm fangirling right now as an experiential marketing girly, you guys. But for everyone watching, the Upscale Conference is not just about talks or about the demos. It's about the people in the room, the conversations that happen between sessions, the energy that's buzzing in the hallway, and the possibilities here. And they continue to be after this event ends. So thank you so much. Thank you, Paula.
Thank you so much for having me again.
Yes, of course. And we'll see you again soon. We'll be back with the main stage, you guys.
Welcome back. We are outside the venue now. We're just going to walk around a little bit, talk to some people that are attending, just to get to know the people that are here at Upscale so you can understand if you should come here too. So I'm here with
Alex Patrascu.
All right, Alex, where are you from and what do you do?
I'm from Romania, content creator and co-founder of Massive Studios.
So what is Massive Studios?
It's an AI film studio, even though I don't like the thing to say like an AI film studio, but I would say like an AI native film studio at this point.
A film studio that uses AI?
Yes.
Tell me, what type of content do you make?
We supplement footage for different Hollywood production, advertisement, even like social media content. We're in production with 3 movies with Roger Avery, full features, so that's exciting.
Okay, and what type of films and projects have you worked on that we could talk about publicly? Is there anything you can talk about publicly?
Oh, not yet, but I can tell you the first one will gonna be a Christmas animation.
Very, very cool. And what brought you here today?
Oh, look at this. This is amazing. Like the vibe, the energy, everything here. The beautiful sound of California, and yeah, Magnific. It's great to be here, and like the energy and the positive vibes of everyone is just unbelievable.
And is there anybody here that you met that you haven't met before that you were excited to see here in person?
Yeah, Kurt Flostradamus, who just talked. Yeah, I like the dude. He's doing cool stuff with music, and I love AI music.
Yeah, and they have an actual interview, I believe, going on with him right now, I believe, or maybe a little bit later they'll have an interview with him. But yo, it's good to see you, Alex. Thank you very much for coming. And it's also a good friend of mine, so it's so good to see him.
Good to see you. Thanks.
Let me get this guy over here. Come on, what's going on, brother? How are you? Now, this is a very important man. Can you introduce yourself?
Omar Pera.
And what do you do?
I lead product at Magnific.
Very cool. So what's a day in the life of leading product at Magnific?
It's a crazy ride.
Crazy.
Literally crazy. I think we have so much going on just to keep in pace with the developments of AI. And then we need to, on top of that, build a platform for 1 million customers and just fires all over the place.
Yeah.
So I would say it's like a chaotic, crazy journey, but it's actually so much fun that I think that's what drives me.
And also working with such an amazing team, it makes it fun, right? Like me working with you all is what makes this event so much amazing. What makes it amazing? I remember when we were at Upscale last year, they launched VO3, and you had the entire team on the sidewalk launching VO3. What's that process really like to go from a model launch to a product release?
I think first you need to have the people who really care, that give a shit. Literally, without that, I don't think you can do anything at this point. So high agency, curiosity. And then generally we move fast because AI is enabling us to move fast. But I think the most important part is having people to care, really care about what they are doing, care about creativity. And it is not only about, hey, new model, new release, or let's do the news tool. Like we care that we can build stories, like we care about the story, we care about the narrative. So I think that's what Magnific is all about, actually.
And what does Magnific mean to you now with this new branding?
So I think Freepik, in a way, if you think about it, was very utilitarian. So like we were about free pictures, we were about like offering images to people so that they can actually clone and personalize. I think Magnific is actually much more visionary in a way that Magnific's literally it's about doing things that are magnific. But even more importantly, you yourself want to be better. We want to make people feel talented. And most likely that is like be magnific yourself. So I think in a way what we want is just to elevate what you can actually do with your creativity.
And for Upscale, what was your favorite thing you saw today?
Actually, I love the presentation from Noah Wagner. And the reason for it is that it provided very tactical tips, but it was also very inspirational. So it provided like, how do you do like a blending between 2 videos that scenes that always are stitchy, but at the same time, he almost said like, hey, hybrid is there to stay. It's not all AI, it's not all human. AI is a tool that helps us tell stories. Let's not forget about that. You know, like I think that's important.
Stories are important. Well, so good to see you. I hope you have a great time at the event. And I'll get to talk to you. We'll take a little, hey, all right, we'll move on. I have another person here that's super talented and incredible. I think we got to move over this way a little bit. Okay. Jamie, so good to see you. Give us a little introduction.
Hi, I'm Jamie. I'm a brand designer and creative director, and I do a lot of stuff with AI.
So tell me, what is the most incredible thing you saw today so far?
Oh my gosh, today. I mean, I really just love talking to everyone. Everyone here is so inspiring and so like pro AI, and I get to learn so much from everyone. Whether they're like a filmmaker or doing stuff like with e-commerce or working at big companies, there's just so many great perspectives and things to learn.
And you gave a workshop yesterday. What was the workshop on?
Yeah, it was on activating AI for e-commerce. So I taught a great group of people how to do product photography, how to make ads, how to do AI UGC, and start to think about how you can work with clients to do that kind of work.
Awesome. And you also had a panel with Paul Trillo and Linus Eckenstein. What was the conversation about?
Yeah, I mean, we were kind of just like shooting the shit on.
Kind of vibing.
Just vibing on, taste, like career stuff with AI. Where we think things are going, our advice for creatives, how we feel about using AI, all the stuff that we're all kind of thinking about all the time. It was just kind of like a hangout.
And this is your first Upscale?
Yes, it's my first Upscale.
And what brought you here? What brought you here today?
Today, well, I had my workshop yesterday, and then again, just the people. I mean, you are like one of my mutuals from X, so it's like good to actually like meet up in person, and it's always just a great time.
Yeah, we met once before, and now we actually got to hang out a little bit more, and I got to see her speak on stage, and it was actually one of the funniest things I ever saw. I was dying laughing. What was the thing you said about mid?
Mid? You can't be mid anymore, like at all. It's like you're not gonna have a career if you're mid.
Well, Jamie isn't mid. Upscale isn't mid. Thank you for coming over here talking to me. We're gonna pass it back to the envelope.
Awesome. Thanks, Chris.
No problem.
All right, our next guest is someone who has shaped the sound of an entire generation of electronic music and helped invent the whole genre along the way. He's also just come off stage after an incredible presentation, so this is the perfect moment to keep the energy going and dig a little deeper into his creative process, his vision, and what continues to drive him forward. Joining me now is Kurt Camerucci, better known as Flosstradamus, DJ, producer, and one of the architects of trap music that exploded out of Chicago and reshaped electronic music globally. From building Hoodie Nation into a worldwide community, to fans, to selling out festivals and headlining stages around the world. I'm still sad that I missed Coachella. Kurt has spent more than a decade pushing boundaries of how electronic music is produced, performed, and experienced. Welcome on in, Kurt. How you feeling?
Thank you. I'm feeling great. Yeah. What up, Upscale?
Yeah, listen, he has an amazing rap sheet. I'm so excited about this conversation right now.
Thank you.
It's so great to have you here. So I would love to get into it. Mm-hmm. You've been at the forefront of electronic music for over a decade, from helping define what trap music sounds like to constantly evolving your sound and bringing your fans along for the ride, which we appreciate. And looking at your journey, what's the biggest shift you've seen in how music actually gets made today?
I mean, of course, AI is why we're here. That's definitely the biggest shift.
Yeah.
But I've always seen it happen throughout my whole career. Like I started out, I'm old, so I started out DJing on vinyl. And then there was like DJ software came along, this thing called Serato, and it made it so like anyone could be a DJ. It made it so Paris Hilton could be a DJ, but it also made my friends who were DJs better DJs.
Yeah.
And I've been seeing this happen over like my whole career. There's like new technology comes in, people get a little scared of it, and then they adapt.
Yeah.
And I think that's happening right now too.
Yeah. And you're a DJ, you're a producer, and the brain behind Hoodie Nation. You sit at the intersection of music, technology, community. What does a typical creative day look like for you right about now?
I mean, it always changes, and for me, like, as of today, as of like right now, I've been like vibe coding like crazy. I'm making so much software and like different little tools to like help make my music, and I'm just like constantly just doing a bunch of vibe coding things, at least today. Okay. You could ask me next week, it might be different, but right now I'm just doing a bunch of like coding things.
Okay, I'm not mad at that. I'm not mad at that. And how do you make sure your sound and your connection with the fans always stays at the heart of everything that you do? Like, where does AI fit into that process for you?
For me, it just like helps me explore more. Like before, like there was limitations. There's like synthesizers, you could only use that. There was samples, like little pieces of audio. Yeah. And then now with the AI, I can just almost make anything. So my imagination that I had all these years ago, I'd hit limitations on. Like, let's say I want a guitar. I don't really know how to play guitar well. So I'd have to find the sound, but now I can like hum a melody and generate that guitar and like find these elements that I can put into my music that come from my mind. So for me, my exploration has just gotten wider in this area. So it's been pretty nice.
Love that. And speaking of it, AI is starting to reshape how creative work happens across every medium, right? Design, video, visuals. With shared AI-powered creative spaces where teams build together in real time. From your perspective as someone who builds in a totally different creative medium, do you see AI tools as something mainly for established producers like yourself? Or do you imagine like fans and bedroom producers using that can create alongside artists in real time as well?
Yeah, definitely the last part. Like
really?
I've been part of this company Suno for a while, which is a music creation platform with AI. And I did the very first remix competition with them. And before I've done these remix competitions with my fans, so I'll put the elements from my song out there, and then mostly producers are the ones that remix my song, and it's like a competition. But when we did this with Suno, it was like anyone could do it. Like my mom could enter the remix competition. She could remix my song. She didn't, but she could. And it was kind of cool. It lowered the barrier of entry for my fans to participate in a remix competition and put their own twist and their taste on top of my music.
Yeah, that sounds so fun.
Yeah.
Fun, competitive, good
cool.
sports.
Yeah.
Love that.
I also see it as like that, I think, is where a lot of this will be maybe in the future. Like I saw a thing like a week ago, Spotify announced that they're doing that like on the platform. Like people can remix like the newest Drake song or whatever. Like it'll be a feature soon.
Yeah.
So there could be a lot of slop that gets made too in this era, but people with taste might come through and make something really cool. There might be a version of a Drake song that we never heard that's actually like could get bigger. You never know.
Fire. I love that. And I hope your mom is watching and she gives you a run for your money.
Shout out my mom.
Shout out to your
mom.
And there's a lot of fear, right? Let's be honest, around the music world right now, AI, around authenticity, ownership, and what it means to be an artist. And as someone who's both a producer and a technologist at heart, how do you find the balance between automation and creativity?
Yeah, the automation side is like, automation's just helped me like expand my creativity. That's just like, I don't know how to describe it. Like I said earlier, I've been like making apps now with like vibe coding, and like I've been noticing that with my friends as well, my musician friends. Like they always wanted these tools and these like things in their workflow, and now they're making like these little elements, like these plugins to make their music different. So I've been seeing, I know there's a narrative out there, it's AI is making people dumb. Like people talk about that all the time, or at least I see it on social media. It's like, oh, it's gonna make you dumber. And I do think that can happen. Like it can dumb you down, but I think creatives see it as an like expansion, and they're actually taking these new things and actually expanding it even more. And it's not dumbing them down. They're like 10x output now. I've been noticing. Like a lot of my friends have been actually like doing a lot more cool things, and they're like technically learning to code in a way, but like they're doing more with their creativity. And I think for creatives, I'm sure other businesses and stuff too, it's optimizing that. But like in my lane, I just see it as a expander, not a like dumb down. It's not dumbing it down. That's for sure.
And speaking of doing more with your creativity, right? What excites you the most about AI and what could be made possible for music and live performers with it?
Yeah, I mean, the last time I played here at Midway, like we're at the Midway right now, and last time I was here, we did like live video generation while I was here, which was kind of cool. Like the music isn't there yet to like live stream it, and like, I don't know, it just doesn't put out consistent outputs. You kind of have to curate it as a human. But when we did the video, it was really cool because they're prompting and like taking video input and like making it like a one-time show with this stuff. It's cool. Like, you had to be here at Midway in that moment to have this like generative moment. So I'm excited for that to kind of get into music, because in music before there were like jam bands, there's people that improvise, but it'd be kind of cool to like go to a DJ set that's like a once in a life, or you had to be at that moment, and only experience it in that moment. And then you go to the next show and it's just a different experience. So.
Yeah. Now, I mean, you're making me jealous, and I'm sure everyone out there that we missed that Midway performance. But I would also want to know, right now, the music industry feels both excited and overwhelmed by AI. Is that fair to say? And every week there's a new tool, a new model, a new debate about what's real and what isn't. What do you think the industry really needs right now?
The music industry, I've been in it for 21 years as my career, and it's just this old rusty machine. And there's been people that have tried to change the model, and even like NFTs and stuff tried to change. There's been all these things that tried to change this old model that's been there. AI is very disruptive right now, and it's doing something to it. I don't know what that is going to be, but I think that for one, we need to find a way to like do royalties with all of this, like split. If the song was generated, is there a way we can attach like some monetary value with it? Because at the end of the day, the record industry, why it's this like rusty machine, is they want their money and they want to be able to like make the bag off all of this stuff. So I think what needs to happen is a way to track all of that and be able to like pay these artists that the models were trained on, and pay
Yeah.
people that have like iterated on that. Like the thing I said earlier with the Drake thing, like if someone does do that Drake remix with Spotify, like can the person that created it get a piece of that as well as Drake, or is it just Drake getting it? I don't know. So there's a lot of change right now, that's for sure. We just don't know where it's going.
And that's a great point. And speaking of that, how do you see artists shaping the future instead of just reacting to it?
There's a lot of reaction.
We're in a reaction phase.
I don't know. I think that's the climate of social media and everything right now. It's a very like vocal minority squeaky wheel is just like kind of making the narration go that way. But I think the people that are doing cool stuff with this, I think that's going to be the thing. Like if you don't make AI slop, whether it's image, video, or even music, if you make something that does push culture forward, then I think people are going to adapt. I think we're just in this early stages of like of the slop era, as like people are saying, but like a lot of people are just kind of like trying to make music that happened before. It's like, oh, I want to make this song that sounds like something I listen to, but I'm excited to see what happens when people like start combining all these new tools and make something that we've never heard before.
Yeah. First of all, I like this phrase, the slop era. This is the first time I'm hearing that, so I might take that from you by the end of the day.
Coin today.
But beyond the studio, you're known for your live shows and the energy that you build with Hoodie Nation on the stage, right? Which is something AI can't really replicate.
Yeah.
Have you experimented with AI in your visuals or your live show, or the way that you connect with fans? The same way you started using it in your production?
Yeah, the video is it. The connecting with my fans, like it's kind of funny. I have actually used AI a little bit with it. Like Instagram had this thing where like AI could respond to them and like talk to them.
Really?
And I used it for like 5 minutes, and it was not cool because it just was like so robotic and not my voice. And maybe that'll get better, and maybe there's a way where it can feel like me, but there's a human connection in all of this, and that's the one thing I think AI won't. Like we're having this interview right now, and there's like a vibe here. There's something that's like tangible.
Yeah.
And like I do Zoom meetings and all these things, and there's something missing than if I do like an in-person meeting. So I think that's one thing AI won't replace is that human connection. And I think me trying that with my fans with this automated thing, it just wasn't there, so I had to stop that.
Yeah.
And then to your visual thing, I've done a lot of like live visuals at the show, and like I said, we did this thing where we were kind of prompting it real time, and there's something human about that too. Like I wasn't the one driving the visuals, but the person driving the visuals might have been inspired by the song I played, and there was a human connection between him and I, and he mixed this a certain way because I mixed it that way. So that human connection is like translated, even though the tool is AI, that connection made that moment.
Yeah. And AI still can't replicate the vibe, so you still need the taste, right, that you bring to it. I love that. And for everyone watching, especially artists, producers, creators who are curious about AI, but maybe still a little unsure where to start, what's the mindset that you think they should bring to these tools?
Yeah, the mindset they should bring is just an open mind. That's the main thing, because I think if you're new to it, the narrative that's online so right now is like AI equals bad, and like I think there's a lot of negativity around it. And what I've noticed in the Suno side of things, my musician friends that haven't used it, they see the narrative online, they see this like not open mindset, and they're like, oh, it's just like I can prompt and make a song and it's cheating and all of these things. But then when they use it, or I show them how to use it, they're like, oh, I get it now. And because they didn't have that open mind, they were letting the public narrative drive what that was and not actually explore the tool themselves. So come to it with an open mind, try it out. You don't have to use it, but if you see something you can use, like use it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And Kurt, before we wrap up today, is there anything else that you want to leave our viewers with?
Yeah, I'm gonna just explore. Like I did say it in the last message, but like just explore with these tools and see what it is. Like it could just be GPT. Like you want to talk with it to like help like iterate an idea. It's a good creative partner. But like these tools are helpful if you know how to use them, and just explore them. Like don't just use it like a Google search. Try it out a little bit deeper. So yeah, that's it. Just explore.
I love that.
Play. That's another thing. Play.
Take us back to being kids again.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah.
Kurt, thank you so much for joining us. This was a pleasure.
Appreciate you.
You are a great reminder that every new sound, scene, and creative moment starts with someone willing to experiment before the rules are written, and it feels like we're right at one of those moments again with you. So thank you so much.
Appreciate you.
Thank you for having us at Upscale Conference.
Thank you, Upscale.
We'll see you soon, guys.
Yeah. Cool.
Please welcome Henry Daubrez, resident filmmaker and creative director at Google Labs.
Hello, hello. All right, so this is called hot or slop. I think that's very much what we are discussing these days a lot. Oh, this is bright. So a few things first. So that is me when I was fairly young. The thing which is funny is that because of the easy idea of my name, people think that I'm Spanish and that you have to pronounce it differently. Turns out, not at all. So I'm actually from Belgium. That's the French accent you can hear. So not to mistake me for being a French person. That's important. I mean, it's like saying someone from the U.S. that they're Canadian, right? Or the other way around. So I come from this place called Liège. You know those waffles. My mom was from Spain, and I currently live in a place which is U.S.A. Hopefully, there's not many people from U.S.A. in here because it's really kind of a weird place to live in. Yeah, I mean, good and bad reasons. I grew up in a different century, as you can see. We never have much. My parents came from Spain. My mom came from Spain because her dad was working in mines. Mines were a big industry where I came from. That's literally an engraving from the place where I grew up. But the thing is, my parents always made sure that we had access to culture somehow, which, growing up between the 80s and 90s is somehow different for everyone. So maybe to explain where I came from and how I ended up in here, but also I think a lot of us can relate to the fact that, when you get into, from being a kid and what you imagine you would be doing and where you are today, a lot of things happened, and sometimes you never end where you wanted to, because that's the way life is. So, as mentioned, my parents always made sure that we could paint and draw and express any creativity, which is great. Somewhere along the way, that's going to be important. I found this book, like this, literally this cover of The Hobbit, French version, or like French-speaking version. I'll come back on it afterwards. Remember seeing that cartoon a lot when I was a kid, but it wasn't that bad. But once again, we didn't have much. We were 4 brothers. I'm the youngest. So the one thing my parents wanted, because my dad had to work when he was like 16 or 17, and my parents had kids really early. That was different times. They wanted us to go to school, obviously, and to get education as good as possible. They kind of had the feeling that more degrees means like a better life. The thing is, I can't really complain about that. School was kind of easy, and that's great. But it was also kind of boring. Like in the way it works in Belgium, there's no electives, there's no like practical stuff. You go, you learn the same. You do your math, you do your whatever language, French, whatever you have, science, and then you have to decide what you want to do, which is pretty difficult. What's funny also is that along the way, for which year, around end of 80s, my dad won something like the equivalent of like 400 euros like to the lottery. Like you cannot do much with that. I mean, once again, different times, but for weird reasons, especially coming from Belgium, he bought this computer, a Commodore 64. And one of my brothers was like, you know what, I learned how to code. Turns out he became a developer, which is not a big surprise. And it kind of changed the path, which I've, how those small things can influence your life. And so I didn't know what I wanted to do. I was hanging out with my brother. He was like a lot on his computer. And I was still bored. I went to study computer science, thinking that was the solution. And it was just a lot more math. It was a lot more like techie, and I wasn't really interested in that. I wanted to do more creative work. And to come back to this, I think that was kind of a turning point for me, which is funny how someone mentioned serendipity earlier. That's very much how I see things sometimes, if you have time to read the note. But so, discovering this book, I went on to reading The Lord of the Rings, like a lot of people did, which in turn, when the movie started to come out, was amazing. Like, I can finally see what was in my head was kind of translated in a way which was, I think, pretty efficient. But also, it was a great opportunity to discover something else, which is this company, so U.S.A. If you heard of it, of course, did everything which was from the workshop, which is that side, which is the old miniatures or like bigatures and all the VFX on the movies. Could have been the end, I could have moved into that industry and then, perfect, that's what I wanted to do. I moved from computer science to learning CGI, and that was a process. And the thing is, it's interesting how complicated life can be. As I was studying all of that and getting into CGI and learning digital painting on my own, which is also really funny because I had the same conversations learning digital painting I'm having now around AI. Like I had traditional painters coming in saying, that's not painting, you're not using any paint, you don't have a brush, you don't have the smell. We're very much in the same space today. I think we just like to complain as well. But the thing is, there was absolutely no market. There was no real opportunity to work on that side. I could have worked for an architecture firm and whatever, like work on AutoCAD and start doing some 3D, and that was pretty boring, I would say, for me, at least what I wanted to do. And that's the point, right? Like we are, I think a lot of us here, I did chat a lot with a lot of people the last 2 days. When you ask, a lot of us did something totally different. Either we were in the same, similar industry, like creative, but also there's a lot of people, I was doing accounting and then I was doing this before. And I think we can agree that between you being a kid and wanting to do something and then getting where you want to get, sometimes you just need to get a job. Or like there's a business in the family and you're going to take over the business because that's the way it is. Or you need to pay your bills and you studied X, but then you need to do Y. I think this is where AI is kind of answering a need. Like I think a lot of us want to tell stories and we always wanted to, but just life happened and it became really complicated. I've been in a lot of different places, doing a lot of different things, from whatever, like doing tutoring for painting to running my own shop for like a long time, to video game companies, to graphic collective, like similar industries, but still different. On the flip side, I've been in the AI side for 5 years now, which feels like fucking ages. I do curse a lot, sorry about that. You can mute me after. And so it's been weird. It's been kind of a journey. A lot of things happened, like a lot of technology moved forward, as you know. We are totally in a different place today than we used to, which has been pretty fun. But then coming again to the idea of moving imagery, like we do complain that models are not performing the way they should, and that that was better, but it has been so fast, right? So if I look at just purely video, and if I look at my own journey with that, it started obviously being really young because we had a lot of VHS, like I think a lot of people growing in the 80s and 90s. Parents would tape whatever on TV, and then we would keep it forever until like the image starts to be half broken. But regarding AI, and if you look at it, it's been really like 2 years since we started having like better video models. And once again, we like to complain, but like it's insane the progress which has been achieved and the privilege we have today to be able to create what we can create with such quote-unquote ease. It's not pushing a button once again, but it's still fairly easy compared to where we were. So as an example, in early 2024, I was still working for my studio, and we got a commission from Coca-Cola to work on a short film. It was a Runway V1, the only model you could actually use, kind of in the box, I would say. And so we built workflows using Comfy UI, like getting an animator to create all the actual animation, and then kind of a blend of tools, like a kind of process, an entire team to run that. Fast forward, end of that year, start of the following one, got early access to VO2, worked on that short film, which got a ton of different reactions, some good, some like that, which very, very much summarizes, I think, the last 5 years, honestly. There's a lot of that still today, and we've seen it last week again. Got me an opportunity to get a commission for Google, for the Google I.O., work on that short film, which was really personal, more about my upbringing and my my own insecurities around, getting to that field and creating and then using AI in that regard. And then in that process, got hired by Google to work at the labs to actually work on narrative content, but also work close to the Flow team to improve the tooling. And then more project, right? So that's a short trailer, which is on its way to hopefully become a feature. So I wrote a script the very traditional way, and now discussing with financiers and distributors and studios to see how it could translate and what it could be. Hopefully, it's going to happen. And then I spent 6 months on this short film, which is still not public because it's still running to some festivals. So I cannot. I'm just going to pass a quick extract of it because I haven't played anything, I think, anywhere so far. And then moving forward on why it matters to actually choose your battles. Oh, better.
Something on your mind.
Every week?
Longer than I can remember.
What happened? I didn't think anyone else had, you know, this thing.
You too. I see. One stitch at a time. That's all life ever is.
All right. Thank you. Maybe a little of context, because I think I mentioned it last time I was working on it. It was still early. But so this entire story is a kind of a way to... how to put it? It started because I met a guy who explained to me that his wife had cancer, and he had no idea how to explain his 2 kids. I come from the same place. Both my parents got cancer. I got cancer myself. A lot of my family got cancer at some point. And I noticed that there's a lot of things that we're battling which are extremely difficult to explain, a lot of difficult to just even show. Like it's very internal. And so this entire story is around like trying to make it visible and to show what's happening, in your inner space in a way which is extremely, obvious, which is here like this kind of a plant thing which is growing on your skin, and those 2 characters who are connecting for a difficult moment in their life. It's been sent to a lot of festivals. Right now it's been refused in everyone so far, and I don't expect to be accepted anywhere. I think what I do believe is that we have this responsibility as AI users to start trying to be taken seriously, which means we could go to all the AI festivals and try to be selected, and mostly it's fairly easy right now because we can congratulate each other in the same space. Or we try to, to push the doors a little bit further and to try to be accepted as filmmakers and not as AI filmmakers, which I think is a big issue. The next project, and that's going to be tied to what I'm going to show you afterwards, but I started doing some testing around Sea Dance when it came out, and I had this idea of an IP in the back of my mind, and that was a perfect test. And so that was kind of a pilot. Now I've moved on to episode 1. So altogether, what I did notice, though, is that through those projects, it did open a lot of doors. And what's been interesting, and that what I've noticed, like you can be extremely productive using AI. You can spend, every day you can release something new. But if I look at this, if I look at those different projects, it's a span of 2 years of my life-ish. And at the same time, it's roughly 5 short films, some longer than others. and including one of them, which is a concept trader, and not, once again, 20 traders. And it did open so many doors, so many conversations with like studios, from executives to smaller, larger streamers, whatever. And I think that's a very important point. As we move forward and the tooling makes it easier and easier to create, I think one of the issues is that we are kind of encouraged to do more and to do faster, also because most of us are living on social media, and the very nature of it is that you have to keep on delivering, to keep on existing. And that's true somehow, but having this focus on quality and making sure that you can deliver like better and better and better is going to make you stand out even more. And I think I know that some people who were on stage today actually got the same kind of a path, right? Like they had a breakthrough at some point, they met someone, but it mostly came through one body of work or several which were like strong enough for them to stand out. And the more we produce content, and the more it's going to be an issue to exist. I'll just give an example because I don't think we should be insecure about other people's work. I think we should cheer for each other when it's great. I encourage you to watch this short film from Leo about his childhood in Corsica in France. I think it's amazing. It's blending the lines between reality and fiction. I think it's pretty great the way he did it. So yeah, if you find the time, I would definitely encourage you to watch this one. Next, if you can take the hint, this is the one main thing. A few people have been over this on this stage the last 2 days, but the one thing which is sure is that models are quickly becoming a commodity, right? I know there's a lot of model makers around here, but they all get towards the same place, including Google. Like, good is good, real is real. And when we see in those 2 years what happened, we get now to this moment where like it won't really matter. Like having a model which is better than the other, like you won't make the difference. It's just going to work for you. Issue with that is if you pair that with the fact that a lot of people are really, the workflows are like, I have this workflow and I'm going to, comment whatever, and I'm going to DM you the workflow. Man, I think you're just clinging to straws at this point. We know how it works. You start with really complicated limitations. Someone makes a workflow which, like 2 years ago, was everything Comfy UI with like obscure papers. And then at some point, one of the main providers would come with one tool which was like just make the entire workflow void. And then you go again. And we've seen it with good examples. ControlNet, for those who know, like ControlNet was, was like, oh, is it ControlNet? Now we have models like the Banana, which are doing exactly the same, except it's much easier. You don't have even to know what a ControlNet is. It just does what you ask. So if you look at this curve, what's happening, and it's going quickly down the curve, is that our edge for being a technical person is going away. Like it's much easier now to do a lot of things, meaning that being a tech person is not, is not really important, or is not as important. Second thing is that the slope economy is a real thing. Most likely you've heard about those fruits, which were toxic in so many ways. Politics, like there's elections I think there right now, which are like heavily relying on AI as well in the campaign, and I think it's creating a whole new batch of questions. And you have all the usual suspects are doing their own thing and moving forward, and all in their different ways, from partnerships to training to opening funds. We've seen Amazon last week. And so it means that we have this window which is really closing fast. When we felt like, oh, this is amazing, like the doors are opening, I personally think that the doors are pretty closing. I mean, it's going to be what we make out of it. But if you look at the establishment and how Hollywood has been doing things for long enough, I think they're more closing the doors than opening them. I think most of you know Gossip Goblin, doing his own thing, creating this universe, and like being extremely smart about how it's built and marketed. So I think one of the main points around that is don't be the AI guy or girl or whatever. It's one of the things, and it's happening more and more and more. It's easy to to have like a major company. So just to a sidestep, I'm collaborating with Google, but also I'm contracting because I wanted to have this freedom. But also I think it was better for them to have me outside and not being having a bias of being in the house. What you're going to hear a lot, and what I've heard a lot lately, is oh, you know, you get a chance to work with, and then they mostly name drop a big fancy director. And I mean, I'm 41. When I was 20, I think I would have been really excited, like, oh, it's amazing. The one thing, the few of us who actually, you know, went through this process noticed that they were going to be just hidden. It's just you're just going to be like co-directing, or you're going to be like, you know, going to help me, but at the end of the day, what you're doing is just generating shots for someone who's going to, you know, do the work. And I think there's a lot more than just doing tech work. If it's if it's your thing, it's your thing. That's great. But we have a lot more today to prove than just being the person who knows how it works. That's why I do believe more than ever, and I think Nick has been over the same things, I think Noah this morning, it's the right time to build your own IPs, to trust yourself, to trust the stories you want to tell, to work on your own things, and to try to own as much as you can from it. Because you can either like try to get a check out of it up front, which there's nothing bad about it, or you can trust yourself that you're there for the long game. I think Kevin is around. I think that's what Kevin has been doing for a while now, and build your own things and try to go around it. There are 4 things which I think matter, and more than ever as the tech limitations are going down. Obviously, there's taste. There's the audience. Distribution is one of the big topics, like how do you get seen? You know, social media is what it is. There's a lot of hoops and loops to get there. Story, we've been over it, super important, and then being authentic. You can rehash the same stories again, you can do the same sci-fi movies again and again, or you can do your own thing and tell something which is personal, which most likely has a lot more value, especially if your background, your culture, and where you come from. Tell something which matters to you, not something which you think might be working for other people. And then there's the idea of, I'm looking at timers to make sure I might have to skip a few things, but de-risking is the thing I heard the most over the last 6 months. If you talk to any major studio or major player and they're interested in working with you, they're going to mention that they have to de-risk the project, which basically means you need an executive producer, you need a producer, you need someone from Hollywood, which we know. We've seen a few press releases the last few weeks from AI-powered companies working on any kind of content, but then there's always someone attached. And in a way it makes sense, right? Like you come from out of nowhere, but then every time you attach a name which is bigger than yours, what are the odds that you get pushed a little bit behind even more? And that might be fine, that might be the only way to get there, but I would keep this in mind. If you hear de-risking, you see where it's going. And we've seen it in industry. Like, those deals, heard of it, so the incubator, Ben Affleck, we discussed about it enough, AI on the Lot announcement about the TV shows from Prime, Gareth Edwards doing his panel AI on the Lot. We've seen this a few days ago, Martin Scorsese, who's all in on Flux. And obviously this news, which we don't talk about, I would say enough, because there was a lot of toxicity, and it's like, it's kind of weird thing of being bullied out of something, knowing that, if you have the respect as a creator, then why would you stop doing this? But anyway, the one thing is, and that's I've been in touch with, a lot of different people, but there's one guy who has been in the industry for 30 years and like a lot of major companies in entertainment, and minus the typo in the middle, I think is extremely on point. It's like, we all think there's a big break, like those press releases sound like, oh cool, AI at this moment. It looks more like Hollywood is taking back control of what they already had, and they try to place their own in place because it's easier, and once again, it's easy to control people who know how it's been so far. So opportunities to try to do things differently. Quick side step on that. And the name is like work in progress so far, but that's so why the last few months I've been working on like a lot of us, I think, on doing my own thing also, like building more of a label to work on original IPs. As in, there's this very unique opportunity with AI to speed up development and to understand better if whatever you're working on has a value and can be extended later. But so we don't want to run, not all of us, like, a studio of like 500 people at some point. I think the technology enables us to have a much smaller team and to do a lot more things and to stress test and to see if an IP has value in the market and then get the right partners to expand it. And I think there's a lot of future with that kind of model if you manage to keep enough rights on your creations and don't have to sell everything or just do work for hire, because I mean that pays the bills, but so it's not that easy. Okay, 5. So I will show a bit of it after. I'm going to just come back on IP I've been working on. So I mentioned before Junkyard King, something I started as a test. But maybe to give you how it works in the back, at least for me. First note, public domain IPs, I think, are a gold mine, something which is extremely ignored. And we've seen so many variations. So if you look at the Legend of Arthur and the sword and everything around it, it's already been exploited so many times by Hollywood. There's just 3 of them. There's like countless examples of that. Those movies are extremely different, but they treat the same IPs. They go back on it, and they double down. Some of them have been extremely successful, actually, all of them to some standards. So to come back on me as a kid, so I had a mullet, but apparently I forgot that it used to be cool. I think it's coming back, but it's done in all states. You might see it in Utah. And then there was that guy, if you remember him. If you grew up in the 80s, you know him, called MacGyver. The thing which he had, which was amazing, which I think is something we don't see enough, is that he was smart. He could figure out anything, and then 5 minutes, a wire, and he would build up a bomb. And there's something like when you work, or at least when I work on an IP, I like to try to make it as complete as possible. I try to think about the character and what's working and what are the tensions and what's his thing and what's going around it. But also, obviously, we spoke about the remix before. I think when you work on anything, the idea that we create original ideas, when people say, oh, you're using AI, it's not original, are you? Like, we all are influenced by something at some point. That's the way we are wired as human beings. Like, everything you saw growing up, the things you're watching, the TV, the paintings, like, you influenced. So I'm pretty obvious on the fact that I love coming-of-age movies from the 80s and 90s. I think there was something unique about it, about just being outside until no hour and hanging with your kids, but also like this idea of mentorship and having people you can trust. If you haven't watched Explorers in the middle, because it's not as well known, I encourage you to watch it. I loved it growing up, so with a very, very young Ethan Hawke. But between all of those ingredients, and when you know where you want to go, there's something you can start creating and building around it. And the last thing is, for the last 20 years, I would say, I've been reading like a lot of different mangas, because I think that was a thing when I was early in college, and then kept reading, and I think became extremely easy now to get access. And there's always this kind of a arc and characters who are like somewhere between humor and this kind of a growth they have. So there's a lot of ingredients that you can mix together to create something which is yours. So I had the feeling when I released this one that episode 0 kind of showed the way, like it gave a path forward. And so the idea was now to double down and see what I could do with it. So script, obviously, first step. Noah said earlier was the same. I don't work without a script. I want to have a script and know where I'm going as a Bible. I'm going to skip this for now. There you go. A hero. I want him to be unique. I want to have his own quirks. I want him to have some personality. Things you might question, things you can use later down in the lore to explain or like to justify some of the character's actions. You want people to remember where you're going with that. And then a main antagonist. You want something he's going to work against, but at the same time, which is unique enough and interesting enough. And then working on environment, trying to build a world which is believable, which has enough depth, and where I know where I want to go, what I can do with it. So I'm going to go through all those. Last note, because to be fair, this episode has been built mainly using NVIDIA's Agent 1. I thought that it's been interesting. I'm still learning to see how I feel about agents, and there was something really great about it because I felt like it was really assisting me in the process. So I'm curious to see where it's going to go. And then obviously editing also, which is one superpower that everyone seems to forget, but none of this has value if you don't know how to edit, or at least someone knows in your team. But I think most of the magic is coming between the script and between that. Those are the two. Screenwriting and editing to me are like the two things you need to do the most. All right. I don't have much time left. I'm going to let it run until they kick me out of the stage. 30 seconds plus maybe a bit of overlay.
I kinda hoped it was just a bad dream. You again?
The blade chose you, whether you like it or not. There are things at that junkyard you need to see before they find you.
Before who finds me?
Everyone, 2 minutes. Bring the blade.
Stupid window! Let's go. Chicken! Let's go!
Took you long enough.
Don't do that!
My name is Socket, not chicken. Socket. Socket.
All right. I'll try to remember. So, why are we back here exactly?
Because you have no idea how to use this blade, do you?
This thing? I mean, it glows and it's weirdly light, but I don't really get why.
Because it's not a toy.
Okay, fine. But what about her? The lady with the... is she?
She is many things. Crazy is not one of them. Now listen carefully. There is another world beyond this one. A mirror. But broken. Everything your world built. The trains, the iron, the tracks. She pulled it through. Twisted.
Wait. How do you know all this? You've been in there?
Can I continue? At the center of it all, there is a girl. Your age. She calls herself the Sovereign. She commands an army, creatures of...
A girl? My age? Who is... All right.
All right, the rest is on YouTube. I'll let you check. Think about this. Can you make something only you could make? I think that's really important. And thank you.
All right. Do I have audio? Yes. Good. Morning. Afternoon. Good dinner. I always like the lights are here so bright. Good to see everyone still holding up. It's been a long 2 days. We still have a little bit to go. I wanted to see if we could have... Can we have some hands? Does someone have a birthday today, perhaps? Any birthday today? No birthdays? A whole room full of people and nobody's having a birthday. Okay, how about this week? How many hands? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Anyone upstairs have a birthday this week? Can we do a little bit of exercise for those people that have a birthday this week? Can we sing happy birthday for them, even though it's not their birthday today? Are you keen? I hate singing, but I can do my best, okay? I'm going to try to find a tone. Whew. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday, dear everyone. Happy birthday to you. That was a bad song for you guys. I want to hear you one more time. Can we get a little bit more volume? Happy birthday to you. Well done. All right. So our next pair of this is a pair of speakers, like these two here. I don't have any audio here, so I hear myself really badly. Our next couple of speakers, they're a pair, gonna present something that's close to heart to us. It's the rebrand that we did from Freepik to Magnific. So without any further ado, let's welcome Area 17 up on the stage, and you'll see me back before we end this whole show. So give Area 17 a big round of applause, and thank you for singing Happy Birthday.
Please welcome Jessica Bouvier and Thomas Squire from Area 17.
Oh, wow, they told me you really can't see anything, and you really can't see anything. But thank you so much for being here and listening to our talk. And just to get started, we really wanted to thank Magnific for giving us a slot on this stage today. My name is Thomas. I'm a creative director, and I'm joined by my amazing co-worker and best friend, Jessica. We're from a company called Area 17. We're a design agency based in Paris and New York. We partnered with Magnific towards the end of last year on their transformation from Freepik to the AI native company that you know them as today. We're not going to be doing a traditional kind of like case study talk, but we will be sharing lots of behind the scenes and the cutting room floor of what happened along the way of rebranding Magnific. But we also wanted to talk about the kind of existential crisis that we went on as creative people, trying to brand a company that was really trying to define what creativity means.
Cool. Well, hello, everyone. Thanks again to Magnific and Upscale. So yeah, Area 17, just a little bit about us before we get into the project. We were founded in 2003, and since the beginning, the company has really been about people and making the world a more beautiful and creative place for all people, and this is some of our team.
So Magnific joins some of our kind of leading like technology companies that we work for, and these are companies that are really shaping the future. We work with businesses of all sizes, small and big, whether that's like a startup coming out of stealth with Leighton Labs launching a new frontier model for AI drug discovery, or working with 11 Labs to bring their kind of invisible AI technology to life, or more like legacy players like Samsung that are looking to move into new verticals and kind of adapt to changing customer behavior.
Yeah, and at our core, we are a creative company, of course, and we partner with brands like Getty, Balenciaga, the New York Times, really leading brands in the world of art and culture, luxury fashion, and media to influence culture and influence our collective cultural life. So Area 17 has always existed at this intersection in the middle of creativity and technology. We've always asked ourselves, how can we see technology as something that can push our creative practice further? And that really is the question that's at the core of this rebrand, and that's the question that Magnific came to us to help them answer. And of course, this is the beautiful brand as we see it here in all its glory. We were like shocked. We came into this venue and we were like, oh my God, it's the M, it's so big. And really at the core of this brand is a question around what is creativity, and a push to all creative people to think about how to rethink their creative workflows and redefine what creativity means to them. So we want to take you on a little journey of, as Thomas said, a little crisis maybe that we were having. Magnific came to us, and they were really thinking about kind of almost in a way disrupting our industry, right? We've been seeing it for many, many years now, but Thomas and I were having so many different conversations about this, and we realized that AI was actually making us reevaluate very, very fundamental things about who we were as people and our identity as creative people. I said to him, it's just so funny how it's making us reevaluate everything we thought was obvious. And he said, I know, it's like I've never thought about what it means to be a creative person before. I just was, until AI made me question it. And part of the reason that we were kind of spiraling out a little bit is because we were seeing all of this discourse online, all of these words like creativity is dead, one-person AI native team, designers are cooked. And this was the discourse that is still quite rampant today. It's a discourse that we all live in. And on the one side, there are the doomers, the people who say that AI could never make anything artful, that AI can't be creative. The whole conversation is about slop in a really negative way. It's about AI brain rot and AI brain fry. And we knew that we couldn't look to the doomers as inspiration for Magnific's news story. On the other side, we saw people saying things like AI is the future, and that future is all about doing more with less. It was really a narrative of productivity, cost-cutting, efficiency, and we knew we couldn't look there either. And we really came to this conclusion. It was something that we really felt good about, which is that mid is mid, right? There's always been mid work. Slop has always existed, and mid is when you don't have a point of view, when you don't have cultural context, when you don't have something you actually want to say. And great has always been great, and as creative people, we know that. We know when we see something great, when we create something great, we can feel it. And it's about having a really strong point of view, having something that you want to say, having a great idea, having that space and that time to explore, and having the people around you to collaborate with. So for Magnific strategy and the narrative, we knew that we needed to break this binary, a binary that pits human creative expression against technological advancement. We needed to break free of this, kind of get out of the hype cycle, and come up with something new. So how could we do that? Well, we went back to what creativity actually means to us. So for us, this was the basic line that kind of motivated everything throughout the brand, which is that creativity is a mindset, not just a skill set. So it's not something that I can learn in school, it's not a new tool, it's not a new way of working. It really is a mindset that always asks, how can I push further? What can I do next? What can I do today that I couldn't do yesterday? And this was really what the whole entire idea behind Magnific was, and it came to represent the brand. So yes, of course, Magnific, it's the brand name, it's the name of the product, but more than that, it's a call to action. It's an aspiration for creatives everywhere to think of Magnific as a state of mind. To use AI to not just do what you've always done, more of the same, but to use it to do something different. To use it to rewrite the rules and reevaluate what you always thought was obvious to see what you might be capable of doing.
Oh, this slide's been left in. So I'm just going to go back one slide. So if that's what's being Magnific is all about, how do we actually make a brand world out of that? I think we're really clear on what the concept was and what the idea was. But we actually needed to translate that into a brand world. And it wasn't just your standard rebrand, it was also a name change. So it was a real blank page. So for me as the creative director and the team that worked with me on this project, it was truly like an open book of experimentation. And to do this work, we always start with what is the logo going to be? We always look at the landscape, see what's going on. So there's a lot of abstract symbols. I don't know if anyone's seen the meme of the buttholes. That's not just prevalent in the Gen AI kind of image video space. It's prevalent across all of the AI space. And as somebody who designs logos for a living, I think some of these are great, but a lot of them are kind of really boring. They're not really inspiring. They're not something that you can really feel the value and feel connected in and something that you can own. With that idea of being Magnific and creating Magnific work, we knew we wanted to create a symbol that felt really meaningful, but also something that the community could also really own and bring into their lives and play with it and mess with it. So I'm going to share some of the kind of stuff that was left on the cutting room floor, some of the behind the scenes that I guess you'll never see anywhere else. One of the first ideas that we explored when we tried to think about how do you visualize being magnific was, of course, thinking about a pair of eyes, maybe like a very on-the-nose concept, but we managed to kind of make it into a bit of an M. It has some eyes. The eyes are very symbolic of having a point of view, and that was something that came up really early in the project, is that having a point of view in the age of AI is like super important, so having a symbol that really represents a point of view. It's also one of the senses, it's how we see the world, it's representative of our creative vision, so there was kind of lots of potential here. We did present this as one of our concepts. I was really pushing for it at one point. I just still really love this with this mark and this symbol. But anyway, we continued to explore and found other ways of starting to think about how do we bring in the human aspect. It's something that's really important to Magnific as a brand and as a company, is that the human is always part of the creative act. So there was this idea of having a hand. Hand is representative of like doing the work and really being in there with the tools. But there was this idea of like the finishing touch, like putting the Magnific kind of dot on the I's and crossing your T's, which was like a really interesting idea. We're also thinking about how do people kind of like author their work? What's a symbol of authorship and like residues of care? So we looked at like thinking about, is the logo just like a signature, and like every single time you see the logo, it's like a different signature, something that potentially could be really interesting, and it would be like a true commitment to human in the loop creative work. Then we went in a different direction and started to explore something that's a bit more like abstract, thinking about the brain as a place where all kind of creative ideas start, and hiding a little M in the middle of the brain, but maybe like a little bit too kind of organic for what was right for Magnific, and then went in a completely different direction and was looking at like an everyday object, something that's very mundane, the complete opposite of what we would think of as like magnific and magnificence. But arguably, like most creative work actually happens when we sit in a chair and just kind of let our minds wander. We just thought there was something really interesting in it just being a chair. Of course, that's not what the logo was. Where we eventually landed was on this idea of being monumental. It was an idea that allowed us to kind of look back on the great things that inspire us and are kind of awe-inspiring, whether that's like a man-made monument or things of nature. It was an idea that really resonated with everyone, and it really felt like when you're doing magnificent work, you're reaching your pinnacle, you're being at your most talented, all of these buildings and shapes and forms really represent that feeling. So we felt good about this. So then the task became, how do we find the right form and the right shape that really represents that feeling? So of course, it made sense to explore the M. The M is the short form version of Magnific. Don't know why it's not looping, but we'll move on. And then that's where we landed on the symbol that you all know today and hopefully love. It's been really great to see. Oh, I'll let you clap. Yay! I mean, I hope you do all love it, because we all have to look at it every day in the tool, and it's everywhere. And it's been really amazing to see it come to life in like a physical way, as Jessica said, the arches outside the conference, on all of the merch. I think something that one of the designers said is that he really just wanted the logo to feel like, it just needs to feel like the word Magnific, and I really feel like we've achieved that. Now we've seen it in the physical space. It really feels like we made something that's like the next monument of the world, even though it's just a logo. Then, moving beyond the logo, the next kind of pillar of the brand to really solve for Magnific was, what's our hero color going to be? I'm sure you're all familiar with the tools. I know we're in all of them every day. Lots of kind of neon green, brat green. Not the nicest colors, a little bit sickly. I wouldn't say the most optimistic and inspiring. Players like Adobe just owning a single color. And then kind of a lot of black and white, like nobody really being that really ambitious with how they're using color. And then, if anyone remembers Freepik, they were, of course, known for being blue. So there was definitely a clear choice to be made here, but maybe a controversial one. And we were maybe most worried about presenting this, and that choice is, of course, what is now known as Magnific Magenta. And when we presented this, we were a little bit apprehensive, but we got in the room, and everybody at Magnific really loved it and felt like it was the total right choice. And I think the reason for that is that it's historically a color that people veer away from, and that's the opposite of what Magnific is about. They're bold and they're brave, and they want to go against the grain. I think this also builds on other brands that have used pink in that way in the tech space. If we think back to like T-Mobile back in the day, or like more recently like Lyft and Klarna, like pink is really this color of rebelliousness and bravery, which is what the Magnific brand is all about. And again, it's fun to see everybody kind of embracing the pink and wearing a little bit of pink, but not going like too crazy with it. We're still quite intentional with the use of it. And then the third and final kind of pillar of the brand identity was the kind of graphic system, which was all based off of the monumental M shape. So it creates this dynamic visual language. What we really wanted to get across with this shape language is this idea of expanding, stretching, pushing beyond the edge. So whether it's in motion or whether it's static, you always get that feeling of like, I'm pushing, I'm always like moving forward. And when we bring all of those elements together, that's what creates the Magnific brand. Those elements on themselves are very, very core to the brand, but we also really want to champion what's possible with the platform. So often the assets and the visuals and the art direction are really there and supported by the elements that we kind of defined for the brand. And then I'm just going to play one of the videos we made for the launch campaign, which some of you may have seen on social media when we first launched. Because it always gives me tingles at the end. It's kind of very epic. So that kind of brings us to the end of the first part of our talk and into the second part, which we're calling like the 5 new rules of creativity. If the Magnific brand is really about reinventing yourself as a creative person and how you do your work, that's of course happening to us as well in our work that we do at Area 17. So these are kind of the 5 things that are changing about the behavior that we see in the work that we do. So thinking about the old model of creativity before AI came to exist, there used to be some time at the start of the process where we'd really be focused on like, okay, what's the idea? But most of the time as creatives, the part that we want to protect is the making part. We know how long it takes to get to a good result, spending lots of time in the details, lots of iteration, lots of polish. And so that was historically what we've always protected. And what we're kind of seeing, and even as an agency, like what we're asked to deliver on now is, okay, now AI is here, that making time is shrinking. I know it's still not one prompt and done, but it's actually a much smaller timeline to get to great. So we're asked, how are you moving quicker and cheaper and more effectively with AI? But we actually don't think that's the right way to think about this new technology, because we don't just want to make the same things but faster. We actually want to make new things. So the way that we're starting to think about it and the way that we talk to our clients is actually doing the opposite and expanding more of the time spent on the idea versus the making, because so many people can make now. And something that kept happening to us on the Magnific project, which was interesting, was that when we're trying to showcase what these tools can do, without a good idea, you tend to see a lot of the same things, like there's always horses or dogs. It's always like the same things that we tend to show because we didn't spend enough time in the idea phase. So we call this rule worship the idea. Worship being really, really intentional, because worship is very behavioral and it's very habitual. You kind of need to do it over and over and over again. We can often get into an idea really quickly and just start running into the making, whereas we really like to spend time really pulling that idea apart and making it great before we then move into the making part.
Okay, so we have the idea, and now how does it change how we collaborate? So in the old model, creativity really looked a lot like a kind of production process. It was quite linear. So I'm a strategist, I have a particular skill set, and then I pass off to Thomas as a designer, and he does his thing, and we pass off to an engineer. So it was really this kind of game of passing the task along a line to get to the end result. And in the new model, our skill sets have really expanded. It's the old model. In the new model, our skill sets have really expanded. So now, as a strategist, I don't just put words on a page and give that to a designer. I can actually make tangible real-world things. So when I'm having a conversation with someone, I can say, hey, this is what I made, and that person can also bring what they made. So the process looks a lot more like a circle than it does a linear process. We're kind of ping-ponging back and forth, we're iterating, it's much more continuous. And it's really, really great because we get to the making faster. It becomes so much more tangible, so much more easy to see. And we call the second rule, make in the medium. And it's really about the new normal for how we collaborate as an agency. It's not this linear process where we expect someone to kind of ingest what I'm saying, and then later on, months later, we kind of get like a bad carbon copy of the intention. It's everyone making together at the same time. And this is not to say that we don't appreciate or respect specialty or expertise. Of course, that's more important than ever, but it's really about how do you supercharge that expertise? How do you bring that specialty to life in a better model of collaboration?
What I really, sorry, I was just going to add on that. What I really love about the way that this has changed how we collaborate is we also do a lot of kind of digital projects at Area 17, building websites. And this idea of like making in the medium and like ping-ponging with each other, we'd spend a lot of time like not understanding each other because we're just using text. It's the only way that we can communicate and collaborate across our different disciplines. And now so much of the work is actually like firing a HTML file, or like even a comment is just like, oh, I just did this really quickly, and like you're really like you're so much closer to the work that you're doing, and you're not in this abstract layer of just having to communicate with words only. So I think this has like totally changed how we work with each other in a really, really cool way. Moving into the fourth rule, it's going a little bit back into what it's like to be a creative person and do the work that we do. Historically, in the old model of creativity, we are in that process from start to finish. The human is literally in the loop, making everything all the way along. So we know what we've invested in, what we've skipped over, the parts that we know need more work, and every single decision that makes it into the final thing has been decided by the human. Whereas in the new model, it's the total reverse of that, because you get a really close to great output really early on in the process. So the skills that you need become very, very different, and they become more about critique. You really need to be able to critique the work. I know the outputs that come out first, there's going to be 6 fingers, and that's changing now, but there's always lots of like flaws like that are wrong. But AI is actually filling in a lot of the gaps for us. And what we find is that to make the work go from good to great is to really spend a lot of time pulling the work apart and making sure that we're responsible for all of the things that make it into the final thing that we're creating, rather than have AI fill in a lot of the gaps. So this idea of like being a good critique, we call being a hater. So I know that can sometimes be negative, but I think being a hater is like a true art form. And I think when you're really good at it, it's like really appreciated by everyone that you're around, because you're able to critique the work in a really, really nuanced way and be really, really specific about your feedback. Whereas historically, you could kind of get away in a group setting with like comments like, oh, this doesn't look great, or like, let's change this, let's change that. Whereas now you really have to get into like the weeds of like why one thing is better than the other, because there's so much variation now. We're so overwhelmed by like how quick it is to make variation. To actually choose between them, you have to be really good at critique. The other way that I think about being a hater is that the models themselves are designed to always push us to the middle. So if we've all got lots of ideas and we're all making around the same idea, we're always going to be pushed and gravitate towards the middle, because that's what the model always wants us to do. So I always say it's about being allergic to average. Like, how do we get away from average, get away from the center? Again, being really good at critiquing the work. Back to you.
Yeah, so when we think about how you develop that sense of what is good and what is bad and what that means to you, I think it's really all about you. It's your perspective. And as creative people, you spend basically your entire life cultivating that point of view, right? And that's the thing you sell. That's your pride. And I think what's really interesting is now we have this world where there are kind of agents that are always kind of lurking around us, right? It's kind of this always-on creative collaborator. You can just get on your phone in the middle of the night and talk to someone. I think there's a real risk here, because it means that you can kind of easily lose that perspective that you've spent your entire life cultivating. And so we think that in this new world, you really need to be very, very vigilant, and this is our fourth rule, about not skipping you. And at Area 17, there are two ways that we kind of think about it. The first way is anytime we work on something, we always relate it back to the cultural context and to what came before it. So we're always asking, what is this inspired by? Where did this come from? Who made this before? And so we really think it's a great way to kind of just ground all of the work in something real and tangible that happened before. And the other way is kind of less concrete, more abstract. And it's really about a feeling. Like, you know when you're authentically connecting to someone, to what you've made. You know when it's an expression of your point of view. And I think that feeling is something that we really are constantly striving for.
Cool. And then moving into our fifth rule, which was kind of a co-creation and one that truly came out of this project with Magnific. We worked really closely with Martin LeBlanc, who gave the keynote yesterday, with him and his team and a lot of the art directors that work at Magnific, to try and define if we're going to be a brand about always pushing beyond, pushing what's possible, we actually have to show up like that in the world. We actually have to be making that work as a company of people. But what was really challenging is, like, how do you define that? So we had to, like, really get back into basics. In the old model, we're all familiar with the mediums that we get to explore within, whether it's video, photography, design, illustration, all things that are possible on the Magnific platform. And then we've historically had, very siloed from that, just like tools, technologies, software that allow us to manipulate these mediums. But what's really changing with AI and the platform that Magnific is building is that they're somewhat moving closer together in a way that hasn't really been possible before. AI really is able to understand all the mediums all at once in a way that software and the tools that we've had previously just haven't enabled us to do. So we kind of call that AI as a medium. AI in and of itself is creating things that were never possible before, and that really exists in that space. That's everything we've kind of seen from everybody that's presented their work at this conference, which is really amazing to see. So the space of traditional mediums that have been explored forever, we've already kind of found the edge of what's possible with all of these mediums. And now with AI as a medium, there's lots of uncharted territory which we're yet to find. And that was really at the crux of what Martin and I, as we collaborated, were trying to understand: how do we explore within this area, and what does this area look like? But to define something that hasn't been explored yet is, like, really, really hard. So this becomes, like, the hardest of the rules to actually apply, and it's more like an ambition and a rally cry for all of us to actually explore what this space actually consists of. And the only, like, little piece of advice that I feel from our, like, exploration in trying to uncover what exists in this territory is just going back to the idea of constraints. I think we often see everywhere in AI, it's like, just make anything, but it's actually like, it's make something. So if you give yourselves constraints, set yourself a brief, it's actually much easier to kind of go deeper and really find like the edge of AI, as Martin calls it. We did a riff on that, and we call it Journey to the Edge. Because it is really a journey. Sometimes you don't get to go that far. It just doesn't pan out that way. Sometimes you're going really far and finding the new edge of what's possible with this technology. So we wanted to end on that one because it's a true kind of like inspirational, like, let's go find where this new edge is. And we're so at the beginning of what's possible with this technology that this is kind of the job of everybody in this room today. So thank you so much for listening to our talk. And if you want to hear any more about the behind the scenes of the rebrand, like, grab us after, and happy to answer any questions. But thank you so much.
All right, our next guest is someone who has consistently worked at the edge of storytelling, technology, and culture. Joining me now is Nick Cleveroff, Chief Creative Officer of Native Foreign, a creative agency known for pushing what brand storytelling can look like in a fast-changing media landscape. Nick's work spans everything from unforgettable title sequences, including Netflix's Narcos, to viral commercial campaigns and one of the most talked about milestones in AI advertising, the first AI-generated brand film ever made. Throughout his career, he has explored how tools can expand and the ways the stories are imagined, produced, and experienced without losing the emotion and the clarity that make them resonate. Nick, welcome. It's great to have you.
Thank you so much, Aaliyah. It's great to be here.
Yeah, I'm so excited. As a fan of Narcos, as I was telling you, this is really, really a great moment for me. So I guess we'll get straight into it, right? You've moved across very different formats. Title sequences, commercials, brand films, and now AI-driven storytelling. Looking at that evolution, what feels the most different about the ways that stories are made today?
I really feel like we are at an inflection point. We are at an absolute renaissance right now. We are going to see so many incredible stories be told that would not have been possible before.
Yeah.
And it takes people that are professionals, that are creatives, that are storytellers, embracing this technology and seeing what's possible. And I'm not saying you throw the past away, right? We build on that, and we use these tools to tell more stories, to tell stories that wouldn't have been greenlit before.
Yeah.
So it's a very exciting time.
Yeah, I agree with that. And as Chief Creative Officer at Native Foreign, you're leading teams through a moment where creative tools are changing almost every week, right? So what does that role look like in the day-to-day?
It's crazy. So I came up, as you mentioned at the top, doing title sequences. So Narcos is the most known one, of course, but we ran these teams of, let's say, 12 to 24 people, and it takes about a team that size to do a main title sequence, right? There's a creative director, art director, you have designers, you have animators, edit, post, sound, mix, VFX.
Wow.
And somehow that's like the same kind of ideal team for AI. So in some strange way, I've been primed to be an AI creator with my career doing title sequences. And, titles are deceptively simple. You have to distill the themes or ideas of a whole series or movie down into a minute or 10 seconds or whatever it is. And so we've always been making these little movies. There's a tabletop shoot element, and then you get footage from the show, and then you're using some 3D or CG, and you've got some typography that you're placing in, and you're kind of bringing that high design world to help explain what a story is. And creating with AI is very similar. So at Native Foreign, my job is to identify talent, which is why I love things like Upscale, right? This is my second Upscale Conf, and I think Magnific does just such a great job at putting this together, this community. I mean, it's like popping outside right now, right? Like it's so lively here.
Yes.
Just the hallways, the conversations, the connections are really special. And so what I try to do is find the best talent and put them in the right place to succeed. And that is really my prerogative at Native Foreign.
I love that. And speaking about your prerogatives, right? How do you make sure that the story always stays at the heart of everything that you do? Like, how is AI evolved or involved in that process?
Yeah, story is key. Story is absolutely paramount for us. So when we created one of the first AI animated shorts, Critters, that has now gone on to be written by the writers of Paddington, Peru, and now it's going on to become a feature film, to all of our advertising work. The story is the main takeaway for any viewer, right? I believe in servicing the audience and listening to what they want, and that has to be in. And the only way to keep the story there is by having humans in the loop at every key central point, right? I know a lot of people are scared right now with what's happening, but I promise you, if you could see how we run our productions, where we have all of the same talent in all the same key positions. Is the team size a little smaller now? Sure, yes, but we are doing more projects that would not have been greenlit before. We're doing them quicker, and with things like Critters, our feature film, we are offering equity to the artists in ways that would not have been possible before.
That's a huge deal.
So we are trying to flip the script. We love artists. We love human creativity, and we want to make sure that stays at the heart of everything we do.
Yeah, beautiful, beautiful. I didn't know that. You're enlightening me as well as our audience today. And AI is starting to reshape how creative work happens, right, across every medium. Design, video, advertising, film. With shared AI-powered creative spaces where teams can build together in real time, from your perspective as someone who lives at the intersection of film, advertising, AI, what stands out to you about that idea of a shared AI-powered creative space?
Well, great things happen when we're together. I'm a big believer in unifying people, getting them together. Obviously, now we have such a global workforce.
Yeah.
I mean, we have talent all over the world, but opportunities for us to get together in the same space and align are critical.
Yeah, yeah. And something AI can never replicate, hopefully.
No, and that's why, as we move further into AI, I think things like Upscale Conference are more essential than ever, right? For creatives to get together, share ideas, and collaborate.
I couldn't agree more on that point. And right now, storytelling, that world really feels both exciting and overwhelming by AI, right? Every week there's a new tool, a model, a new debate about what's real and what isn't. What do you think the industry really needs right now, and how do you see filmmakers and creatives shaping that future instead of just reacting to it?
Well, there's a few things. I think creativity cannot be counted out. All of Hollywood, all of the infrastructure, all the studios, they're built off of crazy ideas from small groups of people, from the creatives. And although I love technology and I love what we're doing here in San Francisco, and I love that these companies are really diving in, we need to keep creativity at the forefront of it. Excuse me. 1 second. If it's led by technology, it's not going to be the same. Like, we need to empower creatives and kind of leave them alone to do what they need to do.
I love that. I love that. And you mentioned this earlier, but there's a lot of fear in the storytelling world right now around AI, of course, right? Around authenticity, around ownership, and what it means to be an author. As someone who's both a filmmaker and a technologist at heart, how do you find that balance between automation and creativity?
I think the tools and the automation needs to be in service of the creative. Sorry.
No, take your time. That's a bar right there. They need to be in service of the creatives. What do you mean by that?
It's that if we are just making tech demos, it's not going to be successful.
Yeah. And what excites you the most right now about what AI could make possible for film, advertising, and brand storytelling?
Well, like from doing the Toys R Us commercial, which was the first ever AI commercial, like that would not have been greenlit. That story was too big, and for a company that was going through what Toys R Us was going through, it just would not have happened. Same with all the stuff we're doing with Virgin Voyages, which is what we played here. That kind of work is being made possible because of where the tools are and what the tools are allowing us to explore as creatives. So like things are being greenlit that would not have been greenlit, and we're able to explore more stories, which is fantastic. And in the case of Critters, our feature film, we're able to make that film now in a way that just wouldn't have happened before. It would have never been greenlit.
So it really is making more opportunities and careers possible, it sounds like.
It's more opportunities. It's more artists with jobs, as crazy as that sounds. And trust me, like I've lost friends over this. I've lost friends over my stance in AI, but I see it. I'm an optimist. I see what's happening, and I see what our community is doing and what the kind of work that we're creating. And I'm very bullish on this being the future.
Yeah. Sounds like you're a disruptor, and we need more of those. Beyond the studio, you're known for being a public speaker, a leading voice in AI, reshaping the future of storytelling, something AI can't really replicate, right? So have you experimented with AI in your own visuals, your own storytelling process?
He tried to teach me how to paint, but I can't draw like a stick figure pony if I tried to. But what I kind of learned is storytelling. And, I was like the kid with a camera filming everything all the time. And so what I'm seeing now is the ability to tell my dad's story. I've been making films about him and his life using AI to visualize 1960s Soviet Russia. No one would have greenlit that, and I'm able to like explore that now. So personal projects are an incredible place to start with for AI.
I love that. And shout out to your dad. That's an amazing story. For the creatives watching this, the filmmakers, the designers, the writers, and the brand teams who feel both inspired and maybe a little intimidated by this moment, what would you tell them to protect, practice, or believe in as they start creating with AI?
I think it is scary and it seems overwhelming, and there are actually so many tools to try to wrap your heads around, which is why things like Magnific are actually great, because it's a place where you can go and access the latest tools, and they kind of guide you on that path, as a creative to do what you need to do. I would encourage people to just start making things. Even people that are critical of AI, right? If you're out there and you're not so into AI, open up some tools and try playing with it and kind of see what happens, because something you thought was really easy, you might realize like, oh, there's kind of no magic button to doing this process, and it's really, really hard still to do what you need to do. So experimenting, starting with a personal project is a great place to start.
I love that. Well, Nick, thank you so much for joining us and for just being a disruptor. This has been a powerful reminder that every creative shift comes with uncertainty, but also with an invitation to be more curious and ambitious about the stories that we choose to create and tell. And until next time, we'll see you soon, Upscale. I'm going to take it to Chris.
Thank you, Aaliyah.
Yeah. What an incredible 2 days here at Upscale Conference. We're not done just yet, but we are coming to the end of the time. Linus Ekenstam will take the stage shortly, but just to recap, we had incredible speakers from all around the world doing workshops, panels, deep dives, showing you how to use these tools, and an amazing beer from Kavan the Kid. I don't even know what to say. I mean, I'm exhausted, but I'm still energetic. We had the best time of my life here. And once again, the second time only, and it just keeps scaling every single year. But we unfortunately do have to close it sometime. But between everybody I got to see, Nick Klekarov, we saw people from 1X Technologies, we saw people from all, I mean, my brain is destroyed, but I mean, I had a blast. What to recap else? I mean, my brain is jello. Let's just go this way. I'm going to show you it inside. The energy's still electric. People are still having a great time. We're not done here yet. We're going to do a little after party tonight too. We're going to dance. We're going to have fun and celebrate. People are going to gather together just like we did all day, but now we get to spend time together with people that are now friends, family, and it's incredible. So we're going to go show you once again behind the scenes here inside. Go past here. We have Min Do doing a little secret interview. I'm going to pass by here and go sneakily through the crowd as we go through. I'm sorry, can I ask you a question? What did you think about Upscale these past 2 days?
It was fantastic.
What was your favorite part?
It's about to come.
What is that?
It's about creating workflows with video and filmmaking.
Well, I'm so happy you came. Are you going to come again?
Of course.
That's exactly what I wanted to hear. So thank you so much for coming. I'll see you next time, alrighty? Oh, one more time. And Kurt, we didn't get to see you on the live stream because we had Major Laser video. I know we couldn't show. Yeah. But tell me, this is your first Upscale, right?
Yes, it is, yeah.
And what'd you think?
It was awesome. This is so dope.
It was so nice to meet you, too.
Yeah, likewise. We got to meet. It's cool.
And I'll see you at the after party?
Oh, yeah, we'll be at the after party.
Awesome. Kurt, have a great day, man.
Easy.
Be well. Alrighty. Sorry. And I'm going to say hi to one more person because I have to. Julian Durand, how are you?
Doing great. Thank you for having me.
You had one of the best workshops I've ever seen. It was hilarious, so funny.
I think I'm going to turn my career into a comedian, I guess.
You should be a stand-up comedian. Well, you know what? I'm out of a job. He's going to be my host next year.
Oh my God. No. You got it. You're natural, you know.
I'll see you later, man. Have a good day.
See you, Chris.
Thank you very much. We're taking it inside now, and we're going to go inside to this little studio all the way to see Aaliyah. So come on inside the studio. Hi to the beautiful team here, and we're switching in.
Wow, my co-host in crime is finally back from chaos. How you doing, Chris?
Honestly, I had such a good time, but I'm pretty beat up. It was so much fun. I know we still have the after party.
Yeah, we still have the after party. I'm a little sad that it's almost over. I'm going to be honest.
Unfortunately, I'm definitely crying. Me and Trini tried not to cry this entire time because we know at the end of the day, we go through all this, but we still has to come to an end at some point, and I'm going to cry my eyes out with them.
I'm going to do the same. But for our viewers, I have to ask you, what was the highlight of the past 2 days this year for you?
For me, you know, we're busy doing this, right? We're working, we're going around talking to everybody, but it is still so amazing spending time with them. Even though I'm running around like a maniac out there, I still love every second of spending time with these people. It's like family every time I see them. I said this last time at Upscale when we closed out. Seeing these people is like seeing family. You know, you might see them only once or twice a year, but every time it is so special.
Yeah, feels so good. Okay, we love that.
How about you? What did you like? What was your favorite part of today and yesterday?
You know, I've been in the envelope room with the audience, and
I know we trapped you in here. I'm so sorry.
You know, I've learned so much in this little bubble with different people. I mean, from Nick Cleveroff, who just left. We did, we had Paula today. We've talked to Joaquin, the CEO.
You know what? I'm actually jealous, actually. You know, never mind. I want to be in here because you interviewed such amazing people.
Yes, and I think everyone had such a different perspective on AI, but they're diehard fans behind it and the opportunities that it's creating.
Yes.
So I would say the wealth of knowledge that I'm leaving with has been my favorite part of this entire experience. I've learned something from every single person sitting here.
Yeah, and I think that's why I come every time, because every single time I come here, I leave knowing so much more. And you know, even being at the forefront of technology like this and being at these spaces, you come to here and you go, I still have so much more to learn. So much more to learn.
But it keeps you nice and fresh, right?
Yeah, I keep it fresh, but you know, it's still great to hear some of these speakers, because you know, it's so insightful. Some of these people, they might say something you already know, but they frame it in a new way. Yeah.
Brain chemistry.
Yes.
And honestly, Chris, I've learned a lot from you. You know, you've been running around.
Don't gaslight me. Don't gaslight me right
you
now.
guys. He has been not only a trooper, a partner in crime, but he has taken you on a tour of this space and just been a light. I am grateful to sit next to you, work alongside you.
If I had a Strava right now, I probably would have done at least 150 miles in this building. But yeah, so I think we're heading over to Linus in just a little bit.
I think so. We're about to close this out.
It's not over just yet. Stay tuned. Linus Eckenstein will be taking the stage, closing it out, and you might see me and her on that stage.
See you guys later. Until next time.
Till next time. No, I'll see you in a little. Stay tuned.
Bye.
Please welcome Joanna Popper, Christina Lee Storm, Kevin the Kid, and Kevin Bailey.
Hello, everybody. I'm Joanna Popper, and we are going to talk about AI and filmmaking. We have 3 friends from Los Angeles who've come to San Francisco with us today, some of the leaders in using AI technology in the art of filmmaking. And we're going to have a really good conversation to take it home tonight.
Taking it home.
Taking it home.
You guys ready? Awesome.
Who's excited? All right. So I'm Joanna Popper, media and tech executive and executive producer across film, immersive, and AI projects as well. I'll turn it over to Christina.
Hi, everyone. I'm Christina Lee Storm. My background is in feature producing, indie film. I also worked in VFX over at Rhythm and Hughes, recovering studio executive, DreamWorks Animation, where I was a VP over at Advanced Creative Technology team. And then I was head of virtual production over at Netflix. And I'm also an entrepreneur. I think we've talked about that is really important. I'm co-founder over at Playbook PLBK with Annie Hanlon. And then I'm also head of studio at Secret Level for narrative.
Awesome.
Hi, everyone. My name is Kevin Cardoza. I'm also known as Kevin the Kid. I am the co-founder of Phantom X and the creator of the Magnific original series, The Chronicles of Bone. And yeah, that's it.
Woo!
I am Kevin Bailey. I come from a background in visual effects. Got my start on Star Wars Episode 1 when I was 18 doing animatics, before animatics were a thing. And that really got me hooked on like this unity between technology and creative and empowering filmmakers through technology. So since then, I've started a couple of companies, a visual effects company called Atomic Fiction, a technology company called Conductor, have done production side visual effects supervising, directed second unit on a bunch of movies for Robert Zemeckis, and most recently was at Netflix's Eyeline Studios, heading up their sort of generative filmmaking and visual effects initiatives internally, which was pretty exciting stuff.
Awesome. All right, so our goal in our panel is that everybody in the audience learns something. So to that end, we are going to do a bit of a dive into some of the recent projects that you all have worked on. So Kevin, we'll start with you. If you want to set up the video that you're going to show and give us a little sense about it, and then we'll roll tape.
Yeah, sure. So I wanted to kind of tee up this. This isn't the most recent project that I've worked on, but it is sort of the most relevant, I think, to this audience because it...
And one you can show.
Yeah, and one I can show also. But, you know, it kind of harkens back to that moment that I had on Star Wars where it was like previs wasn't a thing, and then through technology we enabled George Lucas to do a thing that he hadn't been able to do otherwise. And this was also a moment like that. So this film that I worked on with Robert Zemeckis called Here, and you can roll the clip here. It was a super duper risky film because the camera was static the entire movie. The thing that moved was time. So we had to de-age and age the actors for a huge portion of the film. And because this was like an art film, we didn't have the budget to use traditional CG, so we had to use AI methods for the de-aging. And we did that starting from day one on set, so we actually had a real-time view of the de-aging happening so the actors could respond against their own acting as a young person. And we also used AI to help with the up-aging, working in concert with the physical production team to do an up-aging that would have been really difficult to do with just prosthetics. Outside the window of this room, and also when there is no room, we had to have the environment go through time as well. But because we were using real-time assets, we ended up actually using Magnific in these examples to help make Unreal real-time environments look photographic. So the whole thing was like a huge collaboration between the physical teams, VFX, and AI teams, and actually helped me get physically like hands-on with the creative process as well. And also because I was directing second unit for Zemeckis, that's all about getting into the director's head. I think it's important to note that like the speed at which I could get from like 0% to 90% with some of the creative content really helped me stay in sync with the director as his second unit director. So it was an amazing experience. And being able to use AI all throughout it, it really was like the thing that tipped the scales for me on like, oh my God, like this tech is like, it's creatively empowering, not just for the filmmakers, but for me and for the artists in the process. So it triggered like another moment of like, aha, here's a technology that can.
Were the actors like completely? Yeah.
Yeah. So
not that I'm moderating the panel, but I was like very interested.
So a couple of really interesting things about this. So and I worked on with Magnific, which was part of the
they're the
CAA
ones that
time.
did the face swap stuff.
So at the time I was at CAA, and we were partners with them. And so you guys started working on this, I think, before most of the LLMs were publicly announced. So it was a very different time. And you also were able to bring stars like Tom Hanks, Robin Wright, and others into this process. Talk to us a bit about how they felt, especially seeing those versions of themselves on set, and was there, what was the conversation with the talent to get them involved in the technology and get it on board?
Yeah, so luckily, I mean, Robert Zemeckis is like a very, he's no stranger to using technology in his movies. So he's pretty attuned to like how, other creatives, including actors, are going to respond to this stuff. And so he was very insistent, and I think this is important to do this from the top, is like involve Tom Hanks and Robin Wright and Kelly Riley and Paul Bettany in the process from day one. So I actually was able to sit down with these actors and kind of do informal interviews, and then we ran test face swaps on them a few weeks later after we trained the models, brought them back into a room and showed them these tests, and it was remarkable. They all had different reactions. Like Paul Bettany was like, "Oh, the de-aged version of me looks more real than me," because that's how I that's how I remember myself in my head. Tom Hanks was just like over the moon, and then I got a call from his agent the next day talking about like, "Oh, how do we make sure that this data is protected?" Right?
Yeah.
So it was a different thought process there. And Robin Wright, she actually like cried in the room, and when I was like, "Oh, you okay?" Because I'm like, "Oh my God, I made Robin cry. Maybe she hates this." She was like, "No. It's just like I've been thinking about how to bring this sort of youthful innocence back to my performance, and you've helped me do that through this technology." So that was really touching to her. So it is, I think, as with a lot of this technology, it's just like. At its core, it wants to be there to tell stories and make us feel a thing. And so being able to see how the actors reacted was like was a really remarkable instance of that.
Yeah. It's also really ironic, especially with Robin, because she was in a film about 10 years or 14 years earlier just about this exact topic. So it was very meta, I'm sure, for her as well, about where the actor sort of aged out and they ended up using a synthetic form for her.
Yeah, and also for somebody like her, she is like one of the most switched on people that I've ever met, because she's also directing as well.
Yeah.
And so she's looking at these technologies not just as a performer, but also like, how do we wield these tools? So it was really, really cool to see her actually offer up creative solutions on set to problems that we were kind of grappling with, and really understanding the technology. She's remarkable.
Yeah. All right, thank you.
Yeah.
All right, let's turn to Christina.
Hello.
Chat with us a bit about some of the projects that Secret Level is working on.
Yeah, so my background is, early days, post-CAA when I was working there. I was working in creative development. So Secret Level has two divisions, I guess you could say. The brand side, which is brands, advertising, commercials, music videos, and then the side, which is narrative, where I'm head of studio, and that's basically anything that's story. So there's three areas that we cover: originals, Secret Level originals, co-productions, and project-based. And so for me, what I like to do is basically, from development to packaging, production, all the way to delivery and distribution on our either our originals or our co-productions. So what's exciting is on our co-productions, a lot of times you might see stuff that we might drop. All of those things are done in a way of testing. So we're either testing out technology, testing out new things with the story. We're maybe testing out audience engagement, testing out worlds, and pushing models. So that's kind of neat, the R&D piece of it. It's not just us dropping, hey, I did a short, but it's really kind of figuring out things. So each one that you see up on our website is really pushing those things. So I'm going to show a clip called Ashwick. This was written and directed by Jason Zada, who's our founder of Secret Level and Chief Creative Officer. And what's really interesting about Ashwick is that it's really the concept of world building. So here's a world that we created. Here's a character that is really compelling and that you're engaged and wanting to dig in. And so some of the testing that we're going to be continuing to do is in terms of audience engagement through, thanks to you, Wild Worlds, we're looking at how can our audiences really engage much more in the sense of the world of Ashwick. And so I'll go ahead and show this, and then I'll talk a little bit more. Great. You can roll the clip.
There's a town in Massachusetts that most people drive right past. Old houses, old families, old ways of doing things. It's the kind of place that gets under your skin, whether you want it to or not. My daughter was born here, and she doesn't know it yet, but this town knows her.
Hey, Dad.
What?
Nothing.
There are people in Ashwick who have been here a very long time, who have been waiting a very long time.
Hello, Nora.
You can talk?
I always meant to tell her. I ran out of time.
Why are you so weird?
But I left her everything she needs.
So yeah, I really love that story. When Jason, he was like, "Hey, I'm working on this thing." That's the best thing I could hear, and the best part of working at Secret Level was he's gonna say, "Hey, I got this thing I want to show you," and I was like, "I love the world. I love the character. I want to know more," and that's where we can really start to unpack and grow. Just how else will our audience want to engage with this, and then really let's take it out. Let's start to really see this as a series. So as an original, that's a lot of fun. And then also on original, it got announced at A on the Lot. We're doing a feature film called Terrarium. Yay! I get to produce it alongside horror king Steven Schneider, who did Blair Witch, Paranormal Activity, Insidious, and so that's really exciting because it's a hybrid feature film. We're working with SAG and DGA on it.
Awesome.
Yeah.
So you mentioned with Ashwick you're testing audience engagement. You mentioned you're working with Wide Worlds, which is a fan-centric platform. Is there anything specific you're testing also on the workflow or on the creative development as well?
Yeah. With each thing, what's interesting is it's all us. We have our own proprietary work pipeline, but things sort of come out while you're working with other our team. Ideas creative development, story, and whatnot starts to come out and bleed out, and that's sort of the exciting thing about the iteration of okay, here we had it. Here we had the world. We had this one character, we feature another one, a sub-character, and then there could be, within that creative process, what about this? What if we extend this? And that's what gets really exciting. The thing about working with other partners, especially with audience engagement, will be, okay, what will the audiences be attracted to? What do they want to dig in? And we felt this particular one would be really interesting with Wild Worlds because it has a little bit of a richness to, there's a lot of characters, there's a lot of different storylines that you can hit. And so for us, the actual workflow seems to stay fairly similar, very much like animation. With this, with a hybrid, it's going to be, we're testing out different things with Terrarium. But I feel that I think there's a really exciting piece where you can actually work out the creative pieces, you know, and take that. And we have this, you know, idea like with each series, how do we sort of push, you know, as a normal series, you take it all the way through from like you're breaking the story and you have your whole season laid out. I think we have that structure as well, but it's also, there's a real neat opportunity for creativity amongst the team to like really bring things out.
Okay.
Yeah.
And what are the main things you're testing on the feature?
So the feature was, what's exciting is because it's hybrid, we're casting actors, and so you know, a lot of folks are doing, you know, what is the best way to do hybrid with actors? You know, do you need an LED screen in the back? Maybe not, maybe so. Even the process in which you want to do, like even the capturing, from the capturing, when do you, how do you insert the actors? Is it, are you just doing like a traditional animation where it's their voice and maybe it's radio play and ADR? So there's a couple different ways, and we're going to test out different types. So as we go along, we'll be sharing things along the way.
Awesome. Thank you. Kevin.
Hello.
Many of us got to see the next installment of the Chronicles of Bone in the workshop area. Congratulations. It was
Thank you. Yeah,
excellent.
it was a lot of fun. Thank you for everyone who came and checked it out. So I am the creator of the show, The Chronicles of Bone. Also, like I mentioned earlier, the co-founder of Phantom X. At Phantom, we have two pillars, an advertisement division as well as a narrative division. On our narrative division, we operate in a very unique way that's very different than pretty much every studio out there. What we are doing is we really believe in an artist-led future, and we want to change essentially what 100 years of Hollywood has been built and redo it, and that is to put the power back into the creator's hands. And when I say that, that means like I really believe that creators should own their IP or own a substantial portion of it as opposed to the studio owning it. So in the deal structures that we set up, so the deal structures that we set up at Phantom, the artist retains 100% ownership of their IP. Whenever we do deal splits, the artist is going to make 90% of whatever that sale is. Like, we do not believe in taking all of this money from someone who's going to be doing all the hard work on their project. And we also have found a new way of engaging audiences that has been working for, as of right now, we have 5 original series that are currently in production and streaming. We are signing more artists, and we are currently in more talks for more shows. But then, you know, I do have a quick clip. This is a trailer from one of our shows, the show that I do, which is called The Chronicles of Bone.
For over 5 centuries, the Mordanes have ruled the realms of man. But now, the winds are changing. The players are in motion. And the stakes have never been higher.
So, you know, with that, and to my point that I was making earlier, what we focus on in developing shows like this and letting the artist retain the 100% ownership of the IP allows them to, because right now our shows, we distribute them as our primary platform is YouTube, but we use all socials to essentially drive traffic to YouTube. But as we've been seeing with what's happened just recently in Hollywood with Curry Barker, with Kane and Backrooms, that these directors came from YouTube. And the idea is that we are going to put these shows on the artist's YouTube, grow their YouTube channels in conjunction with whoever our partner is. And when we do this, it allows them to not only grow their platform and their voice, but then puts them in a position that when studios are looking to adapt projects, we have already built an existing fan base and an existing IP. Like, we're removing the risk from the studios, so now they can already have a pre-baked in fan base by taking an IP. And this still then falls down to if the artist wants to sell their show to a major studio or if they want to keep it. But again, the main thing is, even when we start doing deals with the majors, we're very much fighting for having a retention of ownership in this IP so that when people go forward, like if they make the next Star Wars, they own it. And that's really important to us.
Cool. And so right now, the clip that you shared, that was funded by Magnific, which is great.
Yeah.
And so you have technology partners, you have brand partners today that are helping drive the funding for your content, but retaining the ownership with the talent.
100%, yeah.
Mm-hmm.
So like the idea is that, in all the deal structures that we set up right now, like with mine, like my partner with Magnific, which is truly the best partner. We have a partnership. Yeah, Magnific is incredible. Our other shows are partnered with NVIDIA. They're also incredible. Like we're so thankful to our partners and everyone because when I first presented this to Magnific, they believed in the vision, and so now it's growing, and we're seeing that now also outside of just AI platforms, but brands, looking to develop original series as well, and all of this stuff is coming in like in a state where you might hear a lot that AI is hurting Hollywood or ruining Hollywood. It's not. Hollywood did that to themselves by doing bad stories and trying to make as much content as they possibly can. And that might also be attributed to the streaming services, which, I love the streaming services, but like when you're just trying to fill a content quota, you're not going to have the results that you want. What I believe AI does is actually puts people who write incredible original stories and gives them the tools to develop them. And now you're seeing that. You're seeing voices from all across the world emerge, and we're seeing stories that feel fresh, original, and unique. And it's something because it's not built off of an algorithm, which is funny because AI is built off an algorithm, but the human element, the writer, the creator, the storyteller is not.
Talk a bit about your audience on YouTube. The relationship that the storytellers have with the audience and how you grow the audience and what you know about the audience that comes and engages with the content that your team's creating.
Yeah, so like, something that I've seen and it's been happening across all of our projects is, and you'll see this no different, especially when you're using a platform like YouTube, is consistency. So as long as you're consistent and then on the storyteller side, write a good story. So before you get started generating and all that stuff, take as long as you want, 6 months, a year, however long it takes you, but write that story and make sure it's fully fleshed out. If someone ever has a question about any part of your story, have an answer for it. If you don't, keep writing. But outside of that, like what we've seen in our shows, like when we launched, most of us had like relatively small YouTube followings. And then once we started our shows and we did consistency, we saw every episode massive growth start happening and people coming in and following and getting attached to the storylines. And, those are the elements that we've seen, work so far. The 3 shows that we currently have out: my show, Mike J. Mitch's show, The Sage, and Sav's show, Exile Protocol. And then we're launching 2 more shows at the end of this month: Rafa the Artist's show, Metamorphosis, and A's Alter's show, Red Rainbow. And their shows have already, like Rafa's been promoting his show already, and then A's has built out Red Rainbow for the last 3 years. If any of you are familiar with A's Alter, he's an incredible AI artist as well. But yeah, it's the consistency in having a good story that people can get attached to. Because when you look at YouTube, what are some of the biggest channels? Are like podcast channels, all of these different, podcasts. Like for instance, my wife and I, we watch true crime channels, but it's the consistency of these people and doing good storytelling or good like quality work that ends up making you want to subscribe. Before I would just do like one-off films and I'd put those on YouTube and they would have good interactions and do well, but on that subscriber side, it would be pretty minimal because once they've seen it, there's essentially for them like, what's the reason to come back? And so what I've seen from like doing original series specifically is that there now gives a reason for the audience member to come back, and so that's where we've had so much success there.
Cool. Yeah, I mean, it's very much like any kind of storytelling where, we watch so much TV because of being on the Television Academy. You're on the executive committee, and me as a governor. But I feel like it's basic, where it's like I want to be connected to a character, a world. What is that going to be like, and why will my audience want to come back to see the series? Absolutely.
Yeah. So we were all at AI in the lot last week. Probably a lot of people here were as well. There were a lot of announcements. Every week in Hollywood, I feel like there's a lot of announcements. We saw Martin Scorsese is now using AI for storyboarding with Blacklight, is it? No, Blacklight's our friend who's in the audience, but Black Forest. Black Forest, yeah. But shout out to Blacklight if he's still here. And we saw announcements from Amazon. We saw, there's a lot. And every announcement feels like steps forward, steps back, steps forward, steps back. Talk a bit about how you and the reason I bring this up is because we're here in San Francisco. Quite a few people here have asked me about how does Hollywood or how do people in film and television see AI? And since we're here on the stage, people from LA that work deep in the industry, I would love to get your thoughts on that perspective, where it is today, where it's going, and how those of us working at the intersection of innovation and technology can help bridge the gaps. Kevin, you want to kick it off?
Yeah, I mean, I feel like a lot of the backlash comes in situations where it's like the story or the announcement is like led by the technology, whereas if they just led with like, hey, we're doing some cool stuff, and the technology is more of like it could be a talking point once it releases or whatever, then that's inspiring. Like, people watch this stuff not because of the tech that was used. And I say this as a tech nerd. Like, when I saw Jurassic Park when I was 13 years old or whatever it was like, yeah, I was excited about the technology, but I was wowed by the story. And so I think that, like, Hollywood probably needs to do a little bit more talking about what they've done rather than what they're going to do.
Yeah.
And then I think that and also talk a little bit more about like what doesn't work, like what can't we do with these tools at a certain scale or whatever, because that's all they are, is like tools in service of storytelling. And by talking more about what has been done and what doesn't work, if people are interested in the tools, I think that is the thing that builds trust. And then people can just like watch awesome stories like Kevin's and just enjoy it.
I totally agree, and I think that the use cases are super important. I think also coming from like an independent film background, it's always like two things are happening. Either it's like, how do we get more up on the screen, right, with the limited budget that we have, or you're shooting and you have like whatever amount of setups left to do and only 4 hours to go, and like, how are we going to do it? And that kind of mindset, which everyone in this room has, is like, how do we get that up on screen? But now I feel like, especially like with Terrarium, it's like we're going to be able to build out a world where it'd be very, very difficult to go and shoot that on location, even it being a genre horror film. It's like, how are we going to extend that out even more so? Things that a lot of folks lean on, like, is it a visual effects then? But it really is about the production value and allowing for the filmmaker. And with Terrarium, with Jason writing and directing, it's like his vision to like, how do we extend that even more? I think that's so important.
Yeah. Or some other great examples that are House of David or Moses or what's coming with Satoshi, right? Those are that just wouldn't be possible with the budgets that are allocated to them.
Like a good example is that when I was at Eyeline, we did a few shots for this amazing Argentinian series called The Enternaut, and we used generative AI to do the shots, and we put it out on service, and it was out there for 2 months. Nobody noticed. They just thought it was good visual effects. And then once we kind of announced it, everybody was like, wow, that was cool. Right? So I think people get pissed if you like use this technology to take shitty things that wouldn't have been made otherwise and make them. But if you use this technology to make great things that wouldn't have been made otherwise, then we'll be in a good place. Nobody's going to care.
Yeah. Awesome. Our panel's coming to an end in a few minutes. went very fast. So let's, for the last question, let's talk about how to contact you, how to follow up with you. What's something that you would want people to follow up with you about? Whether it's your team is hiring, you're looking for partners, you're looking for storytellers, and what is one big learning that you've had over the last couple of years working in this that you'd want to share with everybody? Let's start with you, Christina.
Oh, gosh. Okay. You can reach me on LinkedIn. You could also follow me on Insta. I'm Clee Storm now. We're always hiring over at Secret Level. We're always looking for really great artists, technologists, creatives, creative directors. So you can reach me there at narrative@secretlevel.co. And yeah, what's exciting about some of the work we've been doing is also the originals are coming from in-house, but it's an invitation out-house, who has projects that are really, really interesting, and that's where the co-productions are exciting for us. Something that you've learned. Oh my gosh, learned so many things. I think a little bit is obvious that what I learned is, a lot of people, we've been a part of emerging tech for 10 plus years or whatever, I guess ever since I worked at Rhythm & Hughes, but I feel like the technology is always going to progress and innovate, and I think the number one thing, which is, I knew this already, but it's relearning, it's all about collaboration, us being here together, connecting, and the brain trust of people is so important. And I think that's, as we're sort of stepping through something new, we can lean on each other and we can help each other. And I think that's what makes this dynamic.
Awesome. Thank you. Kevin.
Yeah, so we're, if you got an amazing story or, an incredible story to tell, definitely reach out to us, as well as, on our ads division. If you love making ads and commercials and doing things like that, you can reach out to us. The best way to do it is just head to our website, phantomx.ai. It's real easy. You just go there, and then there's a contact page. If you want to follow me, I'm the same social across the board at Kevin the Kid. And then lastly, the thing that I learned, and I think it's something that myself and my fellow co-founders, Mike and Sav, would agree to, is that the entire time of this entire process, everyone has told us that the way we're doing it won't succeed, and it's worked. So no matter what people tell you, and even if it's untraditional, if you have a real method behind it and a willingness to try new things and take different approaches, go for it.
Awesome. Thanks.
Yeah, AKA F the haters. Right? Yeah, no, I mean, for me, I'm diving into developing my own material, and so the help that I'm going to need from you guys in the future is to help me make my next movie, whatever that ends up being. So there will be some announcements coming out, hopefully here in the next month and a half about that. So I'm pretty excited about that. The thing that I have learned is that there's two very quick things. One is that I think every time in my career that I've strayed away from that mission of using technology to drive story, if I've started going to technology for technology's sake or technology for money's sake, I've always ended up being very at my core unhappy. And so I always come back to using technology for storytelling. It makes me happy, and I learn that again and again and again, and that's no different now. And then the other thing is, my mentor and longtime collaborator, Bob Zemeckis, I think he said it really well, where we were talking about AI, and he was just look, man, this is a great opportunity to take what has become a product in Hollywood and actually make it more like art again. And I thought that was that really sunk in with me as something that was beautiful, and I look forward to carrying with me.
Awesome. And how can people contact you?
What?
How can people contact you?
Oh, LinkedIn is probably the best way. I may take a week to respond, but it's
Nick talked about 2 weeks earlier, so
yeah, maybe 3 weeks.
Yeah. All right, I'm at Joanna Popper on all the different platforms. Let's go out and make some art.
Let's do it.
Thank you. All right.
All right. No running out. We're not completely done yet. We need to clear up the stage. And people do not listen. They just run off. I see you there in the back. Yeah, okay, goodbye, goodbye. Oh, you're going to get another drink? Yeah, good. Good. Oh, dancing? Yeah, all right. Getting ready for the after party. So, I guess this was kind of it, like here at the venue at the Midway. How was it? Yeah? I've been trying to hold it together. I woke up this morning and my voice was just really, really, really bad. I had to drink 2 cups of tea and I'm like, oh, I'm not sure I'm going to be able to talk today. But I think it worked. I even got some singing in. I really hate singing. The consensus from yesterday was that people walked away from here with really, really good impressions. We read a lot of good feedback. We're super happy that you had a good time. I hope we can kind of top that today as well with the scheduling that we've had on, not just here on this stage, but on the other stages, the workshops, the screenings, and the hackathon. We couldn't do this without all the sponsors. We couldn't have done this without you. And the last kind of thing we're going to do today is that we're going to bring up the sponsors of the after party, and they're going to show a little movie. And then I'm going to give you like the closing words, and you don't have to hear anything else from me again. So without further ado, Xavier, come on stage. Welcome, Xavier, from Alibaba Cloud.
Thank you, man. Hello, everyone. Wow, what another fantastic Upscale Conf. My name is Xavier Liu. I am the lead of AI creatives at Alibaba Cloud based in London. For the last 2 days, I'm so excited to be in San Francisco, surrounded by so many AI creatives, technologists, artists, filmmakers, because you guys are truly the people who, shaping where AI creativity goes next. So first of all, on behalf of Alibaba Cloud, I would like to say a massive thank you to the whole Magnific team for organizing and bringing together such an amazing community. Let's give them another round of applause. So events like Upscale Conf really remind us that, these days AI is not only about creating faster tools or bigger models. Moreover, it's about how and what people choose to do with them, right? And at Alibaba Cloud, we truly believe that AI should be supporting the creativity, business, especially SMEs, the developers, and the wider community. We're committed to making advanced AI models to be more accessible, meaningful, and useful, such as in the areas like education, AI for good, and welfare. So now, I am going to show the audience the very last video of the day, of the conference, which is an AI for Good project Alibaba Cloud has carried out in the Asian Pacific region. And after we watch the video, it's the after party time. We are hosting the after party at the Hibernia tonight from 5 p.m. to 9 p.m. I hope you can join the after party, get some bubbles, show some moves. I hope you enjoyed the video. Thank you very much, and I'll see you around.
My name is Shiva. I'm 7 years old. My name is Ushaidi. Hey.
Wiggle your nose, wiggle your toes. Where do the magic bubbles go? Ready to pounce?
amazing from something like this that you can make into something very lively and very cute. So.
For this project, we mainly leverage advanced multimodal AI capabilities, turn their 2D drawings into 3D visuals. This enables us to create short films that brings the children's inner thoughts and imagination to life on screen for the first time.
Mama.
Kalau kita tengok teknologi ni, memang kita rasa sesuai untuk kanak-kanak. Kanak-kanak pasti happy lah daripada lukisan dia ni boleh jadi bergerak ni. Itu akan menarik minat kanak-kanak lagi.
Teachers' ability to teach is very limited with no resources. But with AI, it could help us create more difference like in materials. It's truly different. Mine is like, wow, very creative. Oh yeah, I was surprised. I'm surprised because normally like we see drawings is static and that's it. But now I can see it move. So yeah, it's kind of like really alive.
We believe AI isn't here to replace people, but to empower them to do more. It acts as a tool that gives people wings, helping them to think bigger and turn their dreams into reality.
It can help those that are like her. It really helps those in needs lah. I mean, AI is good.
All right. Okay, I'm back. Thank you, audio. I've been contemplating a lot over these 2 days. I think I want this to continue to be a safe place for people's opinions. I want this to be a place where you can come and be, hey, I'm a bit worried about X, Y, and Z, and then talk about it. I want you to be able to come here and say, I'm super excited about all of this, and I want to talk about it. And I think these 2 days have shown me that that is exactly what's happening. We have an unbelievable amount of experience and people that comes from all walks of life in the creative industry and outside of it. And it's been fantastic to be part of some of these conversations. I think today more than ever we need nuance. We need to be able to hold opposing truths in our head. We need to be able to have conversation. We need to be able to truly embrace the fact that the world is gray, not black and white. So I want to invite more people that have made these 2 days extremely possible. It's not just me. I'm just a clown that they send up here between breaks. We've had 2 fantastic people. We have Chris and Aliyah somewhere. Can we get them on stage? Woo! Big round of applause. So, Chris, what have you guys been up to?
I talk all the time, but I think I talked more in the past 2 days than I have in my entire life.
I don't think that's possible.
And yeah, I was going to say, anybody that knows me, I talk way too much.
Please explain, what have you been doing?
Well, we've been in the envelope room for me, doing interviews for everyone watching virtually or from home to give them a similar experience to what you had in person.
So basically you had my job 10 times worse because you've been live.
And I didn't get to watch many of the speeches, which I was really upset about. But I did catch 1 or 2, which was great.
And we didn't get to sing happy birthday, so.
Oh,
yes, that too.
That's nice. What's the biggest takeaway for you guys from these 2 days?
I would say I had an interview with Martin, and he said AI is a skill set, right? And I think that rewired my brain chemistry, because if it's a skill, that means that it can be improved upon. And maybe some of you already knew that, but to me, that was like a awakening, and I'll leave with that in improving my skill set.
I've said this, I think, the past 2 times I've been up here. Upscale to me is like seeing family. You might only see them once or twice a year, but every time you do, it's like the best feeling on earth, and I love being here. So, and also, I'm going to give a shout out to Linus, who's an amazing host. Give him a round of applause,
great.
please.
Give him a warm round of applause.
Thank you.
I mean, I couldn't imagine being up here all day long, especially if you have to buy like a minute or 2. Like, that's the most impressive thing I've ever seen.
Yeah, singing comes down to the wire there.
What was your favorite part? What was your favorite part of the entire 2-day experience?
It's a good question. I think I like the programming that we put together this year a lot. We've been able to find talent from all over the world, but also like really, I think, different views and different kind of angles. That people showed up. I think we were worried into the last minute that nobody would come. And yesterday we had to like shove people out. I think I'm very happy about that. This is like obviously not a small endeavor, as you can imagine.
No, not at all.
I'm not even here. We were not based here. None of us are. Like everyone just came to the Midway.
Yeah, and also the
in
people-
boxes.
And the people behind the scenes make our jobs very, very easy. Because without them, I would have been a mess. Absolutely.
How is it? Did you guys have AV crew? How big was your crew in the streaming box?
Oh my God, we had about
4 or 5 people in there.
Yeah, 5 or 6 at times.
So that's a round of applause. We have here, how many people do we have in the back? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. So for all the AV is like audiovisual. Can we give them another big round of applause? Thank you
so
guys.
much, AV.
From us as well. And we do have the after party, and you might wonder, how did we get there? Because the after party is not happening here.
It's an essential part of the event.
It's the essential part of the event. So it's going to be at the Hibernia at 1 Jones Street. So it's like Market Street, Jones.
Yes.
And we're going to have shuttles leaving here. 4:45, I think they start. And the after party starts at 5. But you are free to leave here at your own kind of...
Free to leave.
You're free to leave. You're free to leave if you
Oh.
want to go, but if you want to wait for the shuttle, you can do that too. There will be in total 4 shuttles. But if you want to Uber away or Waymo away over there, that's fine. There will be coat check there. So if you have bags or things that you want to store, you can do that.
Like merch from the store over there that you should get. You should get it.
I got a new one.
I'm selling. It's my favorite part. I tell Bianca that every time. The best thing I've ever seen.
I got a new one.
I know. I'm gonna have to borrow.
Yeah. And there's like this other... What, do we have anything left to say this, like logistics-wise? I'm thinking. This is a hard job, guys. Like they keep telling you things behind the stage. We have a run of show. It's very strict. It's like down to the minute. Like, 2:21, 30 seconds in, you're going to do this. And then nothing really stays on track. But I think we're good, no? Can anyone yell at me if I missed anything? Yeah, we're good. Okay.
Okay, thank you.
And can we invite up the rest of the crew that made this day somewhat
Come on
possible?
off stage, let's go.
No? Yeah? Come on up.
Come on, everybody.
Wait,
hold on.
Franca.
Hold on. Who's who? Who's the CEO?
I want everyone to like keep coming this way because we only have 1 set of stairs. You can be in the center, Kwang. Yeah, look at this. It's not a small team, eh? Look at this. Everyone, keep coming up here. This way, this way. We only have 1 set of stairs. I do want to emphasize that like this is it's going to get awkward because you don't have to applaud all the time. We should have background music. We need this for the group photo, I think. Come on, guys. Don't be shy. Don't be shy. They are not dangerous. You okay?
I'm okay. I'm okay.
Yeah?
And you?
Yeah, I'm good. I'm good. I'm always good. You know that. Are you okay?
I gotta stay away from Joaquin.
Okay, you're staying there.
CEO.
So, these guys work in an office. They're not event planners. They're not like, that's not their main job. They build software. And this is the 4th time I had the opportunity to work with these guys. And they pulled this together. And they're based, most of them, in Málaga. And now some of them in here as well. But take a good look at this. I want to have a look at this because I never get to see them like this. You break my heart. Thank you. And thank you for having me again. I'm going to be in the back. Thank you for coming. And we hope to see you all again. Right?
Yes.
Yes?
We do.
Do we have a date for another?
No, we don't have a date, but it's
No dates.
Next one, it's going to be next year.
Okay.
Okay. And we will be super excited to have you again.
Okay.
So looking forward to the next one.
So there will be another one. Here you have a microphone. You want to say
Thank
something?
you. No, I just want to thank you all. This Upscale conference, it only exists because of you. Okay. These people here, they have built it, but you are the one that gives soul to the conference. So thank you all for coming, and we'll be super happy to have you on our next one. Thank you.
Thank you, guys. Thank you. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Do you want to take a good group photo? Do we have the photos? Do we have everything? Smile. Say 1, 2, 3. Magnific.